Okay, we should be back then. Welcome to part 2 of the stream here for the Race for the Cause 2025. I'm Conrad Maddock. I'm joined by Dara Faka for the next hour at least of commentary before we'll hand things back over to the next commentary team who will be making an appearance. But for now, it's we're getting into these the evening, into the nighttime hours here at the Circuit of the Sarthe, and we are enjoying the race as it is so far. This race in support, of course, of Belong To, an LGBTQ charity helping LGBT youth in Ireland navigate the many challenges that they face just by trying to be who they are. And it's an absolutely fantastic initiative and a fantastic charity to be able to support. We are actually almost at the €4,000 stretch goal. We're at 3,935 at the moment as well. So it's a whole. We're absolutely thankful and amazed at all of the support that this race has gotten, and the fundraiser has gotten as well. Every single euro will be put to good use in helping people in their situations, helping other LGBTQ plus people and their families to navigate whatever they need to navigate. And it's a fantastic cause, and one that's very close not only to myself but many of the teams and drivers that are out there racing here today who may also be a part of the community. So thank you very much, everyone, for getting us so close to that €4,000 goal. I get the feeling we'll blow straight past it. Okay, and then we'll have to set 5,000 or something as our next stretch goal, Dara. But yeah, that's a lot of money that will be put to very good use.
That people are giving so much to such a great cause, and we really are just really excited to see that bar keep ticking up and up as this race has gone on, and it is fantastic to see. So yeah, thank you to everybody who has made everything or made a donation and made this target ever increasing, ever possible, which is always fantastic to see. And just as we tick to the end of the 8th hour, to have just shy of €4,000 is absolutely fantastic. But it means that, I know that we started going before the race, but if we're going at an aggregate, that means we've got to be at 12,000 by the end of the race. Surely, you've got to be right. Surely?
Yeah. That's yeah, absolutely. Let's just go. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, let's do it. Let's raise so much money for Belong To LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland to be able to continue on their absolutely amazing work with young queer people in Ireland. Absolutely fantastic stuff indeed. In terms of a recap of the race, though, it'll be prudent to do so, given that we're on a new part in terms of the YouTube stream, to have a look at Hypercar. It's Olympus Esports Atlas currently leading the way still. They did lose a decent chunk of time in the last sort of hour because of an incident that they did have. They had to come down on towards the pit lane and get themselves a fast repair. So they hold over a minute advantage back to Taylor Mills Racing number 41 at the moment. Then you got Prismatic Motorsports Athena in P3. Beta Frost number 8 is in 4th with the Pun Crew in P5. The Pun Crew have had a couple of issues over the last couple of hours as well to put them back into P5, whereas they were a little bit higher a bit earlier on. In terms of the battling, well, you can actually see it's not necessarily a battle on screen, but it's an interesting situation regardless. It's Olympus Esports Atlas putting a lap on the 3rd place team of Prismatic Motorsports Athena. So that is officially Prismatic Motorsports going 1 lap down in the Hypercar effort. So there's that. Lots of very big buffer for Olympus Esports Atlas to be able to work with. They'll be very, very thankful for that. Then we have a look down into your LMP2 category. So that is currently led by Twin Turn Sim Racing. They hold a minute 47 advantage over Taylor Mills Racing number 42. And then we got Olympus Esports Proton in P3. Screen to Speed Dream Team P4, Beta Frost 22 in 5th place. So that's the top 5 in terms of your LMP2 order. So interestingly enough, we have both Taylor Mills Racing and Olympus Esports be in the podium positions for our 2 fastest categories here today, which is an absolutely fantastic showing for both of them. Then you have a look down in towards GT3, where we have our biggest leading margin of the race so far. That is going to be going to Satellite Racing Solo. They have an entire lap over the 220. That's the Whiskins Racing number 220 car. And then we've got Doug Henson Racing Yellow there, the number 87, who's, Jimmy Broadbent did appear in that car, has now handed off the reins there. But they are currently running in P3. Then you got Full Tilt V Motorsports in P4, and then TSR with VR Racing running around in P5 at the moment. So that's the sort of top 5 of each of your different classes of cars. Yes, we also do have the wildcard sort of competitor, the special guest, I suppose, of the Prismatic Motorsports Meverna car, number 28. They are down in, let's see, overall P46 out of 50 still running. It is very, very tricky to wheel a supercar around here. Let's just say that, especially given it's not exactly a car that's built for endurance racing, Dara.
Oh, and I should demonstrate your point right there. Maybe it's just having a bit of a wiggle through the Touch Rouge S. So, yeah, it clearly is a bit of a beast to try and manage. And it is difficult when you've not really got any kind of marker to go off either, because there is no other car of this kind in the race. There's nothing really to judge yourself off of. So it just increases that difficulty in knowing, either how well you're going or where you could improve. It's very easy when you've got a number of competitors to see where they're gaining lap time on you, to try and focus down on those parts of the track. But when you're on your own, you don't really have that kind of advantage or ability. So really difficult for all of the guys in the Chevy to be able to nail it. And we've seen them come into a little bit of contact with a couple of the cars that have come through, but nothing that we haven't seen from others. So it's been a decent drive, even if seemingly the lights aren't working very well on those cars. I'm sure they'll click into gear in a second, but there we go. But yeah, it's been a difficult race to really judge anybody off, and it's a bit of a lonely race when you've not really got anybody to race in that way. But coming on very nicely indeed, and great to see more drivers and more teams on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pleased to report that we have reached 4,000 euros and actually gone quite a margin over it. It's 4,185 euros raised for Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Incredible stuff. There's number 87, simply called Grizzle.
Yeah, I was going to say that it says on the bottom right, I've just noticed the last donation does come from a Jimmy Broadbent, so I believe that is what has ticked us up over that 4,000 euro. There it is, in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens. Last donation, Jimmy Broadbent, 250 euros. We thank him very, very much for his kindness and goodwill for the tally, because that now means that the target can be up to, 4,500, 5,000 maybe. Great to see us raising so much money.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. Thanks, Jimmy, for the donation. It matches the top donation so far, and yeah, we're gonna have to raise that goal again. So go on. Yeah, we need to get on that. We need to update the goal and put it up to 5,000 potentially. So that is incredible, and to get so much money and to have to extend the goal so many times already over the course of this race is absolutely incredible. And actually, I did just have a Discord thing. Jimmy might be asking to come into the commentary booth just for a moment, so we'll get him in.
Yeah, while we manage that, great to see that they're going on nicely. Him and his team in that 87 Doug Henson Racing Yellow car, top 3 in class in the GT3, and we'll have to see if they are able to keep themselves in the podium fight. They've got a whole list of drivers. I think that's all they had, 6 or 7 that were all in the lineup, or at least on the I need to contribute his name there. At least on the document. There we go, got a document of all the drivers coming into this race. So it's a big team, and great to have him involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dara, do you want to take the interview with Jimmer?
I'm happy for me or you to take it, Connery.
Well, it's kind of your turn, so so I'm going to throw you under the bus a little bit. There we go. As we'll bring the one, the only Jimmy Broadbent up into the commentary booth, and Dara, you're standing by with the Jimmer himself.
Yeah, good evening, Jimmy. Great to be able to speak to you on the broadcast. First of all, thank you very much for the donation, of course. Goes without saying, great to have you supporting the cause. But just give us brief thoughts on coming into this event, why you're here, because it's great to see you taking part.
Well, I mean, first of all, I kind of just got randomly asked. The boys have decided to enter a 10-man team, which is, efficient for endurance racing. So one is a good chance to hang out with some good friends, and two, as you say, good to raise money for a good cause. So it makes sense to be here. Also, I think I did 6 laps of practice, so maybe I should have practiced a bit more. But the car felt good, and I didn't crash, so double thumbs up.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, you've driven this track more than a fair few times in the past, haven't you? But I think I heard somewhere that you were surprised about that Chevy camo when you were in the car on the grid. Talk us through, is that true? Were you taken aback by that? Or talk us through that moment.
Well, again, as sort of giving away my preparation for the event, I didn't know it was there. So I was like, why is this the relative? And it's just smashing it on the straights, and then cool that it's here, but I just didn't I didn't know it was here. So when you're going down the Mulsanne, you're just hoping that it's not going to catch you into the corner, because obviously it's a problem. But it's cool to see it, and I don't envy, I think it was Mavis I saw in the car, I don't envy their race, but it could be fun.
Yeah, it's difficult getting into the night as well. I mean, you only jumped in for a few laps, but it's into this kind of nightish phase. I mean, you have a wealth of experience. Talk us through very quickly the differences that you can get between driving in the day and driving in the night, particularly at somewhere like Le Mans, when your markers can change quite dramatically in terms of visibility.
I'm always tempted to say, well, you can't see as much, but that's basically it. I mean, I've driven a few night laps of the Nordschleife in real life, and everything just feels a lot faster because you just can't see, you have no peripheral vision anymore. The vision you have are your headlights, and it's a bit, I mean, you can sort of cheese it a bit in iRacing, and you can turn the gamma up and do that stuff, but it does make things a little bit more tricky. So it's always good to practice at night. I always try and avoid the night stints because I honestly can't be bothered to practice at night a lot. Don't tell the boys that, but I think that I think if you can make your way around in the day, you'll be alright at night. But it's cinematic at least.
Yeah, absolutely is, and iRacing do a great job, don't they, on the graphics? So always nice to see it when it does get dark. I mean, talk us through. I know you said you didn't do much preparation, but what are the ambitions around the team that you know of coming into this race? Of course, running well for the time being. Are they looking to try and get after the likes of the 64 and the 220 for maybe the win, or I mean, are you guys just happy to stay where you are and just happy to take part?
We're just taking our little bus around, We're giving everyone a little guided tour of Le Mans. Somehow we're in third. Don't really know how, because I sort of turned up a little bit late to the race and just jumped in. But it seems to be going well. And I think we just do what we always do with DHR or DHC, Doug Henson coaches this time. We're going to just drive around and until someone else falls off, maybe. Not that we wish this out on anyone, but that's how we win.
But I mean, it's going relatively well for you for the time being, and you've done a great job up to this point. Are you jumping back in the car at any stage, or coming back in the morning maybe, or have we seen all of your driving expertise in this race?
I mean, if I could give you like an emote to sum up the preparation for the DHR car, it's just a shrug emoji. I might get in at some point. It depends if no one else wants to do it, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. The driving standards were decent for the most part. Don't think I sent anyone this time, no punting, so yeah, I mean, if there's more to do, I'll do it for sure, and if the boys need me, but I'm sure they'll find me a nice slot at 4 a.m. knowing them.
But it's always great to have you take part, Jimmy, and thank you again for the donation. All the best to you and the team for the rest of the race, and hope to maybe see you back on the track towards the end.
My pleasure. Thanks for giving a spotlight to this event. It's always good to have you guys commentating or something. Take it easy.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy Broadbent there. Great to speak to him, isn't it, Connery, in an event like this, and great to have his support as he's given in the last few minutes.
Yeah, it's great to see Jimmy around and still being a force to be reckoned with in terms of sim racing and affecting positive change as well. I think is one of the important things. I mean, he's done a lot for the whole sim racing community over the years, and to be able to continue to do that in races such as this is absolutely fantastic. We're very fortunate that he's just such a nice guy, isn't he? So yeah, absolutely fantastic indeed. So it's great to talk to Jimmer, and we'll have a little bit of a conversation as well with Garnet Adams. Joins us in the commentary booth here today as well. So Garnet, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I am having an incredible time racing. I've been learning a ton about iRacing today. I've been having a good time.
So take me through that, learning a ton about iRacing. What new things have you learned?
Well, so the first thing that we learned is that iRacing simulates transmission wear and clutch slip, which was the incident that we had earlier in the race where our engine just blew up and put us in the wall. Everyone on the team has moved over to auto blip, like in the iRacing assist option, because we're trying desperately to protect the clutch. And it hasn't happened since then. So those are two things that I learned. And then also we're starting to learn that iRacing simulates brake pad wear, and that the only way to like change out those brake pads, so to say, is to either reset the car or go to the garage, which we can't do in a pit stop. And so at this point we've been running like 1,600 kilometers where we're braking 4 to 5 times per lap at like 300 kilometers an hour. So we're really starting to struggle with stopping the car. It's a beast.
Yeah, it's you can't. Yeah, it's one of those unexpected things, because again, it's a race car that's not really built for doing what you're doing with it. It's quite awkward, but hopefully those problems sort of peter out towards the middle here, and then you can get to the checkered flag, because the last thing we want for you is to have no brakes at some point over the course of this race and find yourselves in a barrier. But hopefully it has gone along well. You're on our graphics, you're categorized as being in the GT3 category, and that's kind of where you've been residing in terms of position at the moment. But is the task really just to get it home, or is there, you kind of want to show up the GT3s in a way by getting through fast some of them?
So I'm going to be honest with you. I have been testing for longer than we've had the supercar in iRacing, the Gen 3 supercar, that is. I wanted to do this last year. Unfortunately, due to the implementation of rain and a bunch of other things that couldn't happen. So I've been pining for this for a long time. I mean, you can ask Jess. Like, I've been trying to make this happen so bad. I'm so excited for it, and I just want it to happen. As far as like what our goals are. Our goals are very weather dependent. We are faster than the GT3 class by a few seconds in the rain, but we're slower in the dry. So it's very much just dependent on what the weather decides to do. And while we had a really good start this morning, unfortunately at this point in the race, it looks like the goal is to get it home, especially as, every lap the car gets harder and harder to drive. I just got off the phone with race control just a minute ago before I came over here, and they told me to drive the car as long as we can. They said that they're gonna keep their eyes out, and when they think it's becoming unsafe, they're gonna make the call. So that's where we're sitting right now, just trying to enjoy the drive. It's a great car to drive. It's just I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of learning a lot as well about the supercar, to be honest. It's I didn't foresee this being a problem coming into this race, but of course it is a fantastic event. You guys are going along quite well without there, despite the issues that you've been encountering with the car. It just doing its completely sort of wasn't designed to do whatsoever. I just gotta say though, on a personal note, shall I say, Garnet, how important are these sorts of events to you, and how important is having that supportive team structure to you as well?
Well, so like the whole point of Prismatic as a team is to lift up transgender and non-binary individuals. There's a specific phrase that Jess likes to use. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but to elevate, that's the word. And I think part of that elevation is also doing things for others. Any time that Prismatic has had an opportunity to participate in or host a charity event, I'm there. I mean, since I joined the team a few years ago, I've been there for every single charity event. Like, this is what I love. That I can, like, take my hobby and my team and my identity and everything just comes together in this perfect little way. And we raise money and we help people and we do good things. And it means so much to me. I love the feeling of being able to impact others by having a good time. Like, that's a really special thing. So... and that's what it means to do.
I think it's incredibly special as well because, I mean, so many times you've got a combination of some very typically sort of unwelcome, in a sense, hobbies, right? So you got sports, right, which a lot of LGBTQ plus people don't really feel comfortable with. You have video games, which is another community that can be in some places quite toxic surrounding these subjects. So therefore, having the combination of the two, sometimes people don't feel so welcome. But obviously, with these initiatives, with what Prismatic does, and a lot of the other LGBTQ focused teams do with events like this, it just goes to show that no, actually, you can just sort of be who you are, and it's not a problem. It's not a problem whatsoever.
I think that absolutely goes both ways, because not only are like we here supporting others, like Prismatic hosting this event, supporting others, raising money for a cause, at the same time, I think of like how many non-Prismatic drivers there are in this race that are here supporting us as well, and that helps like me and my mental health and feeling of belonging. Like it is. Doing a good thing helps everybody. It doesn't really matter who's doing it. And so I'm incredibly honored to be a part of this. And I am going to be here every year. I'm already plotting what I want to attempt to do for next year's race. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I'm super excited as well. I'll continue to help as much as I can as well here on these podcasts. I know I did it last year when it wasn't officially RaceSpot, but yeah, absolutely. It was it's fantastic to have you here, Garnet, and hopefully for yourself and the rest of the team that number 28 supercar doesn't get any worse over the course of the nighttime hours, and we can see you get the checkered flag at the very end. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go. That was Garnet Adams there, part of the Prismatic Motorsports Maverna car, the supercar out there in the number 28. Continuing on and trying to circulate despite the many issues that they've sort of found out, I suppose, over the course of running for a couple of hours behind a supercar which is not meant to really run for a couple of hours.
Supercar, you just saw it there again, just wiggling everywhere. It's just not like a comfortable experience to be in the car, just keeping it alive. As Garnet said there, really is one of the key features of this, and making sure that the car itself doesn't just start spearing off into a wall, and it is nicely under control. Of course, it's getting overtaken left, right and centre by everybody else, as all three other classes by rights are quicker, but or in the same hands I should say, are all quicker. So it's just a lot of seeing cars go past and just trying to survive, but it is great to see how this has been a bit of a brainchild for quite some time, and it's coming to fruition, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great, and I mean, hopefully they get to the checkered flag, because it sounds like at some point the brakes might go on that car, because they said they're having problems getting the car stopped and things like that. So it's a tricky predicament to be in, that's for certain. But hopefully they have enough resources, I guess, left in the car to be able to get to the end. At least on the live broadcast right now, we are riding on board with Harry Fox in the 220. So that is the Whiskins Racing number 220 car there. So this is a bit of an awkward situation a little bit for that 220, because they are a lap, almost 2 laps behind the overall race leader. right? So that really puts a block in your head, I suppose. You're kind of like, well, we're even with 15 hours, under normal circumstances, we're probably not going to catch up 2 laps worth of gap within the time remaining in the race. So do you then start settling things? Okay, P2 is our now P1 right now. Like that's kind of the maximum, or do you just sort of hold out that hope to think, oh well, anything could happen to the satellite racing car, we might as well keep our hopes up, and if there's an opportunity that arises later on, then we go for it.
I think at this stage of the race, you've really got an equal chance of winning the race as you do coming last. So I think it's fair to say that you can still set your targets on winning the race and giving it a go and just keeping it going. I mean, until you get to the last couple of minutes. I mean, I think back to the Toyota in the real Le Mans a few years ago now that just stopped with a couple of laps to go. You know, anything. I mean, obviously that's almost impossible to happen in the sim, but you get the gist. Something can happen towards the end of the race, and you can always set your sights on winning it as you run your way through it. And it's just keeping yourself there. And I think that's the challenging thing. You know, it's easy to say, you know, just stay in P2, stay in P3, but especially the night when you can get tired, you can get fatigued, the stints are longer. You know, you start to kind of lose track of where cars are around you. Very easy to make those mistakes, but keeping on top of it and keeping in with a shot of winning the race and trying to get yourself to that P2 always gives you that chance of going after the win by the end. And 15 and a half hours to go is such a long time. You could fly most of the way around the globe in that time. We've got a lot of racing still to go and a lot of aspirations yet to be fulfilled, I think.
Absolutely, still a lot of stories yet to be written, I suppose, in an event like this at the moment. So we are definitely optimistic for what is to come. We are still paying attention at the YouTube chats, as at least towards the end of the webcam with Harry Fox there, we saw the bouncing leg. I'm not sure if that's just out of nervousness or something else or anticipation, but it's something actually that I do as well, sort of bounce the leg idly. Anyway, we are also paying attention to the YouTube chat as well. So if there are any questions or any comments or statements or whatever you want to make towards us, then absolutely feel free to put them inside of the YouTube chats. I do see Taylor Mills saying, yo, the Be Who You Are has been written on my cars for 3 years. That's the Taylor Mills. That's for Taylor Mills. So the Taylor Mills racing cars have had that. So that's absolutely fantastic. Rainbow Racing's motto is "Racing for Everyone," which is just a statement as fact, as far as I'm concerned. It's a great initiative. We do need to say it that obviously as much as we can. But at least for the current state in this race, we have a couple of hitters, I suppose. We got Taylor Mills Racing 42 down and in. We have Drive Dave and Aston Racing. They are a very long time on pit lane, actually. They are 3 minutes and 33 seconds currently on the lane at the moment. So that's a bit of a problem for the 026 there. They have been in the war somewhat, so I'm not exactly surprised that they're stuck down there on pit lane. You got to be careful at this point, Dara, to make sure that you have fast repairs to use for the second half of the race, right? Because if you've been in a lot of trouble early on, where you've used one, maybe two, you're kind of having to make that one the one remaining one last as long as you can until you absolutely desperately need it.
And I think at this stage of the race as well, the conversation I think would be had about, you know, if we haven't got a lot of damage, do we actually take a fast repair? Because there's always that worry that you could take the fast repair for maybe a 5-minute job, and then 20 minutes later you've catapulted it into the wall, you've gone upside down, you've somersaulted 5 times, all of a sudden there's hours and hours of work possibly on the table. So it's then the balance of how much risk we're willing to take towards the end of the race without having any fallback option, and I think that's something the teams are going to have to be thinking about. So if we do see teams with 2 or 1 fast repair, 2 or 1 fast repairs even, dropping into the pit lane for repairs, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to choose, because it isn't as black and white as you'd initially think. You'd think, yeah, I've got 3 fast repairs, I'll just use them. But then you've just got to think, well, I've used 3 of them, especially at this stage of the race. If you've only got 1 left and you've got 15.5 hours to go, you're going to have to start to be thinking very carefully about how and when you use it, because if you use it early and for a short little job, and in the end you have a big collision that requires a lot of pit stops, it's always going to be that what if, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You always have to keep one in the bank for those occasions, however tempting it may be to use it for a bit of damage that's maybe losing you a couple of kilometers in the straights, where you're going to lose that time over a long portion, but it's frustrating versus an actual piece of terminal damage that might come about a little bit later on. You really want to be saving it for that latter circumstance, however frustrating it might be to deal with a little bit of damage in the moment. So all things to consider if they're in that situation. Of course, obviously there will be a few teams out there which haven't used any fast repairs at this stage in the race, and they're sitting in a very good position for the rest of the 15.5 hours that we have to run. So those teams will be absolutely no worries about this, but as we've seen with spins and bits of contact, and well, speaking of, I think the number 51 has had a little bit of a problem there. That's the Vortex Racing Alpha car. Then you might find yourself in a situation. Actually, this is an interesting one, because they went straight on there down where the pit entry is. I'm gonna have a look at this one because that is. Excuse me, that's the pit exit. Excuse me, that's the pit exit. So I'm not sure exactly what has gone on there for Vortex Racing. That's we're right on board. Let's see if this gives us any better idea. Ooh, just got loose.
I mean, it's one way to hold it, isn't it? To use the escape road. Ugh, a bit of a hit into the wall, but it's not huge. And again, that's the kind of collision that I'm talking about. If that requires damage, are you really going to take a fast repair for that kind of work? It's unlikely to happen. But just about making it back onto the circuit, inventing a newer layout, not quite the Bugatti layout, that's even better, down there, using both the pit exit and a bit of grass and a recovery road as well. That is a new one for me. But definitely got a line that I think the 51 will be hoping to take throughout the rest of this race. Still running well as well during our number 9 that we are currently in, but 51 doing a decent enough job. Only the lap down, and I say only a lap down after this long to be within 8 minutes is quite an impressive feat. It's fair to say.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. That's fantastic stuff. Having a look at the YouTube chat, we got when are we getting more RaceSpot behind the scenes videos? Well, I don't know if Hugo has a particular feed for the quote-unquote RaceSpot office or RaceSpot studio that we have. I don't have any camera set up. To be honest, my desk and my room is a little bit too messy to show you behind the scenes at the moment, so I'm gonna avoid that one. but yeah, it's look at that stinky cam, a bit of a. That's a big snooze right there. That is, isn't it?
It's quite the sleeping position, isn't it? Are we sure Stinky's all right? It looks a bit, splayed out there. Hoping that Stinky's okay there. I'm sure Stinky's fine, but always nice to get the dog cams in. You can tell that Hugo's wanted to get that one in for a few minutes. Hugo absolutely loves a dog cam. So actually that's a reference to anybody else. If anybody else is watching who is also racing and has a face cam and they've got pets, get them on the face cam and make sure Hugo knows, because then we can jump them in the broadcast. It's always a fun addition.
Let's see if we can get like a good variety of pets, right? Because yes, cats, dogs, absolutely lovely. Would absolutely love to see them. However, if you have a particularly interesting pet, say if you have like a parrot or something, maybe get that on broadcast. That would be really cool.
Yeah, parakeet. Anything exotic?
Yeah,
gecko.
Lizards, tarantulas.
Iguana.
Actually, leave the tarantulas. I probably could do without the tarantulas.
Leave it in the box.
Yeah.
Please leave your spiders in their boxes and away from me, quite frankly. But I think I saw Taylor Mills say she might be able to provide a pet cam as well. So we're hanging on. Someone's got a pet hedgehog. If anyone's got a pet hedgehog, please get it on camera.
Yeah, so just make sure the pets are comfortable with it. We don't want to bring them, make them uncomfortable by picking them up and showing them to cameras and things like that. Just put out that disclaimer. But yeah, absolutely. We'll get the pets on broadcast. That's what I asked. That's what I'm humbly requesting as we continue on with this event. We are coming up to what we're coming up to. We're 15 hours 30 minutes left in the race. We're getting towards the end of our commentary stint as well. We've got about another 25 minutes of this before we hand on over to our next set of commentators. Meanwhile, we'll get a driver in for an interview. And this one is going to be Sunby. So Sunby in the number 95 car, so Nicholas Sunby. How's it going, first of all? Because it's so wait, you're in the Arctic Sim Racing Green car, so that's the that's the P8 in the hypercar class at the moment. First of all, how are things going with your race? And just describe me how what the feeling is behind the wheel of the car right now.
So right now it's going good. I made a huge mistake at the start, so it put us all the way at the back, and then me and my team just pulled through, had an amazing stint. There were some small problems here and there, but then we just helped each other keep our head high when we made mistakes, and I think that's what made us get to the position we are right now, so still being able to contend for a high position.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are getting in towards we are in now the nighttime hours, so it's going to be like this for the next good portion of this race. Does the nighttime running sort of change things for you guys a little bit, at least in terms of how you drive, and obviously with your driver scheduling, I suppose, because having a look at your roster as it is at the moment, well, you've got yourself, well, you're part of the Scandinavia club, right? Because I know we divide everything by clubs here in iRacing, but it's all European apart from Damiano, who's from South Africa, so it's all roughly similar time zones. So how are you going to manage these nighttime hours?
We're just basically asking each other who wants to do what time, and then just going for it. Not really have any stint plan.
No, nothing. So who's got the who's drawn the short straw then? Who's going to do the midnights? Like, are you just going to play it by ear, or is it going to be whoever's available?
Basically whoever's available, but I'd like to do it. My original plan with this race was to just go in and do it solo, but then I asked some friends if they wanted to, and then they said yes. So I don't mind doing like the graveyard shift. I've done it many times before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I guess you have experience with it. Do you have any tips or tricks to be able to get through those portions of the race in terms of a sort of a practical standpoint if some of these drivers are looking to try and get themselves through it?
Just know the limits of your car. That especially like when it's colder, I feel like you can push the car more, make it take corners faster and such. But then again, it's also like, please keep a view of your surroundings, because it's nighttime. You can't see anything behind you. So yeah, just maybe drive a little bit more careful, but also you can push the car more. That's like my you can call it tips. It's
sort of that sort of dilemma, isn't it? That catch-22, where it's like you can push harder, but also you kind of need to rein it in a little bit, because otherwise you might have a big problem. But Nicholas, is there, in terms of the overall sort of effort in the race right now, do you have any goals as to where you hope you're going to finish, or is where you're at in P8 overall going to be a good result for you?
I'm always one of those people that strives to get higher. My ultimate goal with this race is get into P5 by the end. Somehow P5? Get into P5. That's like, if I get in there, I'm okay. I'm happy. Compared to didn't have the best qualifying and the mistake on the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it looks very possible. I mean, the biggest gap that you have to contend with right now is the one you're dealing with right now to Vortex, but the rest of them are 20, 30 seconds further down the road than that. So it is very, very possible that you might be able to get up into the P5 by the time this race is done. So I I hope you're able to do that, and I hope for the best of luck, and hopefully you guys deal with the nighttime hours well, and we'll see you again in the morning.
Yeah, that's still on no sleep, so that's going to be
No
good.
sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But take care of yourself. Make sure you have the energy to be able to drive. But thank you very much, Nicholas.
Yeah. Yep. See ya.
Lovely. Thank you. Nicholas Sunby there from the Arctic Sim Racing green car. Fantastic. It's always interesting to see the drivers' insights there, Dara, as to how they approach races like this, and especially into those sort of 24-hour endurance race sort of special considerations with the having to drive at really weird times of night.
Yeah, and I think particularly for an all-European team, as it seems he's a part of, it just adds that little bit more difficulty. We were talking about it, I think, in the first couple of hours, weren't we, about how it can be really useful to have people all across the world when you've not necessarily got that luxury. It is about who can pick up those graveyard shifts, and it seems that Nicholas is more than willing to do it, which is always great to have someone like that on your team. You always want someone who will do any kind of time of day on your team, because it takes the pressure off you just that little bit more, doesn't it? And yeah, with some good words about what to do in the night time as well. Really, really interesting to see, or to hear about the philosophy somewhat of how some of the drivers can adapt to driving in these night conditions from driving in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those fantastic features of endurance racing, as we see the 95 decide to have a bit of an off-track excursion coming out of Mulsanne there, which is a little bit awkward, but not too big of a drama, I suppose. Not a lot of lost time and no barriers hit, so they were able to continue on without too much of an issue. Taylor Mills obviously reports that unfortunately Cat is asleep. So hang on, actually there might be a cat coming. So if we'll have to pay attention to Taylor Mills's camera, just in case if there's a cat that suddenly appears, and everyone can then appreciate the cat.
Yeah, let's get everybody gather round. Everybody get ready.
Get ready. Prepare ourselves for the appearance of Cat.
You can tell that this is an endurance race broadcast, isn't it? With 15 hours to go. Where we're getting excited for the cats. I'm still hoping that someone's got a hedgehog. I've not had any confirmation that no one's got a hedgehog. So the very fact that hedgehog is written means that there's a chance. So my ears and my eyes are very much ready for that if it comes. But yeah, while we do wait for the cats, it has been a bit of a game of it's been a bit of a game of cat and mouse. There we go. There's the transition. At this stage of the race, no one really knows where they're going. That was the only way getting out of that back to racing, I think.
Stinky's awake. Yeah, meanwhile, put the cat discussion aside, the Stinky has taken it over and immediately back snoozing, I suppose. Adorable.
To turn up the head down sleeping position, isn't it?
I can't be comfortable.
No. Well, I'm thinking, if Stinky's sleeping... Well, there was a car off the road there. I'm sure that was. If Stinky's sleeping, Stinky must be comfortable, but it doesn't look comfortable from where we're sitting. But then again, we are dogs, so this isn't our area of expertise, in a way.
No, maybe they know something we don't. Maybe we should try sleeping like that.
Maybe. Might be a bit cold.
Secret.
That's my initial thought.
The secret sleeping position unlocked. You know, like that's the that's the situation there. But. We've got in the chat, my cat is a void, so you can't see him. So actually, if you put a black cat in a sim racer's room, yeah, you won't be able to say anything, because most sim racers race in the dark, don't they? So you won't be able to even see the cat either.
That's true.
Yeah.
True. Unless the cat then walks across the sim rig, of course.
Yes.
Which has happened before. To people. It's not completely unheard of, so if anybody's cat does crash... Well, actually, no, this is a great chance that if someone crashes, they can blame it on their cat because they were getting it in for the camera. This is a great chance for an excuse. Let's just hope that Hugo doesn't have the receipts, just in case. But it'll be nice to see some pets. Hugo, I think Hugo's searching.
We're desperate for pets.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to become a little delirious here on broadcast, I suppose. But meanwhile, there's a race on as there we go. There's the stinky cam again. There we go. Adorable. It looks like they deserve a lot of pets. Oh, off and away. No, just having a stretch. Lovely. Repositioning.
Just getting it an even better shot from the camera.
Who needs an endurance race when you have pets?
Yeah, exactly. Pets at home. What do you think? What do we think they're doing when we're sim racing? You know what I mean?
What, the company?
No. Oh, hang on. No, not pets. Oh, no, what's that thing? Secret Life of Pets. I'm thinking of Secret Life of Pets. Sorry. No, not pets.
That was good.
No. Oh God, Secret Life of Pets. What are they doing when we're on the sim rig? God, I messed that one up, didn't I? Goodness me.
For people without context, Pets at Home is a pet store here in the UK. So there's that was the I had to explain the joke for people who are not in the UK.
Yeah. Oh dear.
There we go.
I'm glad that well, I hope that won't come back to bite me. But Secret Life of Pets, there you go.
There we go.
That'd be great. Sunby's could put in the YouTube chat as well. Make a pets channel and then have the pictures switch from time to time. That's a good idea, actually. We might have to come up with that.
Yeah, well, wasn't it like I don't know. Does YouTube still have this feature where you can do multiple cameras on the same stream and people can switch back and forth between the two? Because I remember we used that like years and years ago for some broadcasts. Like I don't even know if that is still a feature. Oh, it's not a feature, unfortunately. That's what Hugo's telling me. That's unfortunate because we could have had just a you know how we have a video like Zoom wall of like all the different driver cams. We could just have all the different pets as a whole stream, as like a backup stream.
I would enjoy that, to be honest.
Which would get more viewers.
Yeah, like think of the you know how they always advertise for series where you can have your own like little race control and you can switch between all the cameras and all the cars and stuff. You could do that for this, just with the pets. With the face cams, it'd be great. It'd be fantastic, and also it would mean that if I'm talking very hypothetically here, if nothing was happening on circuit at the time, you could jump over and have a look. I can't imagine a time where that would happen though, because we've been non-stop acting the last couple of hours, Connery. But yeah, there's always a chance.
Yeah, always a chance. But we do have to return back to racing, otherwise the next commentary crew will come in and just go, what have they been talking about over the last couple of hours? But we are riding on board with the 13 here at the moment. Unlucky for some, but not unlucky so far. For Full Tilt V Motorsports, because they're currently running in P4 in GT3 here at the moment. So Dominic Hamada behind the wheel of the 13 car, continuing to go along very, very well indeed. Still on the same lap as both of the GT cars further down the road for P2 and P3, but there's still quite a considerable margin behind as you see the prototypes flash by, coming up in towards the Porsche curves. It's always a sketchy place to try and get past here, and it looks like Full Tilt V Motorsport will have another prototype to deal with as they get themselves through there. It's always awkward in this section because as a GT3 you are pretty much committed to whatever trajectory you take on entry into some of these apexes. It's all up to the prototypes really to try and find the sensible way through on you and not to like pinch you down onto a corner or something where your momentum and the limit of grip is just taking you to the track exit no matter what you do. That's what a lot of prototype drivers actually struggle to comprehend sometimes, is that these GT3s, once they're committed to a line through a high-speed corner, they're going to take that line and they're going to take that normal track out, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and that's why we often see on the exit of some corners the way that we have those converging lines, because the GT3s can't really do anything about it if they start drifting that little bit wider, and the hypercars are thinking they've got the move done, and they're around the outside, they've got the track position, and they can just carry on in their merry ways, because it's not always that simple, and that is where we do often see quite a few of the little collisions that do take place between the hypercars and the GT3s, and at Le Mans, those little collisions can happen in those high-speed portions of the lap where there are corners, and at those portions of the lap here at Sarthe, it's the Porsche curves really that we're thinking about, and that is a tight part of the track where there isn't much margin for error. We've seen a couple of drivers have issues down there on consecutive laps so far in this race, and so it's very easy to see, and we haven't seen too many of it yet, but it's almost guaranteed at some point that we will get the GT3 and a hypercar coming together for the Porsche curves, and it's not going to go well for either of them, and that's always the concern. But it's just that case of getting used to what the lines of the GT3s are, what the hypercars are, and working with each other, because again, this isn't necessarily the highest competitive environment that you can get for Le Mans 24. It's, of course, being a charity event, a little bit more friendly, a little bit more calm and collected in terms of how we're racing with each other. So we should be able to do that, and just the learning off of each other can be really, really helpful in that.
Yeah, it can really be. It's great to be able to gain that sort of the extra information about. Again, there's different classes of cars that you might not necessarily race, right? And I would say, if you are a driver in one of these endurance series, for example, if it's a full-on league, for example, go out and do a couple of laps in some of the other classes of cars, see where they're potentially going to be strong or weak, and then that can maybe inform your judgments when you're in the fastest class, for example, as to where you can get past, where is a safe and appropriate way and location to be able to get past. Just that, having that little bit of extra information would certainly be at least somewhat valuable, no matter what class you drive in, really.
Exactly, and it is great that we are kind of seeing those kind of curves happen over the course of this race. And as we get towards the end of the 9th hour, we are starting to see that kind of settling in, just that consistency creeping. We saw a lot of mistakes in the first few hours, around hours 3, 4. We saw quite a lot of carousels from Hugo of little moments and little spins, but we've seen less of that of late because drivers have just been able to get their eye on that little bit more. We haven't had too many driver changes in the last little while. I think we'll expect a couple within the next half hour or so, but it could then mean we change around again. Drivers have to dial themselves back in, but it has been great to see how everyone's been able to get through this stage of the race nicely, and how the leaders have been able to show their class. And yes, it means that there's not necessarily a battle for the lead, but it just shows the quality of drivers that are attracted to an event like this, and the quality of drivers that we find in this community, which is growing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been incredible. We have everyone from, in terms of iRatings, I know iRatings isn't everything, but we have people in triple digits all the way up to 7, 8, 9K in terms of iRating here, sort of that have made an appearance over the course of this race, and things have seemingly just gone pretty well. It seems to have been respectful, seems to have been sensible. Yes, we've had incidents here and there, and we might even see another one here from Bailey in the number 16 there. That's a solo car incident, smacking into the Armco on the driver's left-hand side, then smacking the other Armco on the right-hand side. Front and rear of the car damaged, so we'll have to bring that car down in relatively soon, perhaps, if that damage is a little bit too much. But returning back to my point, we've seen a huge breadth of skill levels here, but they've all kind of, on the whole, interacted with each other on circuit in quite a nice and sporting manner.
Yeah, in a very and in a way that means that we've been able to go racing for so long, and with so many cars still out on the circuit. We've just had that one single retirement over the course of the race so far, which really is fantastic to see, that after 9 hours a field of 51 cars has only been reduced to 50, which is exactly what we want, really. Maybe you could put in an argument, I think, that the Cookie Monster Motorsports car may have also dropped out, but they're towards the back of the GT3 cars. By the way, they're still pretty much 50 cars circulating the circuit, which is exactly what we want to see in our 3 classes, plus that Chevy with Garnet back in that car, looking to try and drag it ever further into this race, as long as the car will and race control will allow them to, because it's been a bit of a handful, and it's not getting any easier, is it?
No, absolutely not. So they're essentially nursing the car around, and they can't change the worn out brakes or the or anything on that car. I mean, they could change the tires, and that's about it, right? You know, that's the only thing that's replaceable on that. So they have the transmission wear, and they've had the brake wear. So it's a big issue for them, and they're still struggling out there. Meanwhile, the 253 Sebastiano Rossi having a bit of a dramatic spin there. And well, continues on going. But yeah, we're getting into that portion where maybe once every couple of laps we'll have a bit of a high-speed spin or an incident like that, which affects one of our teams.
Exactly, and the high-speed parts of the circuit have been a little bit dangerous, haven't they? All race long, but we've started to see just them getting into that good window of pace and good window of operating at this stage. Pit lane time for Stephen Bailey in that Doug Henson Racing yellow car. That is the team that we have seen Jimmy Broadbent take part in, and that has more drivers than I think we have commentators on the race as a whole, and I genuinely mean that. It has been a busy car, lots of drivers in and out. We could see Stephen Bailey into that for the time being, and they're going along nicely in the GT3 class. We've not seen too much movement in the podium places in the last few hours, but it just goes to show how consistent these guys have been.
Yep, very consistent indeed, and that's the thing that wins races. I mean, it wins championships when we get to like a multi-event season. You know, that consistency is a winning formula. But even in endurance race like this, it's still, you know, yes, you're fast, but are you consistently fast? And that's the main differentiator. Over one lap, you might set the purple lap time, but if you don't get close to that every single lap, then you're not going to be at the very top of the field. But yeah, it's great to see them out there with you know, like you said, such a consistent amount of running and remaining in that third place in that final podium spot for the GT3s. Pretty good going, especially given the amount of team members that they have here, Dara, which means they're having to do a lot of driver changes.
They are, and it's becoming pretty much every pit stop now that they are seeing someone new get into the car, and that can be a little bit not dangerous in any way, but a little bit concerning in terms of the pace on the start of the stints, because drivers may not have got it in their eye. And early on, of course, Jimmy was saying that he hadn't done a great deal of practice. Don't know how much everybody has done for the team, but it does take a couple of laps just to be able to get back into the rhythm of a track here, like the Circuit de la Sarthe, and so that has held them back. I think that's what I was trying to build. It's held them back a little bit in this race, but they're still up in the top three, still performing really well, and good to see that they have got so many drivers involved, because you know, we can only have so many cars on the grid, but to fill more drivers into each car just shows how much interest there really is in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we've had in terms of stints for Doug Henson Racing Yellow at the moment, we've had Mark Noska have a stint, Jimmy Broadbent have a stint, Sam Winton stint, Adam Hodgkinson stint, Nikolai Vasilakis have a stint. We had Phil Baldwin have 2 stints, Drew Davis have a stint, and Oscar Harwick have 1 stint. So it's so actually Stephen Bailey, who's behind the wheel of the car right now, is only the 2nd driver in that Doug Henson Racing Yellow car to take it on another fuel stint. You know, that's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, it just shows how much, not necessarily diversity, but how many people they've had in the car and how much they've had to chop and change around in the opening stages of the race. We'll have to see if that continues right the way to the end, but they are coming along very nicely indeed, and to have that margin back to full tilt, it's good for them to be able to control, as I think they've just been overtaken by that 026 Drive Deviant Astra Racing pink entry, the LMP2, that has just overtaken them for overall position, even if it is 9 laps down on its own race leader. So move for overall position, not just not quite a move for class position.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get a very quick interview because we're coming up towards the end of our commentary stint here, so we'll try and make this one quick. But we will drag the wonderful Kay Bautzmann into the commentary booth. This is a representative of the BMW M Plower, the 558 effort here in this race. Currently residing in P9 in that hypercar category at the moment. They just had their pit stop a couple of laps ago. Kay, how's it going?
Pretty well. Like, comparing to the start of the race to now, it's been night and day. At the start of the race, when my first double stint was happening, I was very frustrated, and now the fortunes have very much turned, so I'm in a way better mood.
Yeah, absolutely. Just describe me how your race has gone so far, because it seems like a bit of a roller coaster at the moment.
Yeah, there was a lot of ups and downs. Like, the start was not very good. So first of all, we mucked up some registration stuff, so got a quali ban, deservedly so. Good job from the stewards. So then from pretty much last went up to, I don't know, P6. Then we had a lot of bad incidents with traffic, which were most of the time out of our hands, but that's just racing. What can we say? So did my double stint, had a bad time. Did a 1 hour power nap, came back for my impromptu double stint because there's also bad luck on the driver's side because there are technical difficulties, internet issues. So I just hopped in like thinking, oh yeah, that's an impromptu double stint, P10. Okay, we had 2 fast repairs used. Gotta make the best of the situation. So I'm getting told a gap and I'm just going. So turns out after a double stint we're P9, made over a minute of time on the car in front, overtake them, and then I decide, yeah, let's do a triple stint. The car, so, what's the gap to the car? P8, 26 seconds? Okay, we're going for it. So I did a triple, caught them, overtook them on track. They are currently in front of us again, but it's only 6 seconds and they're on their outlap, and I think we're in a way better position than we were 2 hours ago.
Yes, and it's great to see that you're now in that position, setting yourself up for this sort of night portion of the race. You're currently sitting about on track. You're about just over 5 seconds behind Arctic Sim Racing Green at the moment. So it looks like you're continuing on well. You're slightly off cycle compared to them. I mean, there's 2 laps in it between your pit stop cycle and theirs. So what's the overall goal for the rest of this race then? Because it looks like you're very close to P8. Anything higher than that? Is that on the cards, or are you comfortable sort of being in that bottom end of the top 10?
Currently, considering that there's still 15 hours to go, we don't want to, go too far out of the window in terms of shooting high. Like, I think top 10 is definitely the goal at this point. You have a big gap to the cars behind now. Oh, yellow flag. So at least I said I want to finish at least in the top 10 now after my stints, so I'm not having anything else. I will be putting my foot down. And looking at the current positions, I think P7 should be possible, but P8 is definitely possible. P7 bit far away, but we can get there, I think. But this race is still very long, so first of all, foremost, we want to bring the car home in one piece.
That's the sometimes a big ask, especially with a couple of the problems that the other cars have gotten into over the course of this race. But it seems like you folks have been able to go along very, very well so far in this race. So I'll let you get back to your team as we have to switch commentators over here. But it's been fantastic to have you, Kay, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you a little bit later on as well, maybe in towards those morning hours to see how things have gone.
Yeah, I've got a stint scheduled towards the end of the race, so you'll probably hear from me like 1.5 hours to 2 hours to go. We'll see.
All right, yeah, absolutely. It'll be great to have you, but hopefully the next couple of hours for you guys goes along well, and you're in a good position for the final part of the race once we get there.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Kay Bautzmann there from the BMW M-Plower 558 effort, currently residing in P9 in your hypercar category. that, since we've clicked over to 14 hours and 59 minutes left to go, myself and Dara will have to say goodbye to you in terms of our commentary efforts. We will be back, though, as a duo for the very end of the race. So the last 3 hours would be myself and Dara. But it's been absolutely fantastic to be able to commentate on these portions of events, and you know, we will be back later on, but we'll have to pass the torch right now to the one, the only Ron Mounts and Brad Dalton. Take it away, folks.
Thank you, Connery. Thank you, Dara. Awesome show that y'all put on thus far, and what an awesome event to be a part of. Hey, folks, hope you're all enjoying this race, and hey, we got a whole lot of racing action left to go. It's myself, Ron Mullins, and Brad Dalton going to be with you on this broadcast for the next couple hours. Brad, welcome into the booth, man. This is going to be a heck of a lot of fun here tonight. Oh, hello there, Mr. Brad. Hello there, Mr. Dalton. I think his mic may be muted here in Discord. So, commentator
rule number 1, Ron. Remember to hit the unmute button, and if you have 2 mute buttons, make sure you hit both mute buttons.
I've done that so many times, man. Don't worry.
I was just, we'll run this one again like it didn't happen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's nice to be back in the booth for a few hours here to enjoy some racing. Things have been pretty wild from what I understand here while I've been out the past few hours, Ron. Things have gotten pretty exciting, pretty fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next few hours and what the nighttime here at Le Mans brings.
And first off, we have some fantastic racing action going out there on track. 3 class battles, which I'm sure are going to be intense all the way to the end of this 24-hour-long event. And we're also here raising money for a fantastic cause, and already have raised a lot of money. 4,240 euros raised belong to the Ireland charity that we are raising money for, benefiting LGBTQ plus youth. And it has been fantastic to see all the support for this wonderful charitable organization, and really looking forward to seeing that number continue to tick up as we go throughout this race. As it stands presently in the hypercar category is the number 21 Olympus Esports Atlas car. They are your leaders at the present moment. About 1 minute and 9 seconds is a gap between themselves and Taylor Mills Racing, who are currently slotted in second. In LMP2 it is the Marcantonio for their car in the number 23, currently in the lead in LMP2. That is the driver behind the wheel of that effort. They lead with 2.5 minutes being the gap between themselves and Chris Stevenson in the 121. So that's a pretty big gap there. In GT3, talk about a big gap. Holy cow. Alex Gale in the number 64 machine, currently extending that gap now to 2 laps in that GT3 category. It's been a race for sure, and these drivers continuing to whittle the laps away now into the night shift, the nighttime radio broadcast here on RaceSpotTV.
Yeah, I don't know who decided to put us together on nighttime, but this is going to be a fun one to stick around with. So if you have been enjoying the production so far, well, things are about to get wild because it's nighttime here at Le Mans. Well, Ron, you know just as well as I do that, well, anything can happen at the nighttime. The ghosts come out to play. The French countryside decides to French countryside, and things can get wild. I say it all the time. I don't even think a 2-lap lead really proves safety there for Satellite Racing Solar as much as we want to think. Kat Kasermi here in the number 56, the lightest of taps there into the wall going through the Porsche curves, but I think getting away with it mostly. Nothing too bad there, just the lightest of taps, just kind of scratching the front end a little bit, and well, the paintwork might not be perfect, but hey, after a 24-hour race it rarely is.
Yeah, with the amount of flies and bits of rubber that get stuck onto the front of these race cars, they aren't winning any beauty pageants at the end of these 24-hour-long races. But maybe it's just my perspective, being the hardcore racer that I am. I usually just see that as adding character on to these race cars. I remember going to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum a couple of years ago before they did the massive renovations that they have done over the past couple of years, and just seeing some of those cars that have won the Indy 500 over the years, seeing them peppered with flies, mosquitoes, all sorts of bug life, rubber all over that car. It gives it's war wounds in a way, but it just gives those cars so much character at the end of these races, and certainly see that a lot in all of the big enduros, whether it be here at Le Mans, Daytona, even races at Spa and the Nürburgring. You just get those small little scrapes here and there, and beyond every single scrape and dent on some of these race cars is a story behind it.
Yeah, my favorite thing about those cars and kind of their stories. So when I went to the Rolex in 2024, the Garage 56 car was on display in the infield at the Rolex, and they've left it pretty well as is. So it had all of the rubber, all of the, scars, scratches, everything there. It was absolutely amazing to see, and it shows through the virtual cars. These cars too get a bit of scratching. They get a bit beat up as they go, but it's still so fun to watch and see how these cars take on Le Mans, the 13.5 kilometer circuit that is just challenging in ways that I can't really explain.
And you know what's bizarre? Looking at the iRacing track map of this track, they're marking it off with 33 turns in all. I was counting the amount of turns on the VIR Grand layout. Anyone who's driven around that track, there's a very bizarre comparison to make, but driving around the VIR Grand Circuit is a bit like doing laps around a very upset tapeworm. It is a very twisty track, to be sure. I was actually counting the corners that are numbered, either with its own unique number or it's marked as turn 14A or turn 14B. Lots of examples of that at VIR. Strangely enough, though, that track has, I believe it was 34 turns at the end of it all. So actually a little bit one more than Le Mans, which really speaks volumes about how twisty that track is and how open this one here at Le Mans is.
It's such a big difference, though, in the layout and in the run. And, we talked about it earlier in commentary, just how flat out this track is. 75% of the lap, you're open throttle and just absolutely sending it. So you just have to be brave all the way around this track. And anything can go wrong at any time. And as we can see, if things go right, they go very right, especially if you look at our class leaders.
And looking at our class leaders and noticing the gaps that we have at the present moment, I think we are enough along into our time on this broadcast, Brad, that we will bring in our first interview, and it's going to be Ruby Nekomata. I apologize for the butchered name pronunciation, who will be joining us here in the commentary booth in a couple of moments. Part of the Queen's Design number 56 in LMP2. Ruby, welcome into the booth, and I want to ask you how this race has gone thus far.
It's not been too great. I mean, the start was really great. We got pole, and Mia was just absolutely flying. And then we hit a few issues once AC got on the car. We had a few issues of our own, also just getting unlucky. And once Haley got made contact with somebody else, or I forget what happened, I wasn't there at the moment. But when I got in the car, we were about 17th in class, and we were just absolutely nowhere now. But I mean, it is what it is, and we're gonna keep our head in it because it's for a great cause, and we're having fun. And everybody, Mia and I are just trying to train everybody else in our team with this race, and it's kind of a trial by fire. But you know what? That's the fun of it, I guess.
Yeah, it's just an event to raise some money and have some good fun. Certainly a good result would be some nice small little bragging rights to have at the end of 24 hours. But just here to have some fun and raise some money for a fantastic cause, as you said. I want to ask you this. What does running in this event really mean to you, being a part of this charity event?
I mean, it means a lot to me. I know a lot of these people who are participating alongside us. Like some of these are longtime friends. Even other people in the whole teams, like Mirai United and Technoburst, they're like VTuber teams. And me as a VTuber, it's just cool to see each other in the same race, trying to compete for the same positions in the same class. And it's just so nice to see everybody just come together. It's been a lot of fun. I just wish we didn't have as many issues, but it's all right. I mean, it's not all about the win. I mean, to me, it's all about the win. But still, it's still fun.
it may not be completely about the win, but a win certainly wouldn't be too bad of a thing to have at all. But hey, it's I gotta say I'm with you. Just being a part of an event like this, seeing the world of sim racing unite together to raise some money for a very good cause is always absolutely awesome to see. But Ruby, before we let you go and get back with your team, I'll pass the floor off to you to give any thanks or shouts out that you would like before we let you go.
Thanks to Samantha Tan, for letting me do a stint at her shop. I was actually at a Cars and Coffee event that she held, and I had this race today, and I was like, oh no, I need to do a stint. I need to actually race here, but also I want to go to Cars and Coffee. And she was like, why not just do a stint at the shop on one of our sims? And so I had Samantha Tan and Neil Verhagen just behind me giving me like pointers and stuff. I felt kind of nervous, but it was a lot of fun. New rig and everything. It was pretty fun. So thank you to them. And thank you to Queen's Design and Anor Rose for letting us race and putting this team together. And thank you to, thank you to, yeah, that's it. I can't think of anything funny.
I was fully expecting, I'm trying to remember now, who was the Monty Python, John Cleese, who thanked everyone on Earth. Mother Teresa just went through the whole list of everybody on Earth. So I was expecting that. We may end up getting that from someone between now and the end of my time here on the show. But Ruby, thank you for joining us, and we'll let you get back with your team.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty, Brad. So got a chance to have a chat with some of these drivers, and by and large, as much as some of them may be happy about the position they find themselves in, or maybe a bit less happy if they have had some trouble in the early stages, overall just united for a very good cause.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, with the charity events. And I always say that every time there's an endurance event, that we're raising money for a great cause and, doing something to support something bigger than sim racing, I'll say, and not just racing for, the crown and for the win. Just being here is fun. Everyone's here and running for something, and everyone is here, to support the cause. And again, this is called the Race for a Cause 24. So, everyone here is looking to support that and kind of just enjoy the camaraderie and the friendship of your friends as you go here and just enjoy the event and enjoy things through. Riding on board with the 58 LMP2. Who wants a soda? Well, I mentioned it earlier, Diet Dr. Pepper's been my go-to soda run, and I did take my break out of the booth and go get a Diet Dr. Pepper. It's been delicious. So who wants a soda? Well, I got a soda, so I hope somebody else is getting a soda as well as they go through. They're running there. Again, in P10, but I don't think at the end of the day the positions are all that big. Is being able to say you won this event a big deal? Yes, it'd be nice, but it's not always what this is about.
Yeah, and certainly just raising money for a good cause is very nice to do in terms of spending time on the sim rig. Getting some wins is nice, but helping out some people all across the world is certainly good as well. And as we are following this number 58 in that Who Wants a Soda car, I will say, continuing on the soda discussion right before this show, had a glass of full sugar Pepsi. So that's a nice little broadcaster's drink to have. I had that as I was on the air. So usually you think, broadcaster, probably want to stick with water. For some reason, I tend to gravitate towards Pepsi, maybe for like a slight caffeine boost or something like that. I'm a wimp when it comes to caffeine. Here's a first of many stories that's probably going to be shared by me during my time on this broadcast, so buckle in, folks. Back in 2018, the day before my brother's wedding, my older brother gave me a can of Red Bull to have. Just gave me a single can, and back then, I'm trying to remember, so that's why my room's starting to fill up with smoke, because I'm thinking too hard. I was 14 at that point in time, so 14-year-old me with a can of Red Bull. I took a couple sips of it, and on the drive back from the reception dinner the night before the wedding, I was in the car, in the passenger seat with my dad alongside, and for the entire car ride, I was just going... So I'm not sure what happened with that Red Bull, but I feel like it must have changed something inside me, because I don't think I've been the same since.
I mean, it probably gave you wings if I had to guess, but that's amazing. Of course, we have one of our wonderful admin for the event, one of the coordinators who has mentioned they are on their second Red Bull of the day. I respect that. I'm trying to save mine for what will be the fun, for me, it'll be the early morning commentary, but of course, I'm US based, so it'll be 2 a.m. when I'm commentating through. So that'll be what happens for me. And when I bust out the energy drinks, I might get a little slap happy. I might get yelled at by our producers behind the scenes, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that one. So those morning hours here at Le Mans are going to be great. You know, if it's not Red Bull, if it's not an energy drink, if it's not a Diet Dr. Pepper or a full sugar Pepsi, it's definitely going to be some cake around Le Mans. That is all I will say on that one because, well, I'm not going to say something too wild.
Yeah, oh boy, not touching that one. We'll just leave that be. But yeah, I think full sugar Pepsi is enough to jolt me for one of these shows and keep the energy flowing and hoping not to overheat too badly. I'm not sure how it is for you, Brad, because I know you're a little bit farther south on the East Coast than I am, as we see side-by-side racing heading off through into the Indianapolis section. That's involving some of the contenders in LMP2 at the present moment. That's looking like some very close quarter stuff, dealing with some GT3 traffic as well. The traffic always going to be a big factor in a race like this here at Le Mans, and as much as you do have those long straightaways where you can dispatch of some traffic, you get to the tight and twisties, and the next thing you know, that traffic discussion is going to be either a good point or just an absolutely terrible one. It can go either way, but still some side-by-side racing going on involving these two teams. Who wants a soda card? The number 58 on the outside, maybe needing a just spilling some soda out of the back of their car to blind the competitor they're running with.
Yeah, and I think it's a good run, too, to watch these cars come through. The nighttime stints at Le Mans get real wild in every way that you can think of. Not necessarily just commentary, but the drivers. You know, you hit that nighttime stint where things can get a little bit slap happy for the drivers. They can lose that little bit of lapse of concentration. It's dark. You know, the entire view of the track that they got used to is different. Riding on board right here with Dogbox Racing Alpha, you could see through the Ford chicanes just slightly misjudging the braking zone, able to save it, but nothing too crazy going on there. Just have to hold on to it and get through. But one little moment like that goes the wrong way. You know, earlier in the race, one of the things we saw a lot was that the GTPs love to lock up the back end and just absolutely spin off, and then the GT3s love to pull the Doc Huts and turn right to go left. And saw that a lot from the GT3s on corner entries, and they really have to make sure to save it. And we can see here from David De Silva with Dogbox Racing Alpha, just not as tidy of a lap as you would probably want from the number 06. Just missing an apex here, just slightly off the line there, but that can all add up through the stint.
Yeah, and as someone who has run a little bit of endurance racing both on iRacing and in real life, I can assure you that being in a good frame of mind is super, super important. Drawing some experience from my own time doing a endurance kart race here in Pennsylvania. It was at this track, Lehigh Valley Grand Prix up in Allentown. As you can see, the GTP licking the stamp and sending it hang down into that first chicane. Holy cow. That's some bravery that you're going to see from the GTPs. Yeah, the hypercars, I should say, my American brain immediately defaulting to the GTP classification. Nope, it is a hypercar. But the hypercars have to play the game of lap traffic chicken, as I like to coin it, going for some moves and maybe finding yourself in a world of trouble. The game of lap traffic roulette, so to speak, for an event like this. You want to go for the dives, you want to try and deal with the traffic as best as you can, but sometimes it may not come out too well for you. We'll note the leader in LMP2, the number 23, currently being driven by Dominic Eisenberg, has come down pit lane from the lead in class, so we'll have to see how they shake out compared to Michael Grossberger in the number 42 car, currently slotted in second in the LMP2 class. Still very early doors into this race. Haven't hit the halfway mark quite yet. We'll be doing that in Brad and I's time on the air. And touching back on the point you raised a few moments ago, Brad, I believe when you come back into the booth later on at 11, I'll be joining you for the first hour. So we're both going to be pulling the late shift right to midnight. You're actually going to be carrying on slightly later than me. So my salute goes out to you.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I always enjoy those real late night, early morning stints. I like the sunrise of the endurance races because it just kind of adds that extra energy into the race. You know, you hit that nighttime run here for the drivers and they're trying to survive the night and get through. And then that sun starts to shine a little bit. The sun starts to rise. The morning starts to hit. And then it just injects a new energy, and it's like the race comes alive again and just gets absolutely wild, and you never know what's going to happen or where things are going to land, and it just mixes things up, and things get absolutely amazing as it comes through.
As we see a moment involving Grant Yingling and the number 121 car getting a big checkup. That, I believe, is coming out of the second chicane. It was just on the screen before we saw that replay, trying to get spun back around in the right direction. Here is a moment involving Sean Langton in the 555 car. That's heading off right towards the beginning of the lap. A big sideways snap and taps the wall ever so slightly. Could have been a lot worse, but could have been a lot better for sure. That was heading through the S's right towards the beginning of the lap, right before Tetra Rouge, so that's not the ideal way to tackle the opening sector of this lap. But Brad, I believe we have Jessica Perry waiting in the interview waiting area, and I think I have some slight technical issues from my perspective, so I believe I'm going to pass this interview off to you if you'd like to have a chat with her.
Yeah, let's bring in Jessica Perry here. And Jessica, good, well, I'm going to say morning, afternoon, evening. I don't know what time of day it is, but Jessica, how is Le Mans treating you and your team?
Well, we're not even halfway through, and we've used, across the two teams, we've used 5 of our fast repairs already, so, yeah.
Le Mans is challenging, I will say that. Can you kind of talk me through for your teams just sort of what the challenges have been for the race and where really the Rainbow Racing teams are sitting and what the end goal is going to be for your teams here?
So the end goal, as always, is just to finish the race. We don't care about where we finish ever. It's all about finishing. The main issue probably has been keeping temperature in the tyres, and then later in the stint when the tyres get worn off, just trying to get grip. Especially in the Porsche curves, very difficult there.
So, kind of looking at the difficulties of Le Mans, the challenge of the track, kind of looking at your car specifically, the Helios car, how do you feel that your team is doing here with the Helios car? Currently sitting P15 in class, but still out and running. How is Bailey handling the car currently?
We're all doing well. We're all finding the car really fun to drive. So, I think Bailey's our fastest driver. We just set a personal best that lap, so we're going good at the moment.
Glad to hear. And then how did you all decide the Porsche? I have to ask, because there's so many different GT3 cars. How did you all decide to run the Porsche?
Of all the cars, of all the GT3s I've driven, the Porsche just suits me the best, and I think the others all prefer the Porsche as well, so it was quite an easy decision for us to choose.
Awesome. And Jessica, just kind of how important is it for you for this fundraiser here? We're at 4,240 euros out of 4,500 is our current goal going through, but we're not even halfway through the race. Kind of talk to me about the significance of this fundraiser, kind of how it helps you, your team, and how you feel it, the importance of it.
It means a lot to us. Obviously, our motto at Rainbow Racing is that racing is for everyone. So it's why I set up Rainbow Racing in the first place, to give LGBTQ plus people a place, a community where they can be themselves and race. So it's good that we can also raise money for charity as well.
Awesome. And Jessica, final question before I let you go back to your team here. What is your favorite soda?
Oh.
If you have one.
I'm going to have I mean, I'm sponsored, but I'm gonna have to go with Monster Energy, which is not the one that I'm sponsored by.
That's okay. I'm sure the sponsors will understand, especially trying to get through an endurance race. So, Jessica, is there anyone you want to thank or shout out before we let you go back and hang out with your team for the final 14 and a half hours?
I'd like to say thanks to my girlfriend, Zoe. Hi, Zoe.
Awesome. And Jessica, good luck to your team for the rest of this race. And thanks for stopping in to chat.
Thank you.
And that right there was Jessica Perry joining us here in the commentary booth. Again, nice to have a chat with some of these drivers as they continue to tackle this race. Obviously going to have a whole lot of transfers all throughout. Many different drivers coming in throughout, and just good to see it. That is for certain. Here's a moment for Grant Yingling. We saw him have a moment not terribly long ago. He has another one, this time coming out of the Porsche S's. I don't believe he was alone in that GTP category, as I'll rewire my brain eventually. Hypercar. It's Hypercar. Here's a Hypercar, the number 41 BMW of Taylor Mills, having a moment heading off through the Indianapolis section of corners. A series of corners which, despite just being two 90-degree left and right-handers, is a pain in the butt to try and nail down.
Yeah, no, those corners Indianapolis and Arnage are hairpins. Even if they're just 90-degree corners, they feel like hairpins, and they're very difficult. And that is for me because I am just not as good of a driver as every other driver that's on track right now. That is where the lap goes downhill for me. I can run through Mulsanne and have no issues at all, but as soon as I hit Indianapolis, through the Porsche curves, that's where my lap goes absolutely downhill. It is deceptively difficult how hard that section, turn 20 if you want to give it the corner number, through 33. But Indianapolis, Arnage, Porsche curves, Ford chicanes, that section of track is so deceptively difficult, and it just, you make one small mistake and it's completely game over when it's all said and done. I can't really say how hard that is.
Yeah, I gotta say, picking out a hard corner to drive around here is a rather tough ask, because look, I mean, it's some of the most iconic corners in the world of motorsports are here at Le Mans, but there's also so many that they're incredibly rewarding when you nail them down, but if you have a little mistake heading through there, it is so tricky to try and get right. I'm trying to think of what section is the one that usually bites me on the tail. I would probably end up saying, strangely enough, the exit out of the first chicane. I don't know what it is. I feel like in certain cars I can never nail down the exit coming out there. Maybe it's just me not being a very good driver. You'll become to realize if you ever see me in the sim that there's a good reason why I'm behind a microphone instead of behind the wheel. So I don't know, maybe it's just me, but the exit out of the first chicane was always the big trouble spot for me. Brad, I'll pass it off to you and say, what's a section of this track that has been you the hardest over the years?
Easily the second Porsche curve every time. I don't know what it is, but I can get through the first Porsche curves and be fine, and then when you come through 25, 26, that is where things just absolutely go downhill, and it is a horrible time. Riding on board right now, speaking of that section of the track, with Andrew Taphorn in the BMW hypercar pulling off a beautiful move there to get into P5. That was a brave move to run that car through the Porsche curves, the section of the track that I genuinely dislike the most, and send that through and around, and now you come through the Ford chicane, hold on to it, and now head towards the Dunlop curve for the next lap. And really at that point you have that pass secured there for fifth, and you just have to kind of keep going here at the moment where it stands. And just a great job all the way around, watching those very intense battles, the bravery in the in the hypercar category, in the hypercars. Man, I'm gonna fall into the same thing you've fallen into, to get that number 11 Punk Crew car around and up. And now we hop on board with the 557, the BMW Implorer, which was the car that the Punk Crew passed. Andrew Taphorn did, and now just kind of try to find some space to get back through. It's so hard. It is so hard once you get past and that gap opens up to close things back up, but you have to do it quickly, Ron.
And as we continue to follow the 557 in that hypercar category, the class is still led by the Olympus Esports Atlas number 21 car. And speaking of Olympus Esports, we actually have the co-owner of Olympus Esports and a gentleman who I've had many conversations with over the years, Mr. Charles Bashelle, waiting there in the interview waiting area. So I'll drag him into the booth here. Charles, welcome into the booth, man. You thought you were going to have a day break away from me, but you would be wrong. Welcome into the booth, man. How's it going?
Ron, it is always good to hear your voice. How are you, sir?
I am doing pretty all right. Already have a couple of like 30 minutes here in the booth on this broadcast for an absolutely wonderful cause, and seeing your team run up at the front overall.
Yeah, having a good run so far. We've had a couple issues here and there, but the drivers have really done a great job, not just in preparation, but in the race as well. And we're looking forward to, still obviously a long time to go here. So we're looking forward to just continue on and see if we can hold that lead and finish off the race and get the win.
And still a long time left to go in this event, 14 and a half hours. And obviously your team, not just running in the hypercar class, you've got entries all throughout. So I want to ask you about some of the teams you've got running out there for Olympus.
Yeah, so obviously we've got our GTP team that's running up front. We've also got an LP2 team that's currently running sixth. It's been a really tough stint for Grant here in the last half hour or so. He's had some contacts with some other cars on the track, had a couple of spins as the track and the tires and everything are changing. So a little bit of struggle, but we'll get it rounded up. And early in the day, both Grant, Chris, and Kane have done a great job in the car. So we've got good pace, and so it's just a matter of just tightening things up and kind of putting some things out of our head, and we'll move forward, and we'll see if we can get back up on the podium before the end of this race is over.
Yeah, and still a lot of time left to go in this absolutely wonderful event, raising money for a great cause. We've asked this of everyone who's come in for a chat with us thus far in my time on this show. I want to ask you this as well. Definitely a bit of a different perspective since you are the team owner there of Olympus Esports, but still involved in this wonderful event nonetheless. What does it mean to you to be a part of this race for the cause here in 2025?
I mean, well, it's real simple. One of our drivers is very passionate about this because she is part of this community, and she asked if we wanted to compete, and obviously there's a donation involved with putting the car in there, and I said absolutely. So let's see if we can. We'll see if we got have drivers that want to join in. Oh, sorry. Watching some more issues in the Ford chicane there. So we're, we've got drivers who are passionate about this, and we want to support our drivers. So when Nina came in and said, "Hey, do you want to put a team in?" I said, "Absolutely. We'll see if we're going to do one or two." And we had drivers that volunteered to come in and take their time out to prep and drive in the race, and so here we are. I mean, it's all about the team supporting the drivers because they are the ones who put the product on the track. And they're the ones who get the glory, but that glory comes down to the team as well. So we want to make sure that these drivers are able to participate in events that show off their passions, and we'll happily support them in doing that.
Yeah, and awesome to see your team involved in this wonderful event, raising now $4,240.
Yeah,
again, very close
amazing.
to that 4,500 euro goal. So that is pretty darn awesome indeed. But Charles, I will give the floor off to you if there's anybody you want to give a thanks or a shout out before we let you go. Get back.
I get to give thanks and shout outs today. That's so awesome. So, Ron, obviously, thank you. Thanks for RaceSpot for putting this on for the broadcast. Fantastic. I've got the broadcast up on a side monitor here for the entire event. Checking in and just hear what you guys are saying about us, and we really appreciate the eyeballs to everybody out there watching. Obviously, I can't do it without my team. It's the drivers. It's Nina and Victor and Andreas, Patrick, TC, Chris, Grant, Kane, and Lubov, who will be in the car later. So good luck to the RaceSpot announcers for coming up with the pronunciation of her last name. I will be listening, and we will be clipping any really, really good ones. But it's the thanks to them once again for putting in the time and effort. I mean, obviously Nina has already been in the car. This is her first week in the GTP. She's just a fantastic racer, so I will specifically call her out. She does a lot of open wheel stuff, and she's very, very good with kind of building setups to suit her nature. And she's just very, very intelligent, obviously, and also works in the racing industry as well. So I want to give her proper thanks and proper shout outs for just really working hard to get up to the pace of these other drivers who drive this car week in and week out. Finally, just our sponsor, HSR Autos, our affiliates, Exclaim, Abruzzi, and Grip Engineering. We really appreciate all the work, all the partnerships, and the work they do for us. And we'll look forward to seeing some more of these drivers out here. Obviously, with my other side job that I do, I see a lot of these names week in and week out. So it's great to have a team involved with them. And we'll see if we continue on here and see how we do at the end of this race.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing how your team will tackle the next couple hours whilst I'm on this show from the lead in the hypercar category. Charles, always good to have a chat with you, and looking forward to the next time I get to bleed your ear off in the not too distant future, man. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. See you tomorrow, Ron.
And that right there was Mr. Charles Bashelle. He has heard my voice way too many times with some other broadcasts. A fantastic guy, though, mind you. So nice to see his team out there. And talk about a team throwing their support behind someone. That's always pretty awesome. Brad, I will let you get a word in edgewise here, as there's also Jules Grandjean joining us in the other commentary booth. So I'll pass it off to you.
Yeah, we'll pull down Jules here and see how Jules is doing with the race. Jules, good evening, good afternoon. I'm presuming it's either evening or early morning for you with everything I know. How are you doing?
It's fine, I'm doing fine. Much better than I thought I would do. I haven't driven that car for I'd say a month. So
yeah,
we're doing good here.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Talk to me about how that Spec 7 Racing Team Cadillac is getting along here in Hypercar. Currently sitting P10, but you all are looking fairly pacey and fairly competitive.
I'm a bit surprised that you say that because, as Brian told you earlier, we have a big issue with top speed because he put too much rear wing. So I think we lost 5 to 10 kph against the other car. I'm surprised you say that, honestly.
Well, watching your car go through, you all haven't looked bad here through the nighttime. So even if you are down a little bit of pace, I mean, you're not doing bad, all things considered. Yeah. So what's the end goal for the team with that little bit of a setup problem?
Top 10. We won't go the top 10. We are too slow to catch the car ahead. And I don't know if behind us they're much faster or not. So we will aim the top 10.
Well, Jules, your team's currently sitting top 10, so definitely in the goal where it stands.
Yes. I think we will not go much higher than P10 or P9, depending on if the cars ahead have crashed a lot or not. But for now, yeah, that's top 10.
And Jules, kind of talk to me about, racing here for a very important cause today. Talk to me about what that means for you and your team.
We are happy to be here. We are all supporting this cause. So, yeah, we are really happy to be here to drive with all these people. And
awesome. Jules, it's great to have you here. Anyone that you want to thank or shout out on behalf of your team before we let you go back and hang out with your team?
Well, I think we want to say thank you to all guys to organize that race and that big event. So thanks to you all.
Awesome. Awesome, Jules. And a big shout out to you. Thanks for stopping in to chat with us. We'll let you go hang back out with your team there, Spec 7 Racing, currently running P10. Goal is the top 10, and you all are well on the way for the goal, but 14 and a half hours left to go.
Thanks. Good night.
And that right there was Jules Grandjean joining us here in the commentary booth. And looking forward to this good night of racing action here, Brad, with 14 hours and 20 minutes left to go. There's been some incidents. This is involving Garnet Adams in the number 28 car. That's a spin coming out of the final corner. And there we go. Around he goes. That Ford chicane right towards the back half of the circuit. There is no elegant way of going through there, is it?
Not at all. And of course, that's the Challenger Chevy Camaro running through. And Garnet, she got that car through pretty well. All things considered, thankfully not running into another car as she was bringing that Camaro around. Nice to see the Challenger class getting through and out. May not be a Garage 56, but I do like a Chevy Camaro, so no harm, no foul there. Still plenty of battles going on track though, Ron. BMW M-Plower 558 is chasing down that number 95 Arctic Sim Racing green right there on screen, separated by 0.2 of a second down the Mulsanne straight. And well, this is going to be a interesting fight to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and this is going to be some fun if these drivers decide to break out into a side-by-side fight in the not-too-far-off future. Get to see the differences in all of these hypercars down the inside, in through the Indianapolis section they go. Let's see how it's going to work out as they approach the Porsche curves with some traffic in the throw as well. It looks like they're going to go either side of that GT3 machine. Look at that, running off the circuit is that BMW. The interesting line splitting the difference, going 3 wide. Not going to work out too well in all of that, but hey, it's a move done nonetheless. The 558 Cadillac getting that move done on the BMW.
Yeah, and getting that move done as quickly as possible. You know, I talked about it earlier in the broadcast, but this is the exception, not the rule, in the patience and endurance racing category for me. So you have to get those passes done when the opportunity presents themselves as quickly as possible. And if you can get that pass done sooner rather than later, make it stick, you might as well go ahead and do it, because that can prove all the difference in where you're at and what's happening for your team as we go through. But that does put that number 558 up into 8th place, a minute 10 off of Vortex Racing Alpha. But really, when you're in this nighttime stint, your goal is just one position at a time. You don't need to be thinking about, well, the race leader is 7 minutes up the road, how do I make up that time? Your goal is just, okay, I got past Arctic Sim Racing here, start to pull the gap, start to work the gap. BMW M-Plower needs to start looking at, okay, Vortex Racing is a minute up the road. How do I make up a minute in the next, few hours? What can I do to find one more position? And that's really how you have to chop up this endurance race block. You can't do it in terms of, oh no, there's 14 hours left to go. It's got to be, okay, how quickly can I get to the car ahead? Do I have the pace to go through? And we kind of heard that with Spec 7 Racing saying, we're down on pace. We know our ultimate goal is P10. So their goal right now is just to continue that P10 position and hold on.
And it feels like the interviews don't stop coming to these drivers looking to have a chat with us, and the next person we'll be dragging in to the commentary booth is Zenith Anema. She's a part of the Dogbox Racing team, and we'll be able to drag her into the commentary booth here in a couple of moments' time. First off, thank you for joining us. Is it Zenith or Zenith?
Zenith Anema. Hi.
Zenith Anema, alrighty. Thank you for joining us, Zenith, and we'll pass the floor off to you. Want to have a chat with us about how things have gone thus far for the other Dogbox team out there.
Yeah, hello, my name is Zenith Anema. For those who know me, you probably know me better as Diesel. I am the team founder for Dogbox Racing, and I actually just got off of work. I've been trying to watch the race whenever I could at work, but we've had a lot of deliveries today, but I've been keeping tabs on everybody. And I've been watching whenever I can. I've seen a few of the incidents. I've seen a lot of the battles. I was here for a majority of the start of the race, especially with DJ battling, I think it was Mirai United or another LMP2 team. But yeah, I've been seeing what's been going on, and honestly, I'm really proud of my team. I'm a little sad that I couldn't race today, but I'm glad they're carrying the torch for me.
and still running out there as long as we are into this race. And it's been a pretty good race up to this point. Lots of battling going on into the night shift, though. These drivers looking to tackle this racetrack as best as they possibly can. It's tough, though, in conditions like this, just trying to keep your head screwed on properly. So how's the sort of pumping up of the drivers, just trying to keep them in the right frame of mind to stay on their A game?
Yeah, definitely. I just got home, so I'm definitely going to go and personally check in on them once I'm done here. But yeah, I have had a few people keep tabs for me, and they've been keeping each other going. It's been really nice knowing that they're driving so well together without me being there, because usually I feel like I'm the one that's kind of just keeping stuff together, but I'm really proud of the team for keeping it together while I was gone.
Well, I unfortunately have the other news to break that the 06 just had a moment coming out of the S's in that small little stretch between turns number 7 and 8. Slight tap of the barrier. I end up seeing them come down pit lane here in a couple of moments. So before I jinx you anymore and your team, it looks like trying to figure out if there's any damage on that race car with a little bit of weaving heading down that back straightaway. I want to ask you about your perspective with the team being a part of such a wonderful event like this.
Honestly, it's really nice. Like, even though I'm not in the car myself this year, it's been really nice seeing everything come together, especially considering that I actually started my sim racing career with Prismatic, and then I got picked up by Makoni Setup Shop, and then I was actually allowed to create Dogbox, which actually Dogbox originally started off as a one-off joke that I just randomly had one day, and I asked my boss, I was like, hey, what do you feel about a dog-themed racing team? And, you know, you sponsor us and let us use the stuff. So he's like, okay. And I didn't expect him to say yes, and here we are. And I'm honestly really glad that I've made it as far as I did, but I don't think I would be here without Prismatic. So in a way, this is kind of feels like full circle to be in here. We actually raced last year. I don't think we finished last year, but we ran the Pride Pool, Porsche, GTP, and GT3. So to see them going longer than I could last year is just really nice. Like, I don't know, it's just nice to see something that I created, you know, be shown so much love on screen and also on the track. Like, it's just really nice. It's euphoric in a way.
And I gotta say, from my perspective as a commentator, I always enjoy being a part of a wonderful event like this, and just awesome to see the camaraderie in the sim racing world coming together to raise some money for an absolutely wonderful cause. But Zenith, thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth and giving your insights about your perspective being a part of that Dogbox racing team. And before we let you go and have a chat with your team, as you've just gone back into your house, is there anybody you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I want to thank Prismatic Motorsports for basically jump-starting my sim racing career and also putting on one hell of a show. I would like to thank my teammates that are driving right now. I believe DJ's in the car right now, so shout-outs to DJ. Shout-outs to Peppercoin, who's been doing race strategy. Shout-outs to Paige, who has yet to be in the car, but will be. Zin, who is not a member of the dog team, but has a dog tag as a guest. And of course, my girlfriend Brew, who not only edited the livery, because I made the livery and she edited it while I was away for a month or two, and also has been carrying a lot of like the organization stints for me. So, hi babe, I love you. Te amo, Catarina. And also, thank you all for donating and or cheering for us.
And still seeing that donation bar continue to rise, $4,240, not terribly far away from that 4,500 euro goal. I keep calling it dollars. It's euros that we're raising here at the present moment, but still, I mean, I've been calling Hypercar GTP, so maybe my American brain just a little bit wired to think in a certain way. But thank you so much for joining us here in the commentary booth, Zenith, and we'll let you go and be with your team.
Yep, thank you again. Go Dogbox. Back.
That was right there was Zenith Anema. That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Zenith. I should have kept her in the commentary booth for a little bit. I think I got her off mid-bark there, but nevertheless, Brad, nice to see the team and just generally nice atmosphere. You know, we were kind of not necessarily poking fun, but noting the Who Wants a Soda racing team. Just seeing the drivers obviously taking this event seriously and teams realizing that they're here to race, but they're also just here to have a good time at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the camaraderie and just the friendship, again, and, you know, kind of seeing, you know, the team principals get involved as well. It shows you just how many people are truly involved in making this event happen for the teams. You know, it's not just a group of people that are just sort of hanging out to hang out. You've got drivers jumping in, you've got teams jumping in, you've got a lot more things getting, a lot more drivers and people getting involved for such an amazing cause. Of course, we're fundraising to benefit belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, and you know, seeing all of the that's not what you're going to want to see though if you're a dog box fan. Is the rear axle locking up and that car snapping around in the chicane. Thankfully did not hit a wall, no issues there. We get back going, but yeah, maybe not what you're going to want to see, but you know, goes to show that the nighttime at Le Mans, it can come out and get you.
Yeah, in conditions like this, a track continuing to cool temperature-wise, you're going to find yourself having to perform a balancing act, and doubly so considering the damage that may be on that race car after that moment not terribly long ago, heading off through the opening series of corners some laps ago. I think I could actually see a little bit of tweaking to the back of that race car, maybe crabbing ever so slightly. Looks like it's dancing for sure, heading down the straightaway off through into turn 16 right now. That straightaway on the exit of Mulsanne, the site of many interesting moments to be sure. I believe, I don't believe it was the main one that everyone sees clips of, but I think one of Mark Webber's aerial acrobatics in the Mercedes CLK, I guess at that point it was the CLK GTR back in the late 90s, having those aerial acrobatics for one of the runnings here of the Le Mans 24. I believe, strangely enough, some of them did happen on the Mulsanne straightaway, but I believe a decent chunk of them actually happened in the blast between Mulsanne and Indianapolis.
Yeah, that does sound right for some reason in my head, and I can't tell you for sure either, but it does sound right the way you've described it. So, I mean, just Le Mans is such a good track. I keep coming back to that. Le Mans is such a good track for such good racing, because I don't know what else to really say other than just this track is amazing. Going through, it's a great stage too to have such a fun event and fun race here. I've been trying to keep my eye on the GT3 category here as we go on, because I'm in disbelief at the moment the way the gap is currently shaping up. A 2-lap lead there from Menezes in Satellite Racing Solar, ahead of the Wiskins Racing Intoxicated by iTelemetry that's currently piloted by George Tyler. And hearing that it's a 2-lap lead just absolutely blows my mind. I don't know how they've pulled out 2 laps, but they have, and it's impressive.
Yeah, it is absolute insanity. The driver of that number 64 car, Christian Mendeniz, very fast in the world of iRacing, have some experience commentating on events that he's been a part of in the past. He is a formidable contender, and based off the fact that he and his team find themselves in the race lead in GT3 that far ahead, really speaks volumes about how quick of a driver he is. And let's see how this race is going to shake out. A big gap like that, it's a double-edged sword in a way, because as much as it's good to have a gap like that, it can also do your head in a little bit. If you're like, okay, I got a 2-lap gap, I can take it easy, that's usually when those mistakes are going to start to pile up.
And the thing is, too, I mean, this track is all about rhythm. It's all about comfort. So what you literally cannot do is take it easy if you're in that rhythm, if you're in that routine. You cannot afford to leave that routine and leave that rhythm. You've got to stick to the rhythm that you know, because when drivers have to come off of that rhythm, or they decide to come off that rhythm even a little bit, that's where those mistakes creep in. That's where you see drivers make mistakes, go into barriers, and all of a sudden a 2-lap lead is gone, and you are in fact the 1-2 laps behind. So we see still continuing to go through. We've been following the number 100 LMP2, the turn 1 car piloted by Pedro Marquez here, in 19 seconds away from Beta Frost, but has been gaining a little bit, I believe, from what we've seen. I could be wrong with that, but I feel like Pedro's been trying to gain a little bit and trying to find time here. A little bit of traffic fight through here at the moment, and now just continuing to run this LMP2 through. I always say it, but I think LMP2 is my favorite class. It's the class I typically race, and it tends to be, I find, the most forgiving and the most fun at the same time.
And, you know, from my perspective, Brad, I'm a guy who usually just enjoys driving in cars that feel so cartoonishly quick around a circuit. I absolutely adore the Mercedes Formula One car. You can put that car on just about any track. Could be on a Cadwell Woodlands, the figure eight configuration at Slinger Speedway. I will always enjoy running incredibly fast around a racetrack. So I usually tend to gravitate towards the quickest cars, but I'm with you. I got that LMP2 when it was introduced into the iRacing platform, and one of the most enjoyable yet also rather frustrating experiences was running that LMP2 car around the Nordschleife, trying to get the best time that I possibly could. It was such a rewarding experience when I would get 98% of the lap down. Whoa, as you can see, that's a big sideways moment. Holy cow, that 100 car with a big moment. That's turn 1, nearly losing and coming out of turn number 7. And holy cow, that could have ended in tears. This track's so unforgiving at certain spots, but I have to say, I am absolutely with you, Brad. That LMP2 car, such a fun car to run around. The story I was sharing of enjoying 98% of a lap in the LMP2 around the Nordschleife, then losing it coming out of the final few corners. Then I would punch my steering wheel, but in the couple of minutes leading up to it, it was basically driving heaven. That LMP2 car, that the Laura, I believe it'd be the P217, I think is the name of the car on iRacing. Just an absolute gem. I know a lot of people kind of dogpile on LMP2 racing in real life, being like, oh, it's a spec class, it's a spec class. It doesn't matter if it's a spec class or otherwise. It's still such a fun car to drive around on iRacing.
It's great racing in real life. It's great racing in iRacing. I don't care who you are. Do not disrespect the LMP2, because this is a class that gives a lot, that adds a lot, and is extremely challenging. As you can see, it's easy to drive, it's hard to master, and it commands just a delicate touch at times to come through. But as we can see there with turn 1 going through, turn 1 racing there, you can have some pretty scary moments here. You have the number 8 hypercar in the Cadillac currently down 4th place in class, and that is going to be Beta Frost coming through. Let's see where they come out in relation to BMW and Plower. Joshua Easy is currently the driver behind the wheel there, and that's going to close that gap down to about 10 seconds, but there is still pit stops to be had for the BMW and Plower car, so that gap will change quite a bit, as Beta Frost has now taken advantage of getting into the pits, getting out of the pits, and we'll see how these gaps begin to ebb and flow for all of the drivers.
And still seeing this race develop as the laps go on, following that black flag number 11 car, heading his way out of that quick little chicane into the Ford chicane, which I think we were talking about earlier on, feeling like an incredibly abrupt section to run around. I feel like in these GTP cars, it is so tricky to try and nail down, kissing those curves as much as you dare. But if you whack them too badly, you're going to find yourself in low Earth orbit. The curves heading through that section can be notoriously unforgiving. Have seen that already in our time on this broadcast thus far, Brad, and none of the classes are really immune from that, even those drivers running in the supercars.
Yeah, it is. The curbs are dangerous. I don't care who you are. The curbs are extremely dangerous. It's the P12 LMP2, the number 66. Ronald Mansfield is now into the pits here. So no pit stop parties to be had here, where the entire field dives into pit lane at the same time and then dives out and goes. Of course, you know, we had that wet race start that really mixed things up, and we are possibly going to get some rain later in the race. We'll see how that goes. You didn't hear that officially from me, but it is a possibility, is what I'll say. So we'll see how that shapes things up here, as there is a driver change for the number 66 LMP2 running down in 12th place, and that is the Oceanic Outlaws powered by VOC. In and out, done and dusted. Car goes down, finish fueling it up, and then send it on out about its way.
And still waiting for them to leave their pit stall at the moment in the number 66 machine. 35, 36, 37 seconds stopped in their pit stall. Jump back to the GT3s. We've got a battle going on for 41st at the moment. This is a battle for 41st overall, involving Redmond Racing, and this is going to be a rather good battle between these drivers. I thought we were about to have that age like milk, but no, Redmond Racing in that 500 car not coming down in pit lane. This is for 9th in that GT3 class. Redmond and Onid, the 500 being tailed by the number 900, currently running in P9 and P10 respectively. Onid Racing with that Mustang, trying to chase down the Mercedes 2 cars, which I feel like are usually the ones that are most synonymous when it comes to enjoyable straight line blast in GT3s. They're always usually the ones that top out the best in the straight lines. I guess here at Le Mans, maybe the good cars to be in.
Did you just catch that number 500 has on the back bumper "Rip the Cones"?
I did not, which honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed that I didn't, considering my autocrossing background here in America with the SCCA.
Yeah, if we get another front bumper shot there from the number 10, that 900 Onid Racing car, right there you can kind of see it on the camera, but if we can get another front bumper shot there, Rip the Cones is on that front bumper, and it is absolutely hilarious because this car I would think would be so compliant, so fun to drive, and so easy to handle. The AMG would be a great power car to have here down the Mulsanne Straight, but instead Rip the Cones apparently acknowledging that sometimes the AMG is not the favorite through corners here. Side by side, Onid and Redmond go down into the first chicane down the Mulsanne Straight, and it is going to be that number 900 Onid Racing that is going to get ahead. Rip the Cones, and well, Rip P9, as Redmond Racing now has the challenge of fighting back. The pass done through the first chicane, and as we go down in towards the second chicane, I have a feeling that Onid, if they can get the pass back before Indianapolis, they will be able to hold onto the position.
As we are continuing to see this race develop, and this battle maybe flare up yet again. You can see some hypercar traffic going to be catching up these drivers, maybe getting them dealt with in that flat-out blast down the final bit of the Mulsanne straightaway, breaking up with those 2 chicanes. I feel like it's going to be a matter of time before I pull up racingcircuits.info and start talking about all the track changes that have been made here to Le Mans over the years. But side-by-side racing go flare up between these two, Onid and Redmond Racing. They're currently not alone, as you can see the 42 in the hypercars running very close. That side-by-side racing heading down at the end of that straightaway into Mulsanne, and that's Redmond Racing in the number 500 car holding on to that spot for now. Rip the Cones still running in P9 and Rip the outside line heading through Mulsanne. That was a very slick move.
Not saying I called it, but just saying I called that one entirely. Getting that pass done down the Mulsanne Straight early on does not secure the position. Unfortunately, if you have the position in the Porsche curves, you're going to hold the position probably for the remainder of the lap, unless somebody gets real brave and decides to go for a pass down the Porsche curves or into the Ford chicanes, which drivers do on occasion if they are really feeling it. But every once in a while they're not. But sometimes when you're the faster class trying to get by, it's a good option too. When you're separated by about half a second in a battle, just go ahead and force your way around the slower traffic going through Indianapolis and Arnage and try to open up that gap while you can.
And as we continue to develop in this race, we'll raise 2 things. First off, we've had a bit of a swapperoo here on this broadcast. We'd like to welcome our pal Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, who's now working all the cameras and the graphics in the production truck, hoping that our other colleague, Mr. Hugo Luis Calmon, gets some rest, because he has been on this show ever since the drop of the green flag, and even before then, for that matter. So nice to have you in here, Ramiro. And we may also have someone joining us in the form of Olivia Swingset. He's up there in the commentary waiting room. Brad, I think I will pass it off to you if you'd like to have a chat with Oliver.
Yeah, let's bring down Oliver here. And Oliver, I'm going to say good evening / good morning, because I'm going to presume it's either very early in the morning or very late in the night for you. So
it has just passed midnight, so 9 minutes over midnight here currently.
Okay, cool. So I can technically say either good evening or good morning. It doesn't matter which way I say it. So Oliver, how is Le Mans treating the Betafrost number 88?
So far, it's the beginning was rough. We was trying to change the setup in the beginning, due to the weather not being as expected first, and we somehow forgot to change the tires. So we drove the first lap with dry tires and lost a lap there. Other than that, we have pretty much had a okay race for the 88 car. And we also have entry in both GTP and LP2 as well, and they are both in 5th position currently.
So, in Oliver, I want to make sure I have a couple things right on my side. Is it just you and Christopher Dahl? Are you the only 2 drivers in this number 88?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so talk to me about how you all decide to split your stints across a 24-hour race. Like, how are you all deciding to split stints, if you want to share that? And how come there's only 2 of you?
Well, mostly because in our team we have around 25 drivers currently in iRacing. Not everyone is interested in endurance racing, and not everyone got time now during Easter time. So we have 3 teams, and not everyone is interested in driving the GT3 car. So we had 2 entries with GT3s, but we had to take out one of the cars due to one having some family things he had to sort out. So one of the drivers is in the GTP car. So they are 4 there. The reason why we are 2 drivers in the GT3 car is because me and Christopher are both co-owners of Betafrost. So it's kind of a co-owner car, and we just like to drive this race for fun, and the other drivers are quite much better than we are in our team. So we do it for fun, and the other drivers try to compete for something.
Well, all of your team is doing pretty good, regardless of which category we look at right now, I have to say. So kind of looking at things as it stands here for this number 88 Betafrost and for all of your Betafrost entries, how important is it, having 3 cars in this event and, what this event stands for? How important was it for you all as a team to have an entry in every category and show up and support?
Well, for the reason for having cars in all categories, that's just based on what the drivers want. For us, it doesn't matter if we have 2 cars in GTP, for example, and not a car in LP2. That's just up to the drivers. But to have 3 teams included here in the race for cause is quite important for us, because we want to represent the importance of everyone being included into everything.
Awesome, Oliver, and it's great to see Betafrost showing up and supporting. I got to ask, anyone that you want to thank or shout out before we let you go and let you get back to supporting your teammate there, going through just the 2-driver entry for 24 hours? Man, that's brave for you all, but it's exciting. Anyone on behalf of the team you want to shout out?
I would like to give a special shout out to Nico on the GTP team. He's driving his last race for Betafrost this race before moving on to another team. So special thanks to him and to all the other drivers for taking part in this.
Awesome, Oliver, and a big thank you for taking some time out of your race to come chat with us. Good luck for the remaining 13 hours and 51 minutes, and hopefully we'll be chatting with you again later.
Yeah, possibly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always awesome to have a chat with some of these drivers midway through the race, and I think, unless I'm very much mistaken, as we see a battle maybe flaring up in the not too far off future for 6th in LMP2, we may have potentially the best camera of all of the cameras to end all cameras here on this broadcast. I wonder if we could potentially cue that up here in a few moments' time. Maybe the best, maybe the cutest, maybe the funniest. We'll just have to wait and see and get that camera up here in a couple of moments' time, because, oh boy, I see Ramiro talking about in the small little broadcast sex chat that we've got here, and it's a fun one. And there we go, yeah, the stinky can with Georgie McKay. Oh, that dog is off into this is going to be a view. Actually, I was going to say this is going to be a view of me in about 6 hours' time once my time on this broadcast is said and done. But I feel like that's rubbing salt in the wounds a little bit, Brad, considering you're going to be staying for about 2 hours after I am.
Listen, I love the late night, and you can see Stinky's little ear twitching. I think there's some dreams about some, well, hopefully Stinky can't hear us, but there's some dreams about some treats, some toys, some walks, some car rides. Let me just go ahead and say all of the buzzwords for everyone's pets and just go ahead and make every pet owner hate me on a broadcast. But just remember, your pets are your biggest fan. I put it over in one of our private race spot chats that had to move my sim rig to the bedroom because it wasn't getting enough use. And my cats have decided it is their sleeping place. So we literally wake up in the morning and I have a play seat that folds in half. And on the top will sit our older cat, and then our younger cat, who's just about 1.5 years, almost 2 years old, sits inside the play seat. So they kind of have their hierarchy, and they have decided that that is theirs. That is their bed, and that is where they sleep. That's where they chill out, and it lets them look out a window, and they actually threw a fit until I moved it there.
Yeah, I feel a little bit jealous in that regard. I've never really been able to have a pet in the 20 years that I've been here on planet Earth. My mother was always allergic to cats and dogs, and then once I got into my own personal racing adventures, we never really had the opportunity to care for a cat or a dog. I think the only animal we really had was a pet goldfish in the house back when I was about 6 years old, and that was just keeping tabs on it for one of my mother's coworkers who was out on vacation at the time. So never really had a pet like that. But here in my circle, living in the cul-de-sac that I do, and not to dox myself any further, so I will refrain from making any further comments about my location. We have this stray cat who's been around the neighborhood for many moons, and all of us in the house have all agreed that the cat's name is Bootsy, but for the earliest time, I always want to call that stray cat Bojangles. Now, I want to pass this by you, Brad. Which do you think is a better name for the cat? It's an orange and white cat. I'm not sure what the correct technical term would be to describe the cat, but that's roughly how the cat looked. And I feel like Bojangles is always a good name. I've never been to a Bojangles in real life. I don't think there's two that close to where I live. But I always felt like Bojangles was a good name for a cat.
First off, Bojangles is delicious. I'm going to say that, as we have 2 on-screen battles here, 7th in GT3 and 6th in LMP2 that continue through. That LMP2 battle is just still not done, and I think actually this is the same battle, just 2 different angles here that we're watching it from. Look at this as they go through down the Mulsanne Straight. I'm going to say Bojangles is the better name, hands down. Second off, you need to eat some Bojangles. Bojangles is delicious. I would argue that Bojangles is one of the top chicken places that does exist. It's 10 out of 10, I must say. And third off, have you heard of the cat distribution system? Even if you don't want a pet, even if you have a family member allergic, you've heard of the cat distribution system, right? And YouTube chat, you're gonna back me up on the cat distribution system, right? Because the cat distribution system, all important, and you don't really get a say in it, I have to say.
I have heard of the cat distribution system, and a pretty good example involving the exact cat as we see a GT3 car overshooting one of the chicanes on that Mulsanne Straight. So easy to not lock a wheel with those cars with ABS, but very easy to overshoot your braking, unfortunately, for the Redmond racing car of Karl-Johan Nordl. That's exactly what happened a few moments ago. I have seen the cat distribution system work in real time in reference to Bootsy, as we will refer to her, basically to make sure my dad's like, oh, we're not calling her Bojangles now, her name is Bootsy. My best friend Kate, who I live with, has always been around cats during her life. She's always had pet cats. Doesn't at the moment living here in the house, but every single time, like, Bootsy is kind of synonymous for not being the most friendly cat in the world. There's always been a little worry of her biting people and all that jazz, or like scratching at them. Every single time that my friend Kate and Bootsy the cat have interacted, it's basically been it's been a very beautiful, like, nature video of the cat distribution system in progress. And every single time I look at this, I'm like, I feel like I need to like make pretend that I'm having some sort of like moment of some kind so we can get into the house. Otherwise, chances are this cat is probably going to be ending up in the house in due course. So I think I have now officially seen the cat distribution system in real life, and I have to say it is a very beautiful thing.
It really is. It's the best. Diesel in chat saying, I'm literally a dog girl. I've had a stray adopt and cuddle me, and yeah, I've had that experience. It's great. Getting back into racing here before I make myself want to go to my local animal shelter and adopt another cat. Maddie McDonald currently running P9 and the number 99, and I love the setup here. I recognize a Logitech G29 when I see one, or that might be a G923. I don't know. Either way, it's clamped to a desk, and it goes to show you don't have to have, you know, a super advanced, fancy, you know, sim rig, $20,000 setup to get into sim racing competitively. Sometimes it just takes the setup. One of our commentators earlier, I'm not going to say their name in hopes to not send hate their way, made the comment that they run iRacing with an Xbox controller sometimes. And I will say that if I'm not trying to race super sweaty, I do the same thing every once in a while. If it's to get, you know, just some pace laps or just kind of get a feel for something, I will run an Xbox controller. But you don't have to have the fanciest, most advanced setups with, you know, the full seats and the motion rigs and everything to get in and go through. Madeline McDonald here with Broken Eggs Cooking, showing that, hey, just clamp the wheel to the desk and you are okay.
Yeah, I gotta say, on the subject of wheels and all this stuff, and I hear a little bit of shuffling around here as I switch my position of my microphone. My sim rig is actually, I've still got the same Logitech G920 that I've had since about 2018. In fact, actually, I'm not sure if that got picked up on the microphone too much. You can hear the shifting of the wheel. It has done me very, very well. That mounted to the same sim rig that it's been on, one that I think my dad got on Amazon back in 2019 or something like that. The metal's cracked. It's a blue seat that's starting to fall apart, but it has been my go-to sim rig for many, many moons, through from back when I was in middle school all the way through to now where I'm 20 and yapping people's ears off on the internet for a job. But it's done me very, very well. There are definitely some signs of the wear. The throttle pedal, for instance, if I go flat out, sometimes it will not register that I am going flat out. It will basically just flutter the pedal. As here's an interesting development, the leader in that Olympus Esports car, the number 21, currently being driven by Patrick Thompson, they have to come in and serve a black flag. This is a rather big development at the front of Hypercar.
How many times can I say it? A minute 30 isn't enough, because anything can change your race. Olympus Esports Atlas, number 21, Patrick Thompson, going to be kicking themselves here, because what's about to happen? Well, that is going to prove so problematic for them. Serve that black flag come through, and well, all of a sudden, if you're Taylor Mills, we talked to Taylor Mills earlier during my first stint in the booth, and Taylor Mills was very clear about, hey, we're banking on consistency and pace to get us into the position we want to be in, which is to win and go through. She was very clear what her team's goal was, and it's victory. And well, I hate to say it right now, but yeah, she's probably feeling pretty good.
And let's see if Taylor Mills and that number 42 team will be able to mount a challenge to that team. Let's just wait and see. Still a lot of time left to go. 13 hours, 41 minutes, and 55 seconds now. So a lot of time left to go in this race. Can't rule anything out. We'll note the other Taylor Mills Racing number 42 car coming down pit lane up 12 spots in LMP2. That is a rather valiant challenge from them. In a race like this, you will see these teams just cut their way through the field like a hot knife through butter. A lot of time to do that, and nonetheless, it is still a rather impressive feat, as we're seeing the brilliant visuals of Le Mans at night following your leader in the LMP2s of Dominic Eisenberg in that twin-turn sim racing number 23 entry. The sparks flying, heading down that flat-out blast between Mulsanne and Indianapolis. Just the beautiful sight in the darkness.
I just love this track at night. The headlights, the run. There's not track lights, so everything that you see here is just, it's headlights. and that is all you get. It's so fun, really, to watch just how this track comes alive at night. It produces such good racing. Looking at the up and down here in the GT3, Satellite Racing Solar started in the lead, is still in the lead, but of course the Wiskins Racing, Intoxicated by Telemetry, up 4 places, but still 1 lap down from that GT3 leader. Breakfast Pudding Division, my heart goes out to that number 86, P13, down 11 places on the day. It just hasn't been their race as they continue to go. Prismatic Motorsports, EK up 7 places on the day, and I think I'm saying that right. I know we got yelled at earlier about how we pronounced that, so if I said that wrong, someone can absolutely yell at me about that.
Oh man, if I had $1 for every single time I've been yelled at for an absolutely butchered name pronunciation, I'm pretty sure I'd be making more money off of that than I would be from the actual broadcasting gigs. So maybe that's just me not knowing how to pronounce things. Actually, on the subject of name pronunciations, this has been something that's always written in the back of my head. In reference to my own broadcasting stuff. My last name, not a lot of people can get the name pronunciation down right. Credit where credit is due to our colleague here at RaceSpotTV, Connery Maddock, who let us into the booth about an hour and a half ago at this point. Well done on the pronunciation of my last name, Mons. Not really one that people can get nailed down. On my high school graduation, they said my last name was Mans, and in the process of that, walking across the stage in this big center, the Giant Center, if anyone's ever heard of that in Hershey, Pennsylvania, crossing the stage at my high school graduation to what felt like complete silence. I'm not even sure if my father in the stands was applauding when I graduated high school. So very, very awkward moment that I had a couple of years ago, which is still rotting in the back of my head to this day. I don't know, maybe my brain's just a little bit sour in the regard that I will never forget the odd experience of being called Ron Mans and then having like one person, like a security guard at the stadium, give me a sympathy clap. This is a rather depressing story. I don't know why I got it. It's a funny story as far as I'm concerned.
That story, man, that's an interesting story. I'm not gonna lie. Going through,
there's another good one from my high school graduation. If you'd like to hear it.
Oh boy, bring it on! I love good stories.
So first off, this high school graduation that I was a part of happened in Hershey, Pennsylvania, as I alluded to a couple of moments ago. I live in the city of Philadelphia, so that was about like a 2.5-hour drive as is in the early days of June, and it was boiling hot on that day. I remember distinctly, it was, I think, in the 90s or something like that. I could not go there in my cap and gown. I could not sit in a black. Dad decided, hey, you know what? We're going on a road trip. He was planning to meet up with a gentleman who was planning on buying his 1999 Pontiac Firebird. It's a very nice looking car. I'm sure he'll probably send me a text message with all the stats. Do like some sort of advertising thing here on the broadcast, which I'm not entirely sure would be something that goes over well, but nonetheless. This 2.5-hour drive in a Firebird, boiling hot on that day in a Jostens cap and gown. Now, Jostens the same people who make the winners rings for the Indy 500. Fine people there. Outside them, kind of spamming my email inbox after my high school graduation and me purchasing the cap and gown. Right towards the end of the ceremony, I was bending down in my chair to try and pick up the pamphlet. And stuff like the program and stuff that they were giving us for the graduation ceremony. And in the process of that, about half the seams on the bottom half of the cap and gown blew out on me. I did get the measurements down correct. I was actually leaning a bit more towards the conservative side in terms of being a bit bigger rather than being too small and having something like that happen. But it still happened. And in the process of walking out of the center back into the grandstand so we could meet up with our family and all that stuff, I had to walk basically holding the bottom half of the gown around, just being like, nothing's going on here. And to cap off the embarrassment of that moment, this is a decision that I think will go down in infamy in my family. Me deciding to go to my high school graduation ceremony wearing a pair of Kellogg's Cornflake socks. They were purchased at a random gas station on Interstate 80 here in Pennsylvania, and purchased them a couple of years prior, had never worn them, and have not worn them since. So you can clearly tell that my thought process is bizarre, to say the very least.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything because I probably would do the same thing. So I think that is iconic. I mean, I wore flamingo socks to my wedding, so I can't say anything. And yes, they made an appearance in photos. I made very sure that the flamingo socks were known that I was wearing and going through. So yeah, the sock choice, I have nothing against. It's kind of unfortunate that ripped the way it did, though. I can't imagine why that would happen.
I think, I mean, I'm not an expert when it comes to seams and all that stuff. I think the main reason why it happened is, as the best way I can put this, I am a large fat man, so I think that's part of the reason why the seams blew out in the way that they did. I guess it wasn't too big of a fit for that gown. The number 21 from the lead in hypercar has now come down pit lane. The headlights coming off. I think there's a driver swap. There it is. Nina Hahn now behind the wheel of that number 21 effort, having a chat with the co-owner of Olympus Esports, Mr. Charles Bashelle, earlier on, praising Nina Hahn and her role in the team during this event. She's now going to be behind the wheel of that race car, but will be on the back foot somewhat, considering, I believe, in the process of all this, they will be serving that black flag that we saw that they were given a matter of about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and serving that black flag through currently Taylor Mills. We watched Taylor Mills earlier navigating through some traffic, currently sitting about 2 minutes off. We'll see where Taylor Mills comes out in relation after these pit stops cycle through. Battle for P11 in LMP2, Oceanic Outlaws, powered by VOC, and Team Sakura Engineering. 1.82 seconds currently the gap between them as they go, opening up just a little bit, but it is going to start closing as traffic starts to again come into play. That traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, forever being ever and constantly true in motorsport. How many times can I say ever and forever true? Because, well, yeah, I'll say it a lot. As we watch the drivers go through, continue this battle along, and the GTP Cadillac there getting past the hypercar Cadillac.
I've infected
if I had a nickel for every time I call it a GTP and not a hypercar, I'd have about 70 nickels. And I'd probably have a bit more money than I have right now.
Yeah, honestly, I felt that, Brad. If I had a dollar for every single time I have called it GTP instead of hypercar, I would have more money than I have at the moment, and I barely make enough money to afford Greek yogurt. So that's going to be making my way up in the world in that regard. But I will say, you know what usually catches me out bad? I did a broadcast one time where instead of being called GTP or hypercar, they were called LMDH. I never got that correct for the entirety of the show.
You know, if I say GTP, I do apologize because, yeah, it is indeed hypercar here. We are running the WEC style class, so it is hypercar, not GTPs. GTP is reserved for IMSA, even though some of the cars are back and forth interchangeable in their setups and very similar in layout and design, and I'm not a billion% sure what the difference is between them. But yes, they are hypercars if we're talking about international. And if you're talking about IMSA, that is where they're called GTP Grand Touring prototypes. So, but no, they are hypercars here, and I will probably not get that right again. So, but just know that I know they're hypercars. So if you hear me say GTP, I will correct myself and just know that I know.
Yeah, GTP, hypercar, regardless of what they are, race cars with some nice flashing headlights and some very powerful engines. Good to see them out there on the racetrack. I gotta say, one of the best things that iRacing has done as of recent is implementing the electric bump starts for those. Maybe it's just me considering I have the Cadillac, but hearing that internal combustion engine fire up off the electric motors coming out of the pits is always one of the most wonderful sounds you could ever hear in both the world of iRacing and just racing period. Here's Ivory Balfour. They've come down pit lane in the 926 Porsche, found themselves in 12th at the present moment in that hypercar category, and a couple of laps down from our leader of the Olympus Esports Atlas team. They've come out with a race lead in all of that action, so not getting hurt too much by that black flag. So I guess well done to them being able to shake off that small little scare. But in all of that, you raised a very good point, Brad, talking about how a big cushion, as good as it is to have, it can disappear with the blink of an eye.
That it can, and when that cushion does disappear, it's the most uncomfortable moment ever once it drops down, because you think you're in the good, you think you're comfortable, you think you're having a great time, and then all of a sudden that couple minute gap that you had, or if you're in LMP2, the 3:17 gap, or if you're in GT3, the 1+ lap gap that you had just absolutely disappears, and it just ruins any confidence that you have. You can see there on the Rolex timing board, 13 hours 25:46 is what that says. Our timing says 13 and a half hours exactly, so we're still not half race distance yet. Both P6 and P7 currently into the pits here in LMP2. Who's going to come out faster? Well, that is the $1 billion question, and well, it's whoever comes out win. It's going to be fist out flying in this LMP2 category for P6.
That LMP2 class, as we raised earlier on, Brad, talking about our shared love of that LMP2 car, it is absolutely fantastic. That machine running around this racetrack, run around all racetracks for that matter, and in fact, kind of expanding on my enjoyment of these LMP2s, one of my favorite experiences on the iRacing platform has to be running the LMP2 in the rain. It has to be starting off in the dry and then just having it bucket it down with rain in a race at Road Atlanta. One of my favorite experiences on the iRacing platform as we see these drivers come out of the pits. I do want to raise this. We have hit the €4,500 goal here for the 2025 Race for a Cause 24-hour-long race, raising money to belong to the LGBTQ plus youth charity based out of Ireland, raising money for a very good cause. And we would like to thank everyone who has donated thus far. The top donation from Skylar Ward, £260, as here into the pits is a 211 serving a black flag in that LMP2 category. So that's not going to be the ideal moment for them, but very nice to see that the goals continue to get hit and that ticker continuing to tick up.
Yeah, I love seeing those goals continue to go forward. And again, we're not even halfway through this race, and we've already been obliterating goals that we had set early on. The sky's the limit here. So just thank you to everyone who's been donating throughout this broadcast, continuing to help us fundraise and bring in money for Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, an amazing cause here in Race for a Cause 24 here in 2025. I'm gonna point this out as it has been pointed out to me. The hypercars, the IMSA hypercar GTP is also an LMDH. It's the same regulations, but the Ferrari hypercar is an LMH, but not a GTP. But all of the other hypercars on iRacing are LMDH cars, so they're all GTPs. So, kind of technically, I'm right, is all I'm hearing from that. And
we're going to do it on technicality.
I'll take the I'm technically correct.
And as we are hearing some more information, here's a nice little fun fact. Getting this from the source themselves, Bailey Thompson is the youngest driver in the field, just reported that to us. 16 years old is that driver. Holy cow. I mean, I gotta say, back when I was 16, I wasn't doing much productive. I certainly wasn't racing in a 24-hour-long iRacing charity event, as we see Daisy Marie in the number 16 car having a spin coming through the Porsche curves, and that is not an ideal moment in that number 16 GT3 Porsche. They find themselves a little bit farther back from the lead in GT3, as here's another moment for Zul Alkira. in the 253 car, and that was a sideways snap heading through the braking zone down into the first chicane. I think another instance of an LP2 driver maybe locking that rear axle and just spinning around like a top.
Yeah, and that has been such a big problem there for the hypercar class, is just that rear axle deciding to just not cooperate, the back of the car becoming the front of the car. And I tell you what, Brandon Dollar, very, very fortunate there to not have that happen in a worse place and not have traffic coming through. This is Chris Steffenson, the 121, the Olympus Esports car. And, well, that's another case of the back of the car becoming the front of the car and trying to get it spun around in front of traffic. Thankfully, able to get just out of the way going through. This is Yumeko coming through, or Yumiko in the number 86. Just a little bit. Oh, I was going to say just a little bit of a wall tap, but no, that is Om Nom Nom Delicioso. A Porsche wanted a wall for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Nate Hallistick coming through. Here's another moment, the 016. And the back of the car becomes the front of the car and almost tries to roll sideways.
Yeah, that is another example of the reworked gravel physics here on the iRacing platform. Back in the day, you could just flat foot through there and get away with it rather scot-free. Now, on the other hand, you hit that gravel sideways and you may end up rolling it. I remember one time doing a broadcast where an LMP3 car barrel rolled in the runoff area at Spa. I believe it was heading through Snavelo, if my memory serves me correctly, the bottom end of the track. I will have to double check that here in a couple of moments' time, as that's a 211 car. That's an off-track excursion right towards the back end of the lap. That, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, was heading down into Mulsanne. As here's a moment for George Solbrum, and that is another moment, and bang, into the wall goes that 557 car, and I get spun back around in the right direction and all of that, but a pretty significant whack, and I think there was some rather significant damage on that car as well.
Yeah, here's the 211 coming through, and again, this is just a missed braking zone going through. That 557 in the pits here, using one of their faster pairs, unfortunately, going through. Not the best moment. And the number 98, Scout Lawrence. This is Prismatic Motorsports Athena, and that is through Ford, and just getting away with it. Just a little bit of gravel, a little bit of landscaping there for the number 98 Prismatic Motorsports Athena, doing a very good job just to make sure the gravel is nice and level for anyone else that might have to run off track. That 557, George Sauerbaum in the BMW Implower 557 in the pits, I believe using their faster pair, one of three. Not sure how many they've used prior to this, though. We are, of course, approaching half race distance, so it'd be reasonable to believe that, I know the 557 had a big moment earlier on, so I would believe that there would be at least one car, or at least one faster pair that's been used between these Implower cars. I'm not sure which one, though, if it was the 558 or the 557 that decided to check into a first-class flight earlier on.
And continuing on with this, there we go. There's a stinky cam, seeing it yet again. So the dog's still off into to Sleepyville, dreaming about all the other car rides and the treats and everything. And we will be keeping tabs to see how the dog's rest is going between now and the end of our time on this show. Want to raise this, though. We raised the other point that was brought to our attention by themselves. Bailey Thompson was talking about how they were the youngest driver in this field at 16. Had a chat earlier on with Oliver Svigstedt, and he lets us know that in the number 18 for Beta Frost, there is Nikolai Melja, I believe is the other pronunciation of that driver's name, who is 14 years old. I believe they're running in Hypercar 2. As much as I said that Bailey Thomas running in this race at 16 was doing a lot better than I was at 16, Nikolai doing a heck of a lot better than I was at 14. Back when I was 14, as I said right towards the start of my time on this show, I was drinking Red Bull and sounding like I hooked up my eyes to a car battery.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even really know what I was doing at 14. It was probably just trying to make straight A's in school and be the good noodle that I could. That's probably where I was at with it. I don't
Definitely not what I was
Don't really know, to be honest. It depends on who you ask, I guess, on whether I was the good noodle successful or not. That number 8 in from third place in the hypercar class here, Ron. Nikolai Meldy will be in. 14-year-old driver, so impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive that the driver of the number 8 car is both 14 years old, running in the top class in a Cadillac, which, as someone who drives a Cadillac GTP on iRacing, I can assure you, your chances of picking up antimatter with flimsy, half-held-together chopsticks would be better. That is a very valiant effort for that driver, and they will lose out on a spot to Scout Lawrence in the number 98 car, as they are staying out yet again, and that will be a swap of position in the hypercar category for Lawrence to slip their way up into third. So the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car making their way up into the podium spots overall.
Yeah, great run going through to see those cars continue to flip through. I just think as time goes, it will continue to flip-flop. And again, I think with 13 hours, 20 minutes left to go here, Ron, I don't think anyone's position is as secure as they want it to be. I think if you are that number 21, you're a minute and 37 seconds to the good. You want that to be much more if you want to feel comfortable. Even, again, I said it with GT3, a 1-lap advantage, I don't think that secures anything, because you hit an incident limit, you have anything happen, and, well, it produces a whole bunch of issues. Rainbow Racing Helios hit the 120 incident limit, by the way, and has picked up a drive-through. So we're starting to see that is possible to mix things in and produce challenges.
Yeah, those incident points, as much as it is a big cushion that these drivers have, hey, it's a big race that they have in front of them as well. So those incidents can get racked up over time. As here's a battle for third in LMP2. This is getting spicy. Turn 1, getting a move done down into turn number 6. On the screen to speed Dream Team 211 car as a big run and wide moment. Right behind them is a hypercar Porsche having another big moment. That's coming at turn number 8. That could have ended in an absolute disaster. The correction, that was actually have turn number 7 out of the S's. Either way, though, we have seen that small little strip of grass get the lawnmower treatment so many times. I think that's probably the 5th or 6th driver we've seen go off there in the span of the past what did you say, probably hour and a half, Brad. It's been seeing a lot of drivers have running wide moments through there.
Yeah, I think it's just the matter of the nighttime catching people off guard. The corner's coming a bit quicker. Jordan Straint here in the 0-1. So that was almost so bad. Trying to get the car straightened back out, back in the bottom right. Live pictures still going on, still battles happening. Things are getting spicy all the way through. I knew that P3 and LMP was going to get spicy as it went. I just didn't expect it to get that spicy that fast. That was impressive to see coming through, and I have a feeling that will flip its way back around here and go through. We've hit 4,500 euros. Ron, I'm going to put the challenge out there, and I don't know if it'll be matched, but I'm going to be mad if I don't put the challenge out there. Can we hit the 5,000 euro goal before you and me get out of the booth in an hour and 15 minutes?
Ooh, that is a real good challenge. Hey, to all of you tuning into this broadcast here on RaceSpotTV, first off, I hope you enjoy tonight's coverage. I say tonight, whatever time it is for you, you still got a whole lot of racing action to look forward to here on RaceSpotTV this evening. So how about you hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss out on any of the racing action. But that would be a real awesome goal to hit between now and our time on the show coming up rather soon. I've absolutely enjoyed my time on this broadcast and still raising that money. We are 500 away from that 5,000 goal. And hey, folks, tuning in, if you can, how about you donate? We are racing to benefit, belong to the LGBTQ youth charity in Ireland, raising money to help out those folks who identify as an LGBTQ person. So if you'd like to donate, feel free to. And as we are still continuing on with this, we will bring in another driver to have a chat with. This time is going to be Nils Core. They are behind the wheel of the number 64 Satellite Racing Solar effort, and we will drag them into the commentary booth here in a couple of moments' time. Nils, welcome into the booth, being a part of that number 64 Satellite team. How's the race going?
Hello guys. Race is going quite well so far. Yeah.
And it's been a very good past hour and a half, I'll say, ever since I joined in the booth. Y'all running up at the front. You got Christian behind the wheel, a driver who I've experienced covering in the other world of the Precision Racing League in the past, so know him to be a very quick driver. So pretty good team that you've got organized there with Satellite Racing Solar and that number 64 effort in GT3.
Yeah, definitely. Very happy that Alex joined us for this one as well, which is a big part of why we have that lead right now. And yeah, Christian, very young guy, but mega talented and really quick. This is his first race on this track actually, so currently he's still slightly lacking the pace a bit, but he's definitely getting there lap by lap.
And he certainly has a nice little cushion to try and get a grips to this racetrack, despite the fact he's running in the dark. 2 laps between yourself and the 220 car, currently running second in GT3. Myself and Brad have kind of raised this point in reference to having a gap like that. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword. As much as it is very good to have a gap like that, you can kind of grow a bit content, so to speak. Just be like, hey, I've got a good cushion, I'm running happy and strong at the present moment, and then that will usually be when those mistakes brew. So I want to ask you about how you and the rest of the team are kind of trying to stay in that same mindset to keep pushing and also limit those mistakes throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, well, we got some experience with that already. Last year we managed to lead the Brit car 24 by 2 laps as well, with 30 minutes to go, and then still managed to come third and not first. So we will try everything to not let that happen this time.
And looking forward to the next 13 hours, 14 minutes, and some ever how long seconds left to go in this absolutely awesome event. Raising money for a good cause. Have already broken past the 4,500 euro goal, aiming for that 5,000 one. I want to ask you though, Nils, what it means to you to be a part of this event.
Yeah, obviously, always great to have these charity events going on, do some good. And then, yeah, I also personally can never say no to a 24-hour Le Mans race. And if it's combined with a good raise some money for a good cause, that's great, obviously.
Yeah, it's a double whammy, being a part of a 24-hour-long race, already having fun there, and just being able to support a wonderful charitable organization in the process as well. But Niels, thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth. Good luck to you and the rest of that number 64 Satellite Racing Solar team. And before we let you go and get back with your team as you still continue to lead in GT3, is there anybody you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Yeah, obviously a big shout out to the whole team. And also, especially I want to mention for the livery we are running, Chad Simpson has made that a while ago, and now we actually had a good chance here to use it. I think it looks amazing.
Yeah, it is a very good looking race car that y'all have got out there on the racetrack and running in a very good spot as well. Currently 2 laps in the lead in GT3. But Niels, thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth. Looking forward to seeing you and the rest of the team out there on the racetrack throughout the rest of this event.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And that right there was Niels Core, one of the drivers involved in that number 64 Satellite Racing effort. They currently lead in GT3, and you can see how it's shaking out at the present moment for them as we follow Scout Lawrence in the number 98, currently running third of the Hypercar contenders. Brad, I think we have another driver looking to have a chat with us. This one being a part of the number 97 Spec 7 racing team. I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, it is Brian Fiola. So I will pass the buck off to you to have a chat with him. Brad, check your mic.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, we're
again, I forget how to unmute. Good job, me. Brian, I know I talked to you with Jake earlier, So we're going to bring you back in and just kind of chat. I think we talked to you earlier with Jake. Am I mixing that up, Brian, or am I right?
I do think I went by the commentary box a little bit earlier, like let's say 4 or 5 hours ago.
Okay, I thought so. I knew I remembered Brian earlier, and your last name seemed very familiar, so I thought I'd just take the guesstimate that I was right on that. Brian, what's kind of changed in the last few hours for your team? How's the team feeling right now?
So far, we are feeling pretty good. The pace is coming back up. We still have the issue with the setup being really, really draggy on the straights, but we seem to have found our rhythm so far.
And I think that rhythm is super important there, especially for these hypercars going through and that Cadillac specifically. How has it felt when you've been in the car? Even though, again, it's sort of draggy on the straights. I know you've said that's a bit of a setup issue, but is it still, is it drivable more through the corners than you'd think otherwise, even though you're losing a little bit of top speed?
Yeah, to be honest, it is a bit frustrating because we are losing out to the LMP2s. I think we've got overtaken quite a bit by that class of cars, but to be fair, it does really feel enjoyable to drive. It is really nice. I can really put the power down on the exits, and it could potentially be worse to drive. So we are pretty happy with the overall handling at the end of the day.
So, and Brian, we talked to your teammate Jules earlier, and Jules said the goal was to have a top 10 when it was all said and done. Is that still the team goal, or do you all think you can shoot for anything higher than top 10?
I think we'd be pretty satisfied with the top 10. We've just been here to drive for fun, for a good cause. So the result wasn't really in our minds, but top 10, it's still on the cards. We do think the Satellite Racing Galaxy could catch up to us. It is a bit faster, but we should be able to hold out.
I think you all will be able to hold on to it and go through. Brian, of course, your second time here in the booth. Anyone you want to thank or shout out before we let you go back and support your team here for chasing down that 10th place finish?
Yes, we had I have a few fans who also are kind of into the LGBT community, so I just like to say hi to them. But especially, we were supposed to be 5 drivers for the 24 hours tonight, and one of us had to call off due to personal scheduling. So I'd like just to give a shout out to Sebastian Kinder, who wasn't unfortunately able to make the race with us. And if that's all right with you, since we are mainly a team of French speakers, I'm the only Belgian in the team. All the other drivers are French. So if that's all right with you, I'd like just to stand in a few words to him directly.
Awesome. Well, Brian, it's going to be awesome to see how your team does here through the end. Good luck to you all, and we'll let you go back and support your team.
Sorry, I just want to say a few words in French to Sebastian before I leave, because I hope he's watching this, at least. If that's okay with you, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Salut Seb, je sais que t'aurais voulu être là avec nous ce soir, mais t'as pas à t'inquiéter, la voiture est en de bonnes mains, on l'a assuré le coup, on va aller jusqu'au bout. Donc salut à toi, merci quand même de nous sentir.
Awesome, Brian. Appreciate it. I have no idea what he said in French, so hopefully it's something nice.
Well, if you want a translation, I said I knew you wanted to be there because the 97 is his favorite car number. But I just told him our car is between good hands and we're going to reach the finish to the race. So he's got nothing to be worried about.
Awesome, Brian. Well, definitely, I think nothing to worry about. 97 seemed consistent, and fingers crossed that I didn't just commentator curse that. So we're going to let you go hang out with your team. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Yeah, thanks for the hard work you're doing tonight. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, and that was the second time I've talked to Brian here. Ron,
And it's the first time I've had my mic muted as I was talking into it, so that was entirely on me. So we're part of the same crowd, Brad, having that small little issue strike the both of us here, but nice to have a chat with Brian there a couple of moments ago, giving some nice words to some of his teammates. We've talked about this a lot, talking about the camaraderie that goes on in this event as well, seeing these drivers come together and just be a part of an absolutely fantastic event, raising money for a good cause and having a heck of a lot of fun in the process.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun to kind of see how they go through and run. And, you know, I love seeing the teamwork and the support that goes through just kind of how things land with the team, because it's so much fun to watch how they go through and support each other, and even the other teams supporting other teams as they go through. It's so much fun. Just kind of watching how they all work together. This leader in LMP2, Federa with the twin turn sim racing, the number 23, again, a 2-minute 15-second lead on Taylor Mills Racing 42. Taylor Mills Racing 41, of course, in P2 and Hypercar. But we talked to Taylor Mill earlier, and Taylor Mill's very clear. Pace is there. The consistency is there. The win is possible.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of time left to go for these drivers. 13 hours and 5.5 minutes left on the clock. And for the drivers leading in our classes, they are looking to hold on to the advantages that they have and make sure that those big cushions that they have built up don't get absorbed between now and the end of whatever stint they may be on. It's still going to be a good one all the way through to the end of all of this. And Brad, I believe we are going to be jumping out of the booth here in a couple of minutes' time. And we will be coming back later on, but what an absolutely wonderful event this has been up to this point. Breaking boundaries, raising money, and having a heck of a lot of fun in the process.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch. I love that we've gotten through the 4,500 euro goal. We're still chasing that 5,000 euro goal. I still have the goal to get there before half race. So again, everything benefits belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. So whatever you can do to support, if you have the ability to support, definitely, help out, because I'd love to see that 5,000 euro goal be broken here in the next hour and 4 minutes. Such a great benefit, great organization to be supporting as well here in the Race for a Cause 24 and 2025.
Yeah, and looking through at all the people who have donated, all the people in the YouTube chat sharing your support between any drivers that you may be a fan of, any drivers who you may be personally fans of, whether or not it may be certain people in the YouTube chat cheering on their partners, cheering on their friends, cheering on their teammates. It's been a wonderful atmosphere to be a part of up to this point. So this is going to be a heck of a lot of fun all the way up to the checkered flag. Olympus Esports Atlas still finds himself in the race lead at the moment in the number 21 machine. Looking a little bit farther back in LMP2, twin turn sim racing finds himself in the lead in LMP2, and in GT3 Satellite Racing Solar, who were able to have a chat with one of their drivers a couple of moments ago. They find themselves with a 2-lap gap in GT3. So that's how it stands at the present moment. The pass off for us in the commentary booth is going to come with 13 hours left to go in this absolutely wonderful event. And those donations continuing to raise through now at 4,515 euros and 69 cents. Nice.
Very, very nice, actually. 3 minutes left to go here. Still watching battles go through. That lead GT3 just continuing to lap cars like they are in a different class. Are we sure that the GT3 leader isn't running like a GT2 and everybody else is in like a GT4? Because this is getting a little bit ridiculous.
Maybe some nitrous involved in the number 64 team. They have been indomitable ever since we joined this broadcast booth a matter of about 2 hours ago, Brad. They are running very, very quick. Maybe nitrous, maybe the other Spaceballs quote. They're kicking on the Cuisinarts.
That one went over my head for some reason. I don't know why. I'm going to blame it on the time, of course, dead of the night here in Le Mans. Virtual pit stops now starting in Hypercar. And I tell you what, we're handing the booth off here in a couple minutes to Jeremy and Mike. They're going to have an absolutely amazing time taking on this late night stint. Hopefully there are no cake comments or energy drink comments. I'm going to leave it to them to answer the following question. I drank a Diet Dr. Pepper when I went out of the booth earlier, and I'll have another one when I get out of the booth now. I want to know what they're drinking to get into the booth.
Yeah, oh boy, that is a very loaded question. I do have an adult beverage, but I also have a water in here. I've got to last 4 hours, so we'll see what happens. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Hi, Mike. How are you doing?
I've done the thing now where I am muted and started talking. Everybody is doing that thing. You love to see it. As, of course, a massive thank you. I'm doing wonderful. Massive thank you as well to, of course, Brad Dalton and Ron Mons. They're going to be joining us back later on here tonight. But for the next 4 hours or so, it's going to be Jeremy Scott and myself, Mike Noss, in the booth. And Brad, to answer your question, I agreed with you earlier in the chat when you said that Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper in particular, is absolutely incredible. I won't say the words that I want to say, but I had one before the broadcast, of course, and now have the mix of energy powder. I don't know. It's a undisclosed brand of energy. So I'm well caffeinated and ready to roll for this midnight stint. How about yourself? I guess we already got it from Jeremy.
Yeah. Here's the thing. So I'm going to go right to bed after this because this past week I've been doing some TV production. Next week I'm doing TV production. So what that means is I've got to be up at like 1:30 in the morning. So I'm trying to regulate myself. I already had my caffeine this morning, but yeah, we should be running on fumes of ethanol, methanol, all that good stuff, renewable fuel, as well as the lovely sounds and sights of Le Mans under the lights.
My favorite part, of course, coming into the booth in the mid-pit stop phase always makes things very, very simple to understand what exactly is going on, even though I have been watching for the past few hours. This is always great because I will say we've had some fairly decent battles, but of course, as the race has gone on and the midnight is approaching, the weather also getting closer. Just wanted to shout that out a little bit. We're probably not going to be seeing that in our stint, though, but more than likely around that 4 a.m. mark is when we're going to start to see the rain chance kind of start to come into play, and then as it gets to the 9 a.m. we might definitely see some rain. But seen some battles, seen some close calls, all things considered, and here as we pull up a replay, I'm assuming another close call for Nina Han from the Olympus Esports team, and yes, it is a little bit of a lockup there through Arnage, I think that is. I can't quite see where exactly. I think, yeah, it is through the Arnage corner, one of the slower ones out there. And next up, Zul going for a little bit of a spin around and a pirouette, and that is just sort of the nature of the entrance to what looks to be the Porsche curves, I think, there.
I think that's coming on to the straight. Yeah, it's just that time
forward.
of night where...
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's going through forward, yes. Yeah, it's just that time of night where you're just not having, whoa, and Craig Benefell with a little bit of a spin as well. Not sure what that is. Yeah, this is that time of night where we're just going to sit there and say, okay, well, here's a spin. Where's it at? Here's a spin. Where it's at. Looking at the YouTube chat, Kit Kat chiming in with coffee number 7. Here we go. That's actually my morning routine when I'm on the air too. So I get where you're coming from.
One thing I was looking at here, I wanted to just talkly brief about the about this track. One thing, of course, this is the Beast Le Mans, one of the namesake tracks of the world, and beforehand, Taylor Mills, I think a flashy the headlights to recognize they are on stream. But, we see a lot of these drivers struggling in some of these corners, and this is the time of the night, especially. I know for a lot of the teams, they have all European drivers, and it's getting, well, quite late over there as well, just not even in the sim. And this is where fatigue starts to play a role. Through the Porsche curves, a Porsche spinning around into the barrier, that's maybe fate, some would say, or a curse. Well, I'm not completely sure, but Daisy Mayer thinks that's a bit of a curse, and Jordan Strant, you can see this is where the dominoes start to kind of fall at this stage, and part of it being just the nature of the track. This is one that you have time to breathe on, you get time to relax. But the problem with that, of course, being is there's other parts of the circuit where they require complete and utter focus. So not only you get the long straights to calm down, think for a moment, heck, even fall asleep at the wheel if you're not careful. And then you have to lock in for the mid sectors where there's just, you put a toe wrong and you're going to end up like some of these drivers have tonight.
Yeah, we're looking at track temperature of 19 degrees Celsius. Taylor Mills in the pits, second place. Emmy Flooding coming in from the LMP2 class as well. But yeah, you get in that stint where you're not going to have the warmth that you air temperature also 19 degrees Celsius. If you're looking at the Fahrenheit side of things, so get a premium here as just about also.
And getting a little bit of latency here from Jeremy. Apologies for that. Just minor technical difficulties is, of course, getting that transmission feed from the Americas here over to Le Mans. It can be a bit of a fuss, and so we go back and try it once more. Jeremy, do we got a copy here?
My turn to hit the mute button. So we're all good. We're all even now.
Lovely. There we go. He's back.
All right, so as you were saying, the track temperature just a little bit cold out there. It's about the same temperature as with a little bit of a slap into the safety barrier through the Porsche curve. So yeah, we're just talking about that track grip where it's just going to get cold, and it's going to be that way for the next couple of hours until the sun comes up. We're just about near that halfway point. So I've got to say, it's going to be interesting, Mike, to see what happens here with these late night stints, the grit stints, as we like to say.
Yeah, exactly. This is where then really you just have to tiptoe around the track and not worry too much. I'd love to go on board for a lap. I know it's a long lap here at Le Mans. I'm not sure if we can go for the full, but I'd love to go on for a full lap of maybe one of our leaders, Nina Hahn or Taylor Mills, or even one of the LMP2s or GT3s, as that is to frantically check the timings. Who the heck was that was spun around there? I'm not sure, but I'm sure we'll have an update on that one very, very soon as well. But here is Nikolai. That's that tap to the barrier that we saw through the Porsche curves. And what you don't realize there is the fact it almost looks like it's in slow motion when they make impact there, but the amount of speed that they're carrying at that moment is well, it's quite astronomical, and the fact that that car didn't go from one barrier to the other barrier to the other barrier is a bit of a miracle. So count Nikolai a little bit lucky.
Yeah, the third place right now, down a lap, of course. We're right in the middle of pit stops. I'm looking at Arctic Sim Racing Green with Nicholas Sunby behind the wheel right now. But yeah, very lucky just to kiss that safer barrier, especially the high speed portion of the program as we're on the back stretch near the chicanes. And it's interesting, you don't even need to get on board to see how dark it could be. Let's see who we got in the pits here. That's Menez in the McLaren, GT3 leader. Great to see McLaren's up near the front as well. By the way, keeping tabs since we've been on, it looks like we're about 4,548 pounds as well raised so far. Euros, thanks. So inching ever so closely to 5,000 euros, and I do have euros written down on my notes here. I don't know why I'm looking at them. It'd be the pro announcer's curse.
I did it earlier as well, so it's okay. I got yelled at by chat, which, you know, it is what it is. I guess we're used to it here in the booth, so apologies for our ignorant American nature, I guess is what you could say. We always have that excuse. But either way, I'm noticing one thing in chat, a common little trend right now, is people are requesting Stinky Cam. And for anyone in chat that's like, what the heck are people asking for? Well, I'm sure Ramiro is going to be quickly on the works now to see if we can provide it, assuming he is still in position. But as we saw on the last time around, I don't think he has moved much at all. Looking at the slumber and nature, all he has moved, and he's gotten a little more central on it as well, or they have, excuse me, and Stinky, look at that, Cam. It got two beds next to each other, and of course, as it often is, the dog, they never sleep in their dog bed, do they? They have to sleep on something right next to it.
12 out of 10, good pupper right there. Oh, it's always good to see the Stinky Cam here as we're watching basically out of class passing here as well. And you're going to see that a lot, and it's a matter of how quick you can get through it as well. As there is your GT3 leader. It is the McLaren leading by a lap over Wiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry. there's the onboard that everybody wants to see from our GT3 leader.
A brilliant sound as well for that McLaren. Got a big old twin turbo powering that V8. I think a 5.4, 5.6. I don't have my notes up on that one. I'll have to check on that, but going off of memory. But this is, of course, the Mulsanne straight. And as we go on down, we're heading into the second chicane here. This corner, you really got to hold on. This is one of those that 24 hours can certainly get the best of you, as it's a very understeery corner complex. Moving on, now you're going to be getting up towards the tight, twisty bits, not quite the Porsche curves just yet, but as we go down through the Mulsanne corner, this is where the grip kind of starts to fall away. Everything goes very, very fast. Your brain has been traveling at near 220 miles an hour, and now you have to slow it back down to near 100 miles an hour at the apex, and the grip, it just doesn't feel like it's there. These cars, GT3s, not quite traveling 220 miles an hour, up there, but more for the hypercars, I suppose, on the lap that I'm going. Through the back now, on the way down through the golf corner and all the way down towards Indianapolis. This is a tight, twisty one as well, where again, you're going from that high-speed nature of really being able to relax, and now you just need to have maximum focus. Tilt the car into Indianapolis, long left-hander. Get ready, though, because coming up is one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult corner on the track, the slowest, through Arnage. Onto the accelerator. You have to be ever so careful. The barrier's very, very close. Now we get ready for one of the high-speed, high-commitment corner complexes. This requires precision at its finest. Through the Porsche curves, near flat out in through some of the corners in the hypercar. But as we get ready to tilt it in here for the entrance, it might be a little bit of a lift here for the McLaren, just having to ease back onto the accelerator. Flat out through the left-hander, climbing up the gears as well. The barrier ever so close. You veer a tire off onto the grass here, and your day is going to be over. Getting ready now for the final few chicanes. It's going to be the penultimate chicane up next. You really want to ride the curbs here. Take it nice and smooth. It's all about slow as fast. You can lose everything or you can gain everything here. Get as close as you can to the pit wall. Ride the curb there. Hit the curb on the right. Get ready for the Ford chicane now as you hit the curb on the left. Slam the curb on the right. Back onto the accelerator. Start climbing the gears. And that is going to be from our leader about a 5:01. They're fresh out of pit lanes. Not quite the best lap, but a near 3-minute 56 lap.
You can do the rest of the race like that. That's fine. We've got one car with some nose damage in, but the LMP2 fifth place driver, Sophie Erwin, coming on back out. Screen to speed dream team. And yeah, I was about ready to say, I think the McLaren probably a little ginger through Porsche curves because they just came out of the pits not too long ago. Still a healthy lead, though, for the GT3 leader. Georgie McKay in Prismatic Motorsports Tech Day coming into the pits as well. So here's what I'm noticing, too. What's very interesting. There are a couple drivers look like that they are on wet tires as well. I know we had the rain earlier on.
I think that's just a bug. I think that's a timing bug. We ran into that earlier as well.
Okay. Well, pretend I didn't say that. And there's a spin by Akira. That's the second one since we've been on, I think.
And that is through the penultimate chicane, the one that I was talking about, where you have to be near pixel perfect. You run a little too wide, and that's very easy to do. Live on the bottom there, we saw you mentioned Sophie Erwin, who's now behind the wheel for the screen to speed dream team. George McKay having an extended trip onto the barrier and leaving a souvenir for the marshals himself. Not quite where they wanted to find themselves. We're going to be watching an accumulation of replays, and it's going to be the trend through the night. You're going to see a lot of mistakes. That one from Nicholas, not the worst, but as we're going towards the Mulsanne straight, he does end up, or maybe not, through the Porsche curves again. Hard to tell in these night conditions where exactly these incidents are happening. That is the Porsche curves, no doubt, and heading up onto the Ford chicane. Way too much curb usage from David Nicholas, and with a little spin round. Thankfully, no barrier contact, but a bit of smoke show.
And here comes Scott Lawrence coming out of Indianapolis through Arnage, and yep, just getting on those brakes too hard will get you, especially with the cold brakes going through there. Scott Lawrence involved in that one. as Nick Gregory also having some sort of issue on the Mulsanne straight. Looks like that is through the Michelin curves, and yep, just a little bit of a you spin me right round issue. The back end wants to see what the front end's looking at, and now we see Nathaniel Michler into the pits, 7th place in LMP2.
Man, that spin was shades of, was it Alan McNish in 2011? I think is pretty much, that was a near reenactment of that incident without the back marker, of course. The Ferrari that definitely had a gap. No, anyways, that was a long time ago. I will say I absolutely love that era of racing, though. Those good old-fashioned, was the R17 at the time that they were running? R15, yeah, because the diesel was the 17, yeah. Which was they used that. Either way, it was Audi domination at that time. I know Porsche has the most domination here over the years, I'm pretty sure, but Audi, definitely no shortage of victories. And, you know, one of the other things, since we do have a moment to kind of talk, there's not too many battles going on. I'm looking at the timing tower. I was curious on what the first race ever in Le Mans was, because I noticed, we talked about it earlier, is the first race was back in 1923. So when I was off, I decided to do a little research on that one. And it shocks me, the fact that people raced back then. The track, a little bit different to its current iteration. It was 10.7 miles back then, or 17.2 kilometers, around the roads of France, as it kind of, a little bit longer than the current version, basically. 33 cars entered, some of which that you might be very familiar with, some of them you definitely aren't. Like Chenard and Walker, Bentley, Bugatti, you probably know those, Lorraine Dietrich, and others as well. So those are some of the entrances. Stinky was not one of them, unfortunately, despite what people would like. The winners, though, Andrea Lagashi and Renee Lenard, two very famous drivers that nobody has heard of, probably. They covered about 1,300 or 1,300 miles with an average speed of 57 miles an hour or 92 kilometers an hour.
That is quite respectable for that era, as Ronald Mansfeld is in pits. Yeah, Ronald Mansfeld in the pits right now, 13th in LMP2. Oceanic Outlaws powered by VOC, going to double at least, or maybe triple stint this time by. But yeah, it's interesting to see that era of racing, how many homemade and homegrown cars, especially in the 20s in Europe, were around back then.
You want to know the best part about this event is the prize structure was a accumulation of 3 years of performance challenges. So it's not like the winner just got a payout. So they were, whoa, that is a Porsche that does not look showroom ready. Renee limping it back to lane, but made it back. But that, I would imagine, to be fair, it was what most of those cars looked like. A massive rainstorm hit. And again, safety standards, let's just be real, have gone up astronomically since then, especially since the 50s, as we all know what happened in 1955 here. But there's just the amount of improvements that we've seen, the fact that the survival cells are what they are today, and you go and watch racing from back then, and it's just crazy that A, anybody did it, and B, that it made it to today.
The Monocos into the pits, and here's the thing, I don't know if you saw what happened last weekend at Goodwood, because you're still racing cars these days from that era, where a driver lost it and was tossed from the car. The reason, think of how many drivers were tossed in the car and walked away because they felt that was better than staying strapped into what was effectively, basically a big tin full of fuel, which could have exploded because safety standards, as you said back then, weren't the greatest. Think of why we have windshield wipers today. It's this racetrack.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the iterations throughout the years and the safety that this race in particular has brought into motorsports. I mean, again, it nearly ended motorsports back in 1955, and we still prospered through it. And it took them until the 90s, to be fair, to start adding chicanes onto the Mulsanne Straight. I'm not sure what took them so long, as apparently, you know, the FIA was just okay with cars traveling at, you know, 249 miles an hour or 400 kilometers an hour down the straight, because that's sane, you know, in especially 1980s equipment, even in modern day standards. That's ridiculous. I mean, these hypercars, they travel near 220 miles an hour, but when you know when the amount of downforce that they're producing, that's why you can see Sophie here carving her way through the back markers, is just the amount of air pushing down on the car keeps it glued to the track. As Mark Webber found out in the 90s, they don't always do that. They are upside down airplanes, but upside down airplanes can turn right side up at times.
And that is why the Mulsanne Straight is now flat. Alchemistic Witch says, fun fact, go-karts in the UK, no seatbelt because it's safer to be flung if the cart flips. And I don't know, Mike, if you've done any go-kart announcing, but here in the States, they don't even have seatbelts here either.
Yes, but I think what they're pointing out in particular is like for public karting, because in public karting, like if you go down to a public racetrack, yeah, they're probably going to have seatbelts in here in the States, at least in my experience. I used to work at a go-kart track, to be fair. Yeah, so typically they do have seatbelts for the rental carts and stuff like that. And I agree that no seatbelt is a little bit safer than a seatbelt. Kind of. It depends on the speed. Plus 60 miles an hour, seatbelts are great. Or, excuse me, it depends. It just depends. Yeah. It's all situational. Seatbelts are great, people. Wear your seatbelts. If you have one, wear it. That's just the Mike Noss PSA of the day.
Yeah, seatbelts are indeed great. As we see a battle up ahead of Michler, looks like that's just faster traffic getting around the Mustang GT3. I've got to say, I've been trackside seeing the Mustangs on course at a couple of IMSA events, and they remind me a lot of the Corvette C6s, if you remember those back in the day.
Not really. I'm 25.
Oh, I'm old. All right. I've never mind. I'm not going to go down that road. But I love the way that they sound. I mean, let's take a listen in.
You know what that sounds like to me? Pure American freedom, brother. No, okay, anyways, moving on from that. It does sound like a very large V8, though. In fact, it's a 5.4 liter Coyote style V8, naturally aspirated as well, so no force induction necessary. That is just the sound of cheese, as well as bald eagles screeching through the night with fireworks and shotguns blasting in the background.
That was all Mike talking about that, not me. No. But no, it is one of the most gorgeous sounding V8 cars out there. Ben Brown making laps around the circuit.
I also got to say, the sound of the new GT4 Camaro, that thing is ridiculous in all of the best ways possible. The sound that thing makes is pure and utter, just fill in the blank. Yes, it's great.
No, I totally agree. And it's great that, you know, we're starting to see more factory involvement in GT4. It reminds me of the days in the mid-2000s when you would see factory involvement. Well, that scaled back just a little bit. A lot of independents working. Of course, that's basically the whole basis of GT4. But now you're starting to see some of the manufacturers come right in. And I'm glad that Porsche is finally getting behind the Cayman, because when it came out, pound for pound, I think that was one of the best race cars for a GT4 4-man.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. And as somebody who comes from ACC, you know, like the GT4 cars in particular, I love to see them getting more love, because I think they're more fun to drive personally. It's, you know, I get the GT3s are the bread and butter of everybody, but for me, as somebody who's a maybe quote unquote washed up racing driver, I like something with a little less downforce, because they're just harder to drive. You have to drive them faster, harder, and push the limits more. When you got all that invisible mumbo jumbo getting in your way, that stuff, you know, that downforce thing with all the sticky outy bits and canards and whatnot, that's all unnecessary. I want my raw American, not necessarily American. I just want my raw horsepower and mechanical grip, and I want to be a little bit door bang, a little bit, not too much, but a little bit, and that's where the GT4 shine, in my opinion.
Yes, but I am also a huge fan of your Spec Miata racers. The tight drafting where you've got to think, okay, is this where I want to make my move or not? So I do believe we have somebody who is waiting in the wings to join us during this race. We also have the battle for 15th place between the 253 and 56. This is in LMP2. As that is going on between Technoburst Racing and Queen's Design through the Porsche curves.
It's been a tough day for the Queen's Designs team. Ruby behind the wheel right now. They started up at the top at the beginning of the race and had 2 drive-through penalties when I was in the stint, and I'm assuming it's gotten worse for them, unfortunately. It seems they're all the way down in 16th and just trying to hang on. But yeah, we're going to be hearing here very momentarily from the twin turn sim racing team. The leaders in the LMP2 category is who Dominic is going to be representing for. So when we do get him on in, let's see, I think I can. Yes, I can. We do have Dominic here. Dominic, do we got a copy?
No.
Alrighty, that's what I like to hear.
I need to go to bed after the interview, but I just wanted to come by quickly before.
No worries. We just have a couple questions for you. We'll make it nice and quick. I'll start off with, first off, you guys are running up at the top right now, no? So how is it feeling? Just getting a switch now on through, and it looks like you guys kept the same driver, but how has the race been up at the front?
I don't think there was really a race going on for us. We just kept our strategy going and kept it in the right direction, kept it clean. And we somehow ended up just getting more and more gap behind, more and more cars behind, even a lap. So yeah, just continue to drive like that and bring it home from now on.
And I was going to say, looking at timing, you guys got a healthy lead over Taylor Mills Racing 42. So what is the plan? Do we double stint? Do we triple stint in this time? Because nighttime, you don't necessarily need to worry too much about battles as everybody's strung out, kind of saving their equipment for the later hours.
Yeah, exactly. Like double stinting tires still don't work, I think. But just double stinting the drivers to keep a bit of rhythm and a bit of rest. And we have now 2 guys from the United States in, so we can rest a bit and keep the last 5 hours fresh and clean to just maintain the position, hopefully.
Now, one question, Dominic, I have is that you sound awfully tired right now. I won't lie. I know you said you're going to bed right after this. Is your team all European, or do you guys have any American drivers to fill in this kind of awkward time slot as it's just getting very late for you?
Yeah, no, we have some guys in the US, some guys in Europe, so it's a pretty good mix. And always fun and helpful to do those longer races.
No, absolutely. And Dominic, I won't keep you for much longer. I'll let you get to bed, brother. And thank you very much for taking part in this event. I guess before we do let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Just thank the whole team and all friends we made since we started driving during the lockdowns in Europe. And to Emplower and I think Taylor Mills Racing as well. Give a good fight again, like in several other races in the past. And just awesome. Enjoying the race, enjoying everything you're doing here.
And that's what we're here for.
Time again here, so it's good.
Absolutely, Dominic.
Something.
Thank you very much for taking part. I hope you have a good night, and I hope we see you back behind the wheel when you're fresh and ready to roll.
I hope so. Have fun commentating. Have a good race.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That was the Thank you and have a great night. That was the number 23, currently leading the category of the LMP2s, the twin turn sim racing, currently piloted by, and I apologize for the mispronunciation, it's Marcentonio Fodera behind the wheel.
We got quite the battle for GT3 going on here between Oscar Hardwick in the Doug Henson Racing Yellow Mustang and Paris Bocavalis, I should say, in the Full Tilt V Motorsport. I gotta see what that is. That's an AMG Mercedes. As it was about 1.4 seconds, but they had a prototype in between them. So Paris able to let that prototype kind of use it as a pick to catch up. We'll see what happens down here on the Mulsanne straight as the Mercedes is closing in on the Mustang.
Yeah, definitely a bit of cue the Jaws music at this stage. It's going to be Paris down in 4th position in the Full Tilt Motorsports, and hopefully there's no tilting to be had just yet. The Doug Henson Racing Yellow coming under some pressure here with a bit of time left. I don't expect this fight to be prolonged too much. The lap times we're not really sure about for Paris right now. Paris is fresh out of pit lane. No, they're not. They're 13 laps in their stint. They need to...
Yeah, they're about 12, 13 laps into the stint. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just my timing tower not telling me their lap time. But yeah, he's currently going to be having to come in on the next lap. So more than likely, they won't be fighting too hard. Now, they're not too out of sequence is the thing. We have 9 laps for one, 13 laps for the other. So Paris more than likely coming in behind them for the Arctic as well. We'll see exactly how that plays on through, but they're going to be a good while back behind as well. So currently, I think the battles will kind of see themselves out as we have it, unfortunately for us.
Yeah, 253 of Ryan Gorman receiving the black flag. Trying to see if we can get from chat what that was. Technoburst Racing should be coming in here shortly, but nothing from race control on why the black flag was shown to that car. Probably get a replay here very shortly, but we're watching. But still got this battle for 3rd place between Hardwick and Paris. But yeah, I think that we could see one or both of them into the pits here momentarily as they come off the back of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, I don't expect the AMG to pit necessarily now. I was kind of talking about it earlier in the race, and as we actually heard from one of the drivers, I was kind of surprised to hear they were thinking about double stinting tires. I don't think there's a tire limit at the end of this, so I could be wrong on that statement, but I don't see the need necessarily to at this point. I know it's late, and a lot of drivers just, you get comfortable with your set of boots, you might as well roll with it, right? Not to change too many variables up and just get the simpler kind of way through, but I'd be interested to see if that was actually the case for most of these teams. Now, something that I am assuming these drivers have to do, as they have to do in real life as well as in other simulators, is at some point they're going to have to change their brakes, no?
You would think so, because it would take, I would say, once, maybe twice during the race. I know for the 12-hour of Sebring, they have to do it at least once, but again, that's a harder track. So yeah, they'll probably have to change them at least once. And I imagine you want to do that during a driver's stint to look off the back of Oscar Hardwick, and he is into the pits. And yeah, look at that. The Mercedes also joining him. So 3rd and 4th from GT3 coming in.
That is surprising. So leaving a couple laps on the table for stint. Now, of course, they might have fueled for a lesser stint that could be planned. But if we are going to be doing brake changes, we're right around that time. So I wonder if we're going to start to see that, where we get to that halfway point. That's the typical kind of stage that you're going to see the drivers switch through. Could play a role, but at the end of the day, everybody has to take a brake change, so it won't necessarily shake things up too much. It'll just make things very confusing when it does happen, because everyone's going to be doing it at different times. As we often love that as commentators. But Mark into the lane now with Paris as well. The question is, do you swap drivers here? I don't know how many stints they've been on. But
so Mark Knott, he's the new driver for Doug Henson.
Right, okay. And Paris staying behind the wheel then, so going out for another one. I was talking with Mikhail Stischenko, who is now the Virtus Pro one of the Virtus Pro drivers, was previously Ferrari Esports. He was mentioning, before even Ferrari and when they were on that team, they don't typically like to triple stint drivers. You have your roles, you have specific drivers with specific roles. So you have a qualifying driver, a rain driver, night driver, so on and so forth. A hot, consistent rock kind of driver that you're going to put out there when you need to just get lap times in. But they typically, for the most part, are not going to do more than a triple stint, and that's for those fatigue reasons. I don't think people talk about it too much, but sim racing, while you're not actually in a race car throwing it around a track, it's certainly not for the faint-hearted when it comes to the physical ability. I mean, it's quite the exercise at the end of the day.
So Race Control just noting an incident between the number 13 Full Tilt Motorsport of Paris and the 558 BMW M Plower. It's at 558 with Chloe Lord behind the wheel, so we'll find out more about that here shortly. And that had to have been when we were watching those two battle, the prototypes making their way. Of course, it's always tough at night for these prototypes to come up on the slower GT3 traffic at speed. So we'll see what Race Control has to say here shortly.
Yeah, also an update from one of the Rainbow Racing drivers. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've heard this one yet. Daisy, one of the drivers behind that, their house flooded. So they're not going to be able to finish their stint. So that's one of the reasons I think there was an early pit stop from the Rainbow Racing team. And that is definitely something that nobody accounted for. I think that's the first I've heard that one.
Hopefully everything's okay with Daisy, as I see Jordan Strant with a quick little spin and go. Yeah, just a lot of rain really affecting everyone around the world. So hopefully you are staying safe. Taking a look at some of the donations already. Blanc Ryuski, one of the last to have 25 euros spent. Skylar Ward, 260, the top donation. So far, we're inching closer and closer to that 5,000 euro goal. Right now, Mike, we are at 4,641 euros and 0.69, I should say.
That is we already made the joke nice. Okay, whatever. It was funny the first time. It's not as funny the second time. But no, it's incredible. Like truly, truly incredible because, and don't quote me on this, but last year I'm pretty sure there was, I think, 1,700 euros that was raised, or a little bit more than 1,700 euros, which is absolutely incredible. But the fact that we have absolutely opened the barn door and then also planted some explosives and blew the entire thing up, we're rocking it right now. And that's all thanks to you guys in the chat and every single one of the contributors out there. You're making an impact. You're making on a truly important cause. Since the Belong to LGBTQ Plus has been around since 2003, and they provided for youth between the ages of 14 to 23, and they exist to generate safe spaces and for LGBTQ plus young people, as well as empowering others, leading policies and getting the word out, and basically just being an advocate for the LGBTQ plus community and young people that have to go through a very, very difficult change, and helping parents understand and helping everybody understand just a little bit more what they have to go through. And it's such a truly incredible organization, and a massive thank you to all the organizers as well behind the scenes that do put this on. I know Jamie Jessica Martin, one of the heads here, has been up the whole time doing all sorts of admin whatnots and this and that, and there's a lot of people like her and them behind the scenes that are really making a massive impact out there. And again, 4,646 and 69 and counting. We're not even halfway through this race, and we're near that 5,000 goal. If we could hit that in the next hour, that would be truly, truly incredible. And again, a testament to just the community out there.
Race Control has looked at the incident between the 13 and the 558. No further action taken, so that's always some good news there. Battle for 6 heats up between the 023 TSR with VR Racing and the 500 Redmond Racing, as they're side by side heading through Porsche curves. Little daring going through the Ford chicane here shortly, as looks like one of them may be coming into the pits. No, neither of them. It's interesting to see the line that they're taking, also kind of dipping into that pit-in lane just a little bit, so they can get a faster lane through the Ford chicane.
It's about maximizing that minimum speed, you know, and especially every 10th matters on every single lap. And people say, well, oh, it's such a long lap time, it doesn't really matter. No, it does. Tenths, they add up into seconds, seconds, they add up into minutes. And that's what causes these 51-second gaps, these near 2-lap gaps that we're seeing in the field. It's an accumulation of tenths that are gained every single corner, every single lap. And those are the difference between the quick teams and the teams that are maybe a little bit further down the order, you know, and that's kind of some tactics if you're watching from one of the, you know, quote unquote slower cars, or if you're maybe a little less experienced. That's something to take note of. Use all of the track. I like to say, you paid for it, you might as well use all of it, right?
Exactly. I've heard drivers say, well, I pay for all the track, I'm going to use all of it. Of course, most of those are track day full. I've spent my fair share of keeping some of those drivers in line in my racing career. But hey, if you have a question for us on the YouTube chat, feel free to drop it. We'll try and answer it for you. We have plenty of topics to talk about during our stint, but still there's a lot. If you have any questions, want to spice things up, no, we will not rehash Martin Haven's famous chat as we saw in one of the chats. I think it was like, 2-3 years ago, where they're talking about, it's 2 a.m. and, you know, if they won't let you have cake, we'll leave it at that.
Yes, indeed. Now, one thing, though, that I can tell you and all of the folks at home, if you guys are curious. So, Jeremy, do you happen to know how many birds... Oh, hold that thought as we see Nathaniel flying off into the gravel. I think we're about to get a bit of a replay package, more than likely, is what I'm assuming here. So we're going to see a couple more. Nope, just that one. Okay, brilliant. That was just a bit of an unforced error into the gravel. Nothing to really write home about. No barriers were smacked. But as I was going to say, Jeremy, do you happen to know how many bird species are in the area here of Le Mans?
Oh, no, I don't. And you know what? That would get me in trouble if I was trying to cross the bridge on Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
It certainly would, but you could always crack back with other remarks. That's always true. But no, there are over 300 different bird species that have been observed in the area, some of which, including the black redstart, the Eurasian hobby, the honey buzzard, and the goshawk. Those are some of the funnier names that I found of birds in the area.
That is interesting. Holy cow, the goshawk. That sounds like something that you would hear, you know, wow. I'm just...
It sounds like a Midwestern, like, exclamation, you know what I mean? Like, oh, goshawk.
That's something I expect to hear outside of Michigan. Yeah, it's something I would expect to hear something outside of Road America.
Yeah, I think that's... yeah. Anyway, it says...
So, the Space Chase with a 20 euro donation just recently, so thank you very much for that.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you guys so much for the support and continuing on it. We're getting ever closer. 46669. That's a lot of sixes.
Please, somebody donate something. Please. We don't want to stay at 666 too long.
Yeah, it's quad 6 right now, so it's exceptional. But either way, through the battle, is this a battle that we see on screen? And it is for 7th in the LMP2 category. So currently we're taking a look at the Mission Smooth operators battling here with the Blue Lantern Sharks. That is a sentence that I don't think has ever been said ever. And if it was said on any other thing, I don't think it would make much sense, but it just did. And it's going to be Nathaniel and Morgan, and they're going to be hashing out to see who is going to belong in that 7th position.
You would almost think that Carlos Sainz was the team manager for Smooth Operation. As remember, Michler was involved in that spin. I think that was coming out of Arnage, so might still have a little bit of clag on the tires. Of course, we see that Lee's using the draft and Michler not letting any of it, and that's just going to be easy work for Lee's heading down into the Daytona chicane.
Don't think there's going to be much of a fight. If there is, it's going to get very, very deadly, very, very quickly. And we're going to find out here in a matter of moments if it's going to be a battle or if we're just going to see, and I think, yeah, we are. There we go. The 67 just says, okay, enough's enough. You're faster than me. I'll let you on by, and then the Michelin operator Smooth has smoothly gotten past and can continue on their merry way. Something as well that I want to touch on, you just watched it right there. You see how they have to cross the road like that? There's a little hump in the track, a little crest that you have to hit, and your car, it'll bottom out if you're not careful there. So you're going to see a lot of these cars moving over to the side. Well, yes, you can bottom out a couple times there. Over 24 hours, it can start to cause damage, and that's just one thing. Another thing that these drivers have to think about lap after lap after lap, things like that, they're very easy to forget.
They are, because this is a normal road most of the year. If you get a chance to look at Google Maps, it's interesting to see that the Mulsanne, there's actually roundabouts on the Mulsanne Straight that that the track actually avoids. Could you imagine running the 24 hours at night and, okay, coming down the Mulsanne Straight, oh no, it's a roundabout.
Yeah, it's truly incredible, the speeds they're traveling and the amount of control that they're able to have. And then while they're doing that, they're throwing it side by side. And of course, another, I guess, thinking about Audi incidents that have happened here, you can always have it causes some incidents, right? You think about Mike Rockefeller and that very scary crash that he had in 2014, 2013. I'm going off of memory on that one. What year was that?
I believe that was 2014. And what GT3 car was involved with that one as well?
Oh, goodness. It wasn't a Ferrari, because that was the... Was it a Ferrari? Was it?
Yeah,
it was, okay.
Ferrari.
Probably a 488 at that time.
Yeah, it was the wonderful 488. I still think it's one of the better looking modern Ferraris.
Oh, I agree. You know, and it's funny, right? So one of my fun facts that I often like to bring up about Ferraris, and we don't have any. Do we have any? Yeah, we have a couple Ferraris out on track in the GT3 category. We'll touch on that here in a second. Let's take a look at this replay here. This is live. Excuse me. This is live with Ben Brown, as he is going to be getting a little feature on the screen. We got some Monaco GP in the background. Some, what is that? Touring cars with
that is actually all the Honda TC cars. Because if you take a look, yeah, you've got the one that Ryan Eversley won in. You've got the Hart TCR. I think below that too, you might have one of the real-time Hondas.
Now that is brilliant. Nice little display on it. You can see the same mic that I used to use. It's a good one. And he's got to plug his racing gloves. I don't know what brand they are, but he's got the racing gloves ready and rocking to roll, and he's just going to be cruising on out there.
Fantastic.
One thing I do...
still got this battle for 7th in... Go ahead.
No, one thing I do love to see there is those face cams, of course. It just brings so much light to the darkness that we are racing in currently. Now, of course, it's just temporary darkness, folks. It's called nighttime. It'll go back away. The sun will be round in about... What time is it right now? I think it's in sim time. We're looking at 1 a.m. So we're going to have some sun in probably about, 5-6 hours?
Yeah, 5-6 hours is going to be that wonderful time when you like that sunlight to come on. I think that's probably one of the better times in a 24-hour race, because now you have hope. You can finish this race. Just hope your equipment makes it the whole way around.
Yeah, or your house apparently doesn't flood while you're driving, which, fun fact about, apparently she was still driving while the house was flooding. So that was dedication at its finest, you might say. I certainly, again, hope everything is okay and hopefully nothing's getting damaged. But she definitely isn't letting her pride get damaged, all things considered, and she's not letting her team down, which is really cool to see, because, they often say, like, for example, the Rainbow Racing team, this is their first race they've ever taken part in last year, endurance race that they took part in last year. So this time around, of course, they have 2 cars entered in this one, and having a little technical difficulty, of course, that's the nature of having more cars. You're going to have more chance of technical difficulties, but making the best of a bad situation, and they're thinking about running 3 next year as well. So that's going to be a big shout out there to the Rainbow Racing team and their endeavors, I suppose you could say, as it's getting more and more challenging. But hey, that's the nature of a 24, right?
It really is, and you've got to really make a hay with it. As we're on board on the car with Garnet Adams, and I believe there's also Adams behind the wheel. I love these shots of the feet cam because you see the footwork, and it's interesting to see everybody's pedal setup. I don't think I've ever seen a pedal setup that has the glowing there, the glowing lights.
True. That is a very nice little touch. You're right, and I'm wondering if that's a reflection of something, but it could be. Yeah, no, you're 100%, because that's probably an LED that she has set down. That's awesome. Garnet Adams with a killer setup, I have to say. Got the triples as well, of course, and unfortunately, her dog has left the picture, it seems. She had her what was the name? Chat knows the name. I know Chat had said it earlier. I'd have to go back into the first chat, the first iteration chat to find that out, so... But her also has a dog cam there, so would love to see it at some point, but not right now. But yeah, the racing shoes, the full-on setup, and the load cell pedals there as well. Very, very comfortable. And what that goes to show you, you mentioned that, the pedal cam, it goes to show you, especially in corners like Arnage and in like Indianapolis and through the Mulsanne corner, you get to see just truly how much trail braking is going on for them, because it's actually insane when you see the amount of time that they're spending on the brake before they have to get off of it and back onto the accelerator. It's such a talent, and that right there is the skill that really separates the good from the great, and I'd love to see that camera angle because it really shows that she has that mastered.
No, it really does, and you really need it, especially when you're dealing with other classes of racing. Looking at our LMP2 leader as well, with Marcantino Fordero having a lap lead over Taylor Mills Racing 42. As we take a look at Stinky Cam. Oh, now Stinky's moved off just the bed a little bit. It's funny how dogs, it's like you have this wonderful bed, you have all these great accommodations, and you're gonna be laying off the bed.
I actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Jeremy, because I said that exact same thing earlier when I was on the broadcast. It's so true. Yeah, you give them this nice bed, you make it up nice for them, and then they're like, oh, you know what? The floor sounds so much nicer than that. And it's like, but you'll sleep on my bed, but you won't. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Pit stops are background though, and Sophie actually, was that an early stop for Sophie, or have we really just been rambling for that long?
We may have been rambling for that long, because let's see, 5th in class, I believe. Oh,
whoa, no! Sophie has gone into deep, her best Sum 41 impression yet. No barriers were collected, thankfully. Manages it into the kitty litter. Should be back out on the track. Now, this is something that we were talking about earlier on the broadcast. Keep right here. Avoid the rejoin, bad rejoin. Excellent job there. Sophie back on the track. This is the nature of cold tires, folks. I mentioned it earlier on, we saw so many incidents straight out of pit lane and just asking too much from your cold rubber. And that right there, it's such a high speed, high commitment corner through the Mulsanne, or onto the Mulsanne straight through Tête au Rouge, and just asking a little bit too much. And thankfully for Sophie, no barriers were collected, just a bit of pride and under tray damage.
Yep, just enough to keep going, get the clag off the tires, and get back running, I should say. Still 5th in class though, so not too bad of a harmful spin.
No, but the problem is I think they were chasing down the turn 1 team, or not the turn 1 team. They were behind because they are going to be out of phase right now. The screen is, so we're looking, they were battling with the Beta Frost 22, currently of Henrik Strand. That battle is now going to get put on hold. So they were, I think, a couple seconds behind, and at times they were even ahead. But Sophie, unfortunately, there with a slight little mistake. I think when we see the pit stop from Henrik, more than likely the Beta Frost will come out on top, but they're not going to be separated by too much. Like I say, all things considering, that wasn't the worst spin in the world. We've seen certainly much worse, and I almost guarantee you we're going to see much worse throughout. So just a bit of, again, just get your head back on your shoulders, get the heat into the tires first, and then keep on keeping on and worry about the competition later.
I think that pit stop's going to come in the next couple laps because Strand is working lap number 9 on this previous stint. Your overall leaders in the pits as well, Nina Hahn, running 12 laps on those tires. If we can get to pit road to take a look at the 21's pit stop as the 22 comes in. So Beta Frost got a short stint. As there is your overall leader, the Olympus Esports Atlas, driven by Nina Hahn in the hypercar class. Let's see if Nina stays in the car, if she's going to hand it off to another driver. Watch the car go up, and yeah, they're going to do a driver swap to Victor Clayson.
That was Nina's second stint complete there, so she is going to be retiring out of the car for the time being and probably going to bed, if I had to guess, as she is over in Germany, of course, and it's getting awfully late over there, so more than likely going to be heading to bed very, very shortly, but a very solid stint from the Olympus Esports driver. And her teammate was interviewed earlier and made the comment the fact that she's only been driving hypercars for 1 week, and that just really goes to show you how good Nina Hahn truly is. Now, she has her accolades, she has her victories in the past. She finished second back in one race in the ADAC Sim Racing Expo for the Women's Arena in 24, finished 4th in the other one. Also won the International Women's Day for the Screen to Speed race, as well as the Screen to Speed Winter Cup in February. So she has won quite a few races. That's just a small mention as well, a drop in the bucket, might you say, of the things that she has ended up winning and participated as well, I think, in VCO and various other championships, including their championship that they have as well over at Olympus Esports. I'm pretty sure they run stuff as well. So just all the way around, a very solid driver, put an end to her stint, and now handing the car on over to Victor Claassen, who will more than likely take this car for the next few hours.
And of course, Olympus Esports under investigation with an incident with the 125. That is the Lead Paw Racing Ilrus GT3 with Tori Push behind the wheel. So we'll see what race control says there. There's Nick Gregory, 13th in the hypercar class, and looks like Gregory will double stint as, nope, we're actually going to see a driver change from the Lead Paw Racing Dragon, and that's Chase West who's going to be in the car for his next stint.
And we'll see what he's got pace-wise, as everybody seems to be having their stop in relatively the same amount of time. And I'm even looking over at the stint board, and it's surprising. The hypercars are all relatively on the same strategy. There's a couple outliers, maybe your Spec 7 racing teams, your BMW M-Plower 558s. But other than that, pretty much everyone's on a relatively similar strategy. We're going to see the M-Plower 557 of Chen Wang Chen into the lane, more than likely on the next 2 laps at most, but more than probably the next lap in general. Other than that, I think the Beta Frost still has to pit, but pretty much all things considered, they're all on the same strategy. Now, looking down at the LMP2 category, it's somewhat a similar story, but not quite. Actually, no, now that I'm analyzing it further, it's an absolute mess of pit stops down there, and nobody knows where anybody is now that I'm looking at it. I do know, though, that the Beta Frost 22 has made their stop, and they've come out 2.5 seconds ahead of Sophie Erwan in the Screen to Speed. That is the 40 car looping around, and that looked unforced from Chase West.
Yeah, Chase West just coming out of the pits and still trying to get going. Those cold tires, they will bite. Almost got taken out by another driver as we see the replay. And yeah, once again, the Dunlop curves just coming around and spinning. Thankfully, able to get out of the gravel trap. Almost high-centered himself as well. Oh, that was close. That was close.
My goodness. I couldn't tell from that camera angle if the 2 cars made contact. That it looked close. I don't think there was. If it was a little bit of netcode, though. I think that was just cold tires for Chase and him just pushing, again, slightly too hard and asking a little too much out of him. We go on board right now for the battle for 4th position, and we see a mistake out of the Beta Frost 22, and that's going to be Sophie capitalizing immediately side by side now on the run out of Indianapolis, I think, on the way down towards Arnage. This is going to be someone having to give. Is it going to be Sophie on to the outside for this left-hander? But as we approach the braking zone, it's going to be advantage for Sophie. She takes the position, and the Screen to Speed Dream Team up into 4th. Despite the dramas with after the pit stop, everything is back underway and solidly running, and Sophie showing her pace. Yeah, she's pretty quick around here, running a 38.2.
last time by. But yeah, one small mistake is usually all it takes to capitalize on this closely regulated Class C LMP2 here in iRacing. Of course, it's a gorgeous Dallara. I thought I'd hear myself say that because, look at the Indy cars that they've, we're not going to go down that road. But the Dallara actually really nice, the P217. As clicking off yet another lap. They are a lap behind the leader, Twin Turn Sim Racing, in LMP2 right now. Both of those drivers coming off recent pit stops as well. So fresher tires actually for Ruben Eilertsen. But Aaron Wynn with the tires which are up to pace now.
Yeah, she's gotten her head firmly planted on her shoulders and definitely looking much quicker than she was in the past. Now, you know, I was also going through here. I wanted to find out what the average speed of these cars was. And we'll hold that thought, actually, because this battle, this is not done yet, but this isn't the one that we're looking at there. This is going to be in the LMP. Oh, I did it. It's the hypercar category.
Drink.
Yeah, pretty much. And this is a battle for not fourth in the category. What are we looking? This is the 22. This is the Beta Frost 22 in the Screen to Speed Dream Team, is it? No, it didn't look like Sophie's car on the outside there. Either way, the 22 makes it by. And okay, it wasn't. That was a back marker. Take a look at Stinky Cam. That's better. Everyone is happy now.
That was actually the 926 Multi-Viewer Motorsports of Felipe Junqueira in the hypercar class. So yeah, we're still seeing a battle for fourth in LMP2 with Erwin trying to hold off Eilertsen as well, but that has kind of stretched out to 2.2 seconds. So that battle kind of, yeah, that's moot as we go through the Michelin chicane.
It is so interesting to see the similarities between these two cars. So going back here now, talking about the average speed. So the hypercars, they're predicted about 425 laps is about the prediction that I had for my maths that I got. So take that with a grain of salt. On an average of 147 miles an hour over every lap. The LMP3 cars average about 139 miles an hour. So nearly, what is that, 6 miles an hour only difference on average per lap? Then you go down to the GT3 category and they're at a measly 129 miles an hour on average. Oh, it's a child's pace speed. No, that's still insanely fast, all things considering, but that is a 10 mile an hour difference to the LMP2 category and nearly 20 miles an hour overall. And
well, you see on your screen that a black flag has been issued for the Olympus Esports Atlas team.
Not sure what exactly that was from. Taking a look at it, it was an incident, it seems, between... No, yes, the lead PA and Olympus. So this was more than likely during Nina Hahn's stint. I'm not sure if we caught a replay of that one, but the resulting action is a drive-through penalty, or is that a stop-go penalty for the black flag?
It's going to be a drive-through.
Okay. So having to serve that now within the next couple laps as well. That is going to put a dent in the gap to Neil, and that's going to be Neil DeBacher. I think going to be grinning like a Cheshire cat right now because I think we're going to potentially see a battle for the lead. It's going to be close. I'm not sure how long a drive-through is here at the Cirque de la Sarthe, but it's going to be probably around that 30 to 40 second mark.
I'm trying to log. It's going to be close for the battle for the lead. Yeah, the delta for the pits is going to be very interesting here to see what happens between the 21 and the 41.
And they'll have to be served very quick. There's your gap on screen directly. It's Hypercar v Hypercar Cadillac versus BMW. I was going to say a tale as old as time, but no, not really. Cadillac, of course, being one of the newer manufacturers in the hypercar category. And they had their dramas when they first entered. I think everybody had their doubts, but ever since then, I think they've established themselves as quite the reputable manufacturer. A big old naturally aspirated 5.5 V8. Again, doing that one off memory. I think that's right, though. It's big, it's loud, it's brash, and my goodness, does it sound nice.
Well, of course, what helps them is having Jota go from Porsche to Cadillac and have a stout driver lineup as well. But we'll see what happens if Victor Clayson can move his way up and kind of run qualifying laps until he has to absolutely pit and serve the drive-thru.
Yeah, and once he does, it'll be a bit of a tough pill to swallow, unfortunately, but it's going to, it's the reality nonetheless. You have to, well, what is it? You make your bed, you have to lie in it. I don't know. I had something more clever that I should have said. Either way, it is what it is. It's, I was gonna say it's getting late. It's not really getting that late, at least for here over in the States, but a big warm welcome to everybody joining us wherever you are in the world, as of course it's going to be getting quite late over in the Europes, I think quite early over in the Oceanias, and quite afternoon over here in the States, or night, depending if you're on the East Coast. But welcome to everybody. We have raised so far $4,666.69. That's a lot of sixes, not dollars as well. It's euros, Mike. Come on. You knew that. 4,666 euros have been raised thus far, a goal of 5,000. We've had so many goals already smashed. Big donators already. Top donator Skylar Ward of 260 euros. Our recent one, though, the Space Jace, big thank you to you, with 20 euros as well. And Napfish saying it's 2 in the morning. Napfish, where are you at in this fine world? My goodness. First off, thank you for tuning in to the RaceSpotTV channel, because that is some dedication.
Race Control also noting another incident between the 66 Oceanic Outlaws powered by VOC and the 40 Lead Paw Racing Dragon under investigation. So now we're getting into the point of the night where we're going to see incidents left and right. Oh man, this is just this is just some great, let's log some laps. Of course, we're waiting on the Olympus Esports Atlas Cadillac to come into the pit to serve their pass-through penalty, and then Mike, we're going to have a heck of a race for Hypercar.
Yes, I think we most certainly are. There's a bit of a spinner for Sandvik around into the kitty litter of what looked to be the Porsche curves there. Through, this is going to be Kane Crawford trying to make an overtake onto the 66, and that is a bit of you reap what you sow, touching the back bumper of your competitor, and you're the one to spin. That's not something you see too often. Oliver Svingest up next here in the GT3 category, a massive tank slapper, holy smokes. That's a violent one. Thankfully, though, he managed to avoid the barrier, just have a bit of a spin round, get off the brakes, and, well, get it back onto track. Kasamari up next, side by side with an LMP or with a GT3 car. Takes too much curb, and bam! That is a lot of damage. And 56 car having to more than likely take a fast repair. Not quite that fast of a repair, though, as that's just going to be visual. Chase West, well, we saw this one. We're going to see it again. Chase having, no, we didn't see this one. We've seen an incident with Chase. No, that was the one that we saw with Chase West, fresh out of pit lane on cold tires and no contact to be made. That even gave me a scare the second time around. It was so close to a collision there, but Chase still underway. And now back to the pit stop phase. It's going to be NB Rain coming into the lane.
15th in Hypercar in the number 24 L1 Racing Hypercar. Let's see if we get a driver change, as you'll see the big note. You'll see, yep, the car disappears, so NB Rain out. Ashley Mim in that number 24. We also see Beta Frost 8 in the pits, and we have yet to see Olympus Esports Atlas serve their drive-through penalty. Mim in the 24, as we said, will come out here shortly. See if Beta Frost 8 swaps drivers as well.
Oh no, we missed it. the halfway point happened. Oh, man. I always love to say it. We're halfway through the race, folks. Better late than never. We've made it halfway through the race for causes here. Belong to LGBTQ+ Youth Ireland is the community, or the charity that we are supporting here today. And so far, again, we've raised $4,666.69 out of our $5,000 goal. And the halfway points among us, the drivers, they breathe a sigh of relief, and then they realize, shoot, we still got another half of this to go. Everything that we've done, it's only going to get longer at certain points here. This is where it starts to drag on, but for some, it's also going to speed up. It just depends. If you're in a battle, it's going to fly by. Your stints just rocket on through. But if you're out there just hot lapping after hot lap after hot lap, it can get a bit tedious. And I think we knew this from a couple years back in the 24 Hours of Le Mans when they had the safety car for, what was it? I don't know, infinity laps. And the drivers, they were complaining about how to stay awake behind the wheel, which is something you don't often hear in racing.
Well, that one, and think about back last year to the Spa 24, where they had to do the same thing.
That's why they put they blew. Oh, well, what's this? This is Victor Klassen here, and screen here. This is our race leader. Holy cow! That's not how you get by a Corvette. I think that's just a miscommunication, unfortunately, but Victor, a little argy-bargy. I don't think either car, all things considered, had too much damage, and when Armageddon strikes, I think I want to be in a bunker made of Victor Klassen's face.
So we've also heard, that's a good one. We heard that this is the reason for the black flag that the 21 Olympus Esports Atlas still has yet to serve. They're going through Sector 2 right now, so they've got to serve it here within the next lap or so before I think stronger penalties will come down from race control. We haven't heard what will happen, but nonetheless, interesting situation developing here as the gap really between first and second has not closed too much, hasn't opened too much, but I think that the delta might be too small for that 42-second gap to really make too much of a difference. As here's your leader in LMP2, it's a twin-turn sim racing, Dallara of Lucas Moncla.
And we got to hear from his teammate earlier on. They're confident, they're ready to roll for the rest of this stint, and they're just going to try to lead this entire race. That's their goal. They're 2.5 minutes ahead of the next car, and they're not looking backwards, quite frankly, and they have no intention on doing it anytime soon. Now, this is the dance and the song of Le Mans. It is a loud one as well, and it's the cause of backmarkers giveth and backmarkers taketh away. And right now, it seems that they're giving quite fruitfully, but we all know what type of fruit they can bear at times, and it's poisoned for anyone that knows that one. But yes, it's not something you want to be biting down into. The other driver's rear bumper is what I'm talking about there. And with that hypercar that you can see stuck behind this Dallara, they're going to have to negotiate on by, but it's going to be into pit lane, actually.
That might be our leader right now. We'll confirm that here shortly. But yeah, gotta watch your mirrors if you're slower traffic. As we're on board with Chen Wing Chen in more ways than one. That's what he's looking at on the left, and what we're seeing on the right, his virtual cockpit, I should say.
That is, man, is locked in as we speak. You can see the focus, the determination. We were on board with, who was it earlier? I forgot who we were on board with. They didn't blink literally all the way from the Le Mans, or the, not the Le Mans curve, the Mulsanne curve, excuse me, through the Mulsanne curve and all the way through the Porsche curves. They didn't blink until they reached the line, which was just, it shows how much focus is required. You know, I mentioned it before. This is a type of track that you don't often get to drive as a race car driver. A lot of them are very straightforward. You're either focused the whole time, or you typically get one point in time to relax, and the rest of the lap you're locked in. On this one, you have different points in time where you're kind of you have to go and, you get time to check your dashes, your dials, your gauges to make sure that everything's up to temp and speed, and you get time to talk to your engineer, especially when you're back on the Mulsanne, times like this. But then you get to the Porsche curves like we are right now, and there's no talking. You're flat out through these curves, as you can see, not a single bit of lifting. The amount of downforce, you can even see the rig, it's shaking the camera. That's how much input that's getting thrown in here by Chen Wang-Chen, and just trying to fight the car more than you're trying to fight anybody else.
Getting a incident result from the 40 Lead Paw Racing. They've got to do a drive-through for an unsafe rejoin, and Victor Clayson still has yet to serve his penalty. That is also that drive-through for that contact that we had earlier on in this race. So still plenty of great racing left to go, but that gap between the 21 and the 41 overall has now grown to about 44 seconds. So I think we might see Clayson come into the pits here shortly for his drive-through penalty and not lose too much ground.
I'm a little distracted right now. We have Ramiro, our producer in chat, or our producer here. He's over in the YouTube chat, and he's created a poll of more Stinky Cam. And I'm going to be honest. Well, we've had 10 people respond. Who is the one that said no? Raise your hand. We need. Look, we gotta. Who doesn't want Stinky Cam? What are we on about here? That's, of course, Gage's cam. We're going to be seeing the Stinky Cam. We got to see a little bit more. And Ramiro, of course, will be pulling that up shortly for us. And we'll be to see the... That's rude, Ramiro. That is not Stinky Cam. That's a very Stinky Cam. Oh, my goodness. Oh my. Well, folks.
Complaints to questions at RaceSpot.tv. Do not send them to any of us.
Sorry, Chen. That was anyways, that's gonna get clipped. Either way. Chase West, black flag. That's, we don't know what necessarily caused that. Was that from the contact that we saw? I doubt it. I don't think that was any real stripe they got thrown into, but...
No, that was for an unsafe rejoin per race control. We're still waiting on Victor Clayson to serve his drive-through, which should be any minute now.
Stewards are harsh. That's fair. It's fair. That's tough, but fair. We got some pretty hardcore stewards going on, is what I'm learning then, because... yeah, you could definitely classify that as an unsafe rejoin. It didn't result in anything disastrous, but yeah, it was unsafe. So big props there to the stewards. They're on top of the penalties here tonight. They got their hands full with 51 drivers starting this race. In fact, that's something I haven't checked. How many drivers do we still have out? We got 51. No, we only have 50. We had one, the Unlucky Racing Unluck Racing Team. Wow. I guess they faded themselves into that one.
So here's what we're hearing from race control. The black flag on the 21 is reapplied version of an earlier incident after an unsuccessful appeal, and just so we don't think this is another one. So, okay, never mind. No, carry on.
No, fair enough. They did not deem what I thought. Okay, fair. I didn't think that one was an unsafe rejoin. So yeah, fair enough. But either way, continuing on, they'll have to serve their drive-through penalty. Shouldn't put too much hurt on them at the end of the day. It's just kind of rubbing a bit of dirt in the wound, unfortunately, for the Lead Paw Racing Dragon team. Still, a long ways to go in this race. 12 hours pretty much left. 11 hours, 45 minutes, and 40 seconds to go. They're not in last. The L1 Racing team, we saw actually Ashley Mim behind the wheel of that. It's been a tough recovery day for them, but I got to give credit where credit's due. They might be down 2 laps relative to the rest of their field. Heck, they're down 2 laps, to the LMP field. They're down 12 laps to the top field, but they're keeping their head high, their chin up, and they're keeping on out there. The L1 Racing team just trying to chug along and get to that checkered flag, which again, respect and credit where credit is due.
And here's what's also great too. So 51 cars took the green flag. We're only missing 2 cars right now. So at this stage of the race, that's fantastic to see. 49 cars still on the track at this time, on track in the pits, whatever. But nonetheless, we're looking at Mark Noski back in 3rd in the Doug Henson Racing Yellow GT3, the beautiful Mustang. Of course, not too far behind, you've got the Full Tilt Motorsports 13. So that battle will heat up here, I would say, within the next couple laps, because Full Tilt run about a half second faster than the Doug Henson Racing Yellow. See one of the prototypes coming into the pits.
And the 87 here, that's actually another good shout. Where are they at in terms of their pit stop phase? They're going to have to come in soon, but so is the rivals. So they are going to have to come, the Full Tilt is also going to have to pit pretty much around that same time. So we'll be seeing that one kind of build up here, but in the meantime, I think we're going to have a little bit of an interview with one of the Prismatic Motorsports drivers from the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team, the number 98 car. We're going to be hearing from Scout Lawrence here very, very shortly, as I'm just, where is the 98 car at currently on track? Am I blind? Oh, they're in third. Right. Very blind, yes, as Rachel Connolly behind the wheel. But here, let's hear from Scout Lawrence as we pull her on in. Scout, do we got a copy?
Yes, you do. How's it going?
I am doing very, very well, Scout. Currently, I gotta say, it seems like you guys are doing quite well yourselves. Third in category, or third overall. Rachel absolutely tearing it up out there as well. Currently, maybe not the fastest in terms of Taylor, but keeping up with the rest of the field and keeping ahead for the time being.
Indeed. Rachel is, we like to joke at Prismatic that Rachel is our alien, our resident alien. So she's out there just sending it, putting in some really good laps. This is her in lap, so gonna box the end of this one here. And yeah, on my last couple stints there, I accidentally left the pit limiter off leaving, so I got a quick little 15-second stop and go to fix that problem. So we lost P3, but we've been slowly climbing it back. We're kind of going back and forth depending on the pit stops right now, but overall going very good.
All right, Scout, let's talk about that poster that's behind you right there as we're watching on board. Who is that the late, great Greg Moore?
Close. It's actually Alex Tagliani. Yeah, it's a Ford Cosworth Reynard. My dad had this poster for a really long time. He was a huge Alex Tagliani fan, and so I recently acquired this poster from him. So it's a good one. I like it. I like to keep it there.
Very brilliant. Also represent the wheel there in the background. Is that a trophy? We can't quite see the trophy on screen. Is that a trophy behind you as well? Or what is that behind you? I can't tell. It's covered up by our timing tower.
I think that's just my doorknob.
Oh, it's just a door. It looks like a trophy from what we saw. There we go. No, it is okay. Well, that's less exciting. That's okay. It's a very fancy doorknob,
sorry.
though, I have to say.
I wish I had a trophy or something interesting to pull out, but I don't really have anything. I have like lots of little Hot Wheels cars and stuff up on the shelf, but that's about it.
Don't get me started with anything like that. No, but currently
I got the Legos. I got the Porsche. I got all kinds of stuff.
It. That's awesome. Now let's talk a little bit about, well, the trophy. As currently you guys are sitting in third position right now. Do you think it's possible? Is the win on the cards here tonight, and are you going for it?
You're always going for it a little bit, are you not? Like, we're still trying to be out here and put in as best we can and keep it as clean as we can, but Olympus and TMR look really fast. So I don't know about that one. But hopefully it'd be cool, but you know, I'm not gonna say it's not gonna happen, but it might not happen.
Hey, anything can happen in motorsports, and it normally does. Of course, we're going to be rooting for you guys. Now, before we do let you go and get back to the spotting and whatnot and just the rest of your night, is there anyone that you'd like to thank here before we move on?
I just want to thank Prismatic Motorsports as a whole. I'm a newer member of Prismatic, only as of just a few months, I think it's been, and it's just been such a really accepting and such an awesome community. It's been the exact kind of sim racing community I've been looking for a really long time, and I urge any trans or non-binary people who are interested in this hobby, whether you've been doing it for a long time or only for a little bit, shoot Prismatic a DM on social media, because you can probably join our nice community. We're not just an esports team or something like that. We're also just a community of people who like to hang out and chat sim racing and provide a safe space for people like that to be and hang out, because it's important. It's kind of tough in racing. It's a very male-dominated sport, and so we got to make our voice as loud as we can by coming together.
Absolutely, and it's been working quite well. I know there are multiple communities sprouting up, all representing the same message, and it's awesome to see that not just the growth with the sim racing community, which has absolutely been growing, but with the LGBTQ plus communities as a whole growing and building and trying to support all this. And having a race like the Race for Cause that we have here as well is really just the nail in the coffin. Again, you go and look at last year's donations compared to this year's, it's amazing. Again, the community, I think everyone's becoming a lot more accepting and understanding, and I do feel that we're moving forward on this. At least I certainly hope that's the case with everybody else.
I agree. Absolutely. It feels like we are.
Awesome. Well, Scout Lawrence, I'll let you get back to it. The Prismatic Motorsports Athena, number 98 hypercar, currently third in class, third overall, and rocking with Rachel Konecki behind the wheel. Concoli, my goodness, I am so sorry for the pronunciation, but doing a great job. Now then, back to our leader, the Olympus Esports Atlas driver, Victor. He is turning the laps in right now. His previous lap was a 3:37 compared to 3:26s, so he does need to find a little bit. Of course, I think just fresh out of pit lane would explain that lap. But ready to roll for this stint and absolutely flying along himself. And, you know, they mentioned it. They're very difficult. It's looking difficult to catch the Olympus Esports team. But with the penalties that we've been seeing, it's already the gap down to 12 seconds now between the Taylor Mills Racing and the Olympus Esports.
So now we know that a delta is about 30 seconds. Because, yeah, we're down to 12.8 seconds as we're taking a look at Neil's course replay. Okay, I was holding my breath thinking we were going to see a wall slap. Now we're just going to see a spin through the Porsche. Oh, contact!
That was almost like watching a car on a very icy day on a hill with their brakes on. That was a very slow motion crash that I find very hard to break down. Can we catch another replay of that here? I think we are going to. Let's see. So we start off with a hypercar spinning. Okay. No, this is a different replay. Okay, this is going to be Lith Fox spinning. We're going to see Alex Ellis up next here. This is that replay that we're talking. Okay, so we see a car off. Two separate incidents. I don't think those two were related. Did they make contact? I couldn't tell.
Was that a sympathy spin or was that a contact spin? And yeah, we see Alex Ellis spinning off once again, coming off the Porsche curve. So rough couple of corners for the number 65.
Yeah, definitely. The Porsche curves are certainly more optimal when you have your wing attached rather than laying back 300 yards behind you. It's back into pit lane, no doubt, and they're going to be using one of their three faster pairs. Absolutely so. And that was... Wait, hold on. Was that the Prismatic Motorsports, or did they just come in? No, they're in off stint timer. Never mind.
Yeah, they're off stint timer. Remember, we heard that Concoli was going to pit anyway. By the way, we're up to 4,700 euro right now. As I just saw the recent donation, see if I can get that to cycle through. I want to thank Sophie Connell for her donation of 100 euros. So inching closer to that 5,000 euro goal for the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland.
Absolutely amazing. We were just talking about it there briefly, but again, generating safe spaces for the LGBTQ plus community, as well as not just that community, but of course for the young people in the community, ages 14 to 23, and just trying to help find a space out there. And of course, again, empowering parents, trying to make them more informed on what exactly their children are going through, and just getting the world more informed. It's a great charity to be a part of here, and a great cause, all things considered. So thanks to absolutely everybody for joining this stream. If you're just watching the VOD, it doesn't matter. Even if you are donating, even if you're not donating, excuse me, we thank you so much for supporting this cause.
Well, and of course too, Mike, growing up, it's already tough enough because you're trying to find your way in life. You want to find out who you are. You got to get your own personality. And then, there's our broadcast control. We see our very own producers there. So yeah, I want to thank everybody over at RaceSpot for helping us out. But back to what I was saying, life's confusing enough. Okay, throw in the fact of, being somebody who's, either non-binary, gay, or bisexual or something of that nature. That makes life a whole lot harder. So having that safe space to find out who you are, to find out your clique, to feel like you belong, that in and of itself is huge. So the fact that we're up to this much now and we're so close to our 5,000 euro goal is absolutely fantastic.
And on top of that, with Prismatic Motorsports providing a community there for the transgender, as well as, of course, Screen to Speed Inity Sports as well, one that I'm actually part of there for the representation of the LGBTQ plus communities. It's awesome to see because, like you say, it's a very hard form, but as we heard from Scout, it's a very male-dominated sport, and we, obviously getting more and more people involved in it and just more and more folks and everybody of every nature. Everyone's welcome here. It's not like anyone's better than anybody else. This isn't the 1950s anymore. We have, moved on a little bit here, and we can understand that everybody is a person and they offer a skill set, and especially want to inspire younger kids to get involved early with motorsports. That's one of the keys. It doesn't matter what you identify as. We want you involved. It doesn't matter if you're a driver, if you're in there as an engineer, or if you're a race spotter, whatever. There's so many roles in the motorsport community that are looking for women, looking for the LGBTQ plus community, and just looking for everybody right now. And it's such a cool thing to see. It's a growing space, and all in all, again, we're moving on, I think, in society to a certain extent. Obviously, there are still bumps and issues that, of course, are. I'm not going to downplay, right? But there are. We're working on it, and I think people are getting more and more understanding, and that starts with informing parents and informing everybody.
And look, the car doesn't care or know if you're a man, woman, what you identify as, or, who you love. All it cares about is don't put me in the wall and don't run me out of gas.
Almost the Lindsey James quote. I love it. That's a great quote, though. The quote that he's referencing, the Lindsey James made the comment of, the car does not care whether you're male or female. It just cares if you hit your breaking points at the end of the day. And it's one of the most true statements to be imagined. It is really down to the machine and the person behind the wheel. It does not matter anything else. But with that said, back to the racing, back to the action at hand. We are looking currently at our P3 in the LMP2 category. One lap down, it's going to be Ruben currently behind the wheel of that 22. Now, where has Sophie gone? Or where has the Screen Speed team gone? That's my question, because they were not too far off as I'm pulling through 50 different tabs right now to try to find my timings. Wow, they've dropped down the order quite a bit. Yes, okay, so Ruben still needs a pit, that's why.
Taylor Mills popped into the YouTube chat and said, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep until I see my car in the lead. Well, one of your cars is in the pits right now. Neil de Bacquer in the BMW. That's going to be a double stint from Neil, and looks like we've got a damaged Camaro back there as well.
That's impressive. Takes a lot to repeated punches in the face typically is what it requires to damage anything, even chip a tooth of a Camaro. It's quite a stout machine, and big, loud, and proud. And I guess I could describe America in a nutshell. But through the pit lane, we see the number 41 returning out back, and it's going to be Niels de Bacquer behind the wheel, about 1 minute and change off of our leader. That'll change up as well, of course, because the Olympus Esports Atlas team had to serve that drive-through penalty, and they still need to serve a pit stop at some point.
So we'll see what happens with that. Watching this battle for third place as well on our training screens, we're seeing that Prismatic just coming off that pit stop. Gonna have Beta Frosts on their tail here shortly as well. I'm gonna see what the Sector 2 time is gonna be from the Beta Frost 8 with Cyver, Avestad, Sandvik. That's about a second a couple tenths of a second faster. So the cold tires out of Concoli might not be too much of an issue. To see some replay here. Here's Kane Crawford in LMP2, and looks like it's going to be another spin through the Dunlop curves. Yep, just the back end, see what the front end wants to look at.
Well, hold your brakes, hold your brakes. The Porsche just avoids contact. That is one of the worst spots to be in and most terrifying as a racing driver, and there's nothing you can do about it, Kane Crawford. Hold your brakes, hope and pray, and hopefully you make it through to live another day, and Kane Crawford, he does. You can tell the tail once more. It was just a bit of a flat spot on the tires that he's going to suffer from. This is Adam Koop here as well, in 5th in the in the GT3 category. It's just red. Okay, that's fair enough. I also want to just give a second. Ramiro, you got to pull yourself back up here, brother. We got to give you a little more of a shout out here. We were just kind of a poor time on that one, but let's pull Ramiro up. We have our producer, of course. Big shout out to Hugo Luis Calmon for, of course, putting on the top half of this broadcast. He was up for quite a long time getting everything all set up with RaceSpot, but we have, of course, currently on production Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, and we want to see his broadcasting side because it's sick. I'm not gonna lie, it's goals right there as he's teasing me. He doesn't want to pull it up right now. I'm sure he's working frantically on it, but we'll see a feature from him. There he is. Hey, there is Ramiro. Look at that. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 monitors and probably 3 computers in that span as well. So that is just goes to show you a little glimpse into what exactly it takes to put on one of these productions. It's not as trivial as you may think. There's a lot going on, and Ramiro having to manage his checks and balances and make sure that Stinky Cam gets up every now and then, and because chat will riot if not. We love to see it. Big shout out to Ramiro.
I akin it to juggling chainsaws on fire, TV production, because you're putting out many fires at once. So what Ramiro and Hugo do for us here at RaceSpot it does not go unappreciated.
Yeah, we got the easy job. We just have to sit around and talk about cars driving in glorified circles. That's all we really have to do. The production, the whole nother level, and the production of these races as well. Let's not forget that to put these races on, that's not RaceSpot that's necessarily doing that. It's a whole team behind the scenes for this Race for Causes, and I know Prismatic Motorsports heavily involved with this as well, and Jamie Jessica Martin doing a whole heap of work behind the scenes to keep everybody's T's and I's dotted and crossed and so on and so forth. Whatever analogy you have, it's another instance of putting out fire after fire, and so far so good. This event has been, well, pretty much seamless.
Just technical difficulties on Talent's end because, talent is talent. Looking at just cars just going around the track. Something that I haven't seen in a while is we see Oliver Svingset with a black flag. Go back and take a look and see. That's the 88. It is... Sure, so probably incident points most likely. We did have a warning for the 016 Rainbow Racing Luna for some reckless driving as well. But back to what I was saying, I miss the Acuras in GT3. They are such gorgeous cars, the NSX.
Yeah, the Honda Acura NSX, whatever you want to call it, it is it's a machine. It's very, I know a lot of people are going to give me hate for this. Let me just start off by saying I'm a Japanese car guy, okay? So like before everybody all of a sudden starts saying, why are you comparing this? It's sort of Ferrari-esque, It gives me that sort of vibe, but it's a different kind of Ferrari vibe, right? It's not a one-to-one comparison there, but it gives you that sleek, low-key kind of aggressive shape to it, and it has a absolutely brilliant configuration as well. The Honda NSX, a 3.5 liter twin turbo V6, a very little tiny engine, pretty big for a 3.5. I guess 3.5 V6 is definitely nothing to shake a stick at. It's a little bit bigger than the V6s and the Camrys, but rocking about 570 brake horsepower and coming in at about 2,700 pounds in weight. It's quite the machine, and yeah, it hasn't really seen much love since 2021. I mean, it was a 2019 model. It kind of fell out of phase relatively quick. With the more modern cars.
Yeah, fell out of homologation as Chase West in for a pit stop. We saw Chase, of course, recently through the pits, serving a penalty. And I think that the Chase going to go ahead and double stint at this point as the car's off the jacks right now, getting the energy replenishment that it needs. But yeah, I think it just fell out of homologation. Its time expired because Honda has not come out with new NSXs. They're focusing mostly on the Civics, which, you know, still running throughout the TC. I believe they're still running in TC, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. But no, it's pretty different. Oh, speaking of priorities, that's the Porsche with the tank slapper prioritizing the wrong way. Next up, here's our a little incident our bout of incidents that have happened in the past 10 minutes is I guess what we'll call this here. Drivers struggling in the mid sectors of these races. Wow, who'd have thought? It's halfway through an endurance race and people are crashing. Not really crashing, but glorified spins like that. That's not a crash. It's just it's an unforced error. It's a mistake and a bit of time loss throughout the race. And you don't want to lose time, but everybody is going to have some form of this at some point in time, and that is an awkward one. That's a high-speed high-speed spin. That's going to flat spot the heck out of the tires, especially through that second chicane on the Le Mans straight. That's a heck of a load getting transferred through it, and living on to tell the tale, but probably feeling a bit of vibration through the wheel.
Take a look at the money raised so far. We are at 24 euros to go until we reach our donation. Want to thank Y for donating 200 euros as the last donation.
Goodness.
So
that is
who wants
incredible.
To be one? Yeah.
Thank you all so much once again. We are no doubt going to smash this within the next 22 minutes and get to that €5,000 goal. Whilst that's happening, we've had a little development. Sophie is now behind Ruben. Other way around. Ruben is now behind Sophie. I could have said, if you reversed this 20 minutes ago, I would have been. Again, these have been a flip-flop in positions, and it seems that the 22 and the 211 are pretty much glued to each other from the word, not quite go, but from the past 2 hours. They've been locked bumper to bumper, more or less. The only thing that's really been the difference is the pit stops. They're in a slightly different phase right now, but now they are pretty even. We see that Screen to Speed Dream Team is on 2 laps and the Beta Frost 22 is on 1. So now they finally kind of have gone back through the ropes and they've evened out the phases right now. So they're on the same strategy.
Yeah, that's the point in the race where you're racing if you're racing somebody, you're going to be racing them for the next couple of hours or so, unless something happens, something breaks, you take a spin. So no surprise that the 211 and the 22 have basically been stuck together like glue, although they've been stretching left and right. Of course, it looks like got a battle for position in GT3 that might hamper this battle between Erwin and Eilertson as they go through the Ford chicane. So far, so good. But that was close. That was close.
That was extremely close for Ruben right there. My goodness, the Porsche almost getting involved. It wasn't the Porsche? Was it oh goodness, I can't see it. It was a Porsche, just a different Porsche. Causing a bit of strife there. And now, as you've just seen one Porsche nearly end your day, you have to get by another one if you're the 22.
Just gotta get away from it. But at this time, we're now seeing Erwin open up that gap for behind 4th place. So I guess that's good nonetheless. I should say for 4th place, as we see the 21, your leader, in the pits.
Now this is a scheduled stop, nothing out of order here. It's a very early stop. I'm assuming there was a double stint involved here with the tires. That wouldn't make much sense, though, because Victor just came behind the wheel, though, so that's an interesting one. He stopped only at 6 laps. Now, these LMP, these hypercars have the capability of going 12, maybe 13 laps, probably tops. So cutting this stint very short, it's a little early to say that this is them going for their short stint towards the end. I'm curious what that was.
Actually, if you watch the pit counter, they don't log whether or not it was a pass-through or if it was a pit stop. So that's a reason for the stint. Our timing system showed the stint is split in half as if he did take a stop into the pits. Now, here's what's interesting. Even though DeBacher had a little bit of a debauchery through the Ford chicanes, let's see if he can keep up to Clayson there and maybe battle for the lead here just past halfway.
And if that does come to fruition, that's going to potentially give the Prismatic Motorsports Athena team a chance back into this. Now, it's a long shot, but they're a lap down, give or take, a little bit around a lap. I can't quite tell exactly plus or minus, but close to a lap down, and that could be the difference maker. If those two start to tangle and dice it up and they have a bit of contact here and there, that might give the shot back to the Prismatic Motorsports team, as of course if the Taylor Mills catches up to the Olympus Esports, we know they want the track position. I think it was Brad earlier that made the comment, you don't wait on this track. You don't just get behind somebody and follow them. You take the initiative, you take the position, and you run with it. And if you're Taylor Mills Racing 41, you're going to absolutely do that.
Hey, Mike, Andy Kay getting us 10 euros closer to our goal. So we're sitting at 4986.69 euros. So getting average so close. I hope we can get it by the end of this, before the end of this hour. Still plenty of time left, but I think we're going to get it by the end of our stint, which is fantastic. Watching the leader make his way through some GT3 traffic. Of course, there's also the 900 Owned Racing Forward of Greg Prescott. Take a look and see where they're at as I scroll down. They've got a lap ahead and a couple laps behind the cars in front and behind them. Morgan's cooking is 8th in class in the number 99, but Prescott not having to worry too much about traffic around. And the only traffic he's worrying about is making sure the prototype traffic can pass through safely.
Yeah, okay. This is a very interesting little tidbit of information that I've gotten from chat here. Naj Kali has made the comment that earlier on the double stinting, oh my.
That was an interesting pit. Hey, by the way, before you go into that, looks like we had a GT3 car go off in the Porsche Kurzel. See a replay of that. Oh, we got a spin! A couple of prototypes with the spin there in Arnage. That's Craig Beneful involved in that. I'm sorry, that was a prototype in a GT3.
That was a very clumsy collision, whatever it was. A little bit of it was like Jenga. You pull one little bit out and then everybody just falls down behind it right there. Let's catch a replay of it and exactly what unfolded. This is that Porsche Curves incident that you were talking about, and wow, again, a Porsche in the Porsche Curves having a tank slapper. Some would say it's fate, some would say it's a curse. It's kind of both, I'm going to be honest. This, though, is what we were just looking at, where it is a knife fight in a phone booth that boiled over into the streets, and whenever that happens, there's always going to be, well, body parts strung amongst the ranks. I'm talking about the cars, of course, through the field, and I didn't make much out of that one, but Song here to the inside, collecting the Ford Mustang, and then there's just the innocent victim of the yellow LMP car that just had to sit and be a passenger.
Yeah, being in a gap like that just makes life a little bit harder as we see Sandvik through the Michelin chicane, just a little tap. I think might have hit those curbs just a little too hard. You don't want to do that. Here's Remy Talens, 13th in the LMP2 class. Going, looks like some contact there with one of the fellow classmates through Arnage. And that's going to do it for our 10-minute replay. Anthony Jenkins, 5th in Hypercar, now in the pits in that beautiful BMW Hypercar.
Yeah, it really is a kind of wonder of a machine. All these cars are just insane with the amount of downforce and speed that they can produce. It goes to show just how far racing has come. We mentioned again the first race that had ever taken part here with an average speed of, what was it, 57 miles an hour, I think was the average speed. When you compare that to nowadays, they have an average speed of nearly 145 or 147 miles an hour for the hypercars. It's quite the difference over 102 years. I can math. Yeah, it's been a heck of a year, and especially, again, talking about that safety where the Porsche curves were added back in the 80s, the Mulsanne chicanes were added in the 90s. This is a track that has told time of racing. Every single year, it's the only track they've hosted since 1923, right?
Every year, but I think the COVID year in 2020, also the World Wars. You got to think about that as well.
I think they definitely probably didn't race there during then. That's fair. The Germans were too busy on their extended holiday at that time, and there was no fun allowed. But either way, it's moving swiftly on from that. We have currently on screen the number 64, our race leader, Nils Kor, for the GT3 category. And this has been a trivial drive from 189 laps complete, 2 laps ahead of the Wiskins Racing Intoxicated by Eye Telemetry. It's, a cakewalk, pretty much.
Cake. Yeah, we've seen the McLaren up front. Looking, they're at least 3. They're about 3 laps ahead of the Wiskins Racing Intoxicated. With Neil Rocks. So it's Niels and Neil 1 and 2 right now in GT3. Of course, you have the LMP2 and the hypercar traffic going around, but what a story for McLaren as they're making their way through this 24-hour race, and 2 laps separating the top 2. And that's just a testament not only to the car, but the talent behind the wheel for Satellite Racing Solar.
Yeah, and mainly, of course, I don't want to say mainly due to it, but they do have, of course, their Nils Kor being one of their drivers for the Solar team, but also on that team is Alex Gall, who is currently not one of the fastest sim racing drivers. He's definitely nothing to shake a stick at. Let's just say that when it comes to his true pace. Recently, oh goodness, I'm not going to say which team. He just changed teams recently. I'm not going to say because I don't want to get it wrong. If somebody in chat knows, or Alex, if you're watching, please let me know, because I love to be informed on that. But he's quite quick, and well, again, Nils Kor, no slouch himself, but there's certain levels in sim racing where you have your average, you have your above average, you have your above average, and then you have your aliens. And alien is a great description for Alex Gall. But I also wanted to make a comment before I forget this one, because it was a great point from chat. So Naj Kali saying the benefits of double stinting tires, because I was wondering that earlier, and why would anyone double stint? And it turns out there's a very good reason, and it's a reason that we've seen time and time again. Cold tires. When you come out of pit lane, you don't have tire blankets in the hypercar categories and the LMP categories to get up to temperature. So when you come in, well, yes, if you don't take tires, your tires will cool down in the lane. They're still going to be warmer than just coming out on a fresh, cold set of rubber. So you're going to have more grip for a good 2, 3, maybe 4 laps at most. Then after that, you're going to start to fall off that quote-unquote proverbial cliff that we often like to talk about, and your tires are going to start that graining process, which I guess also can be explained. I'll explain graining here in a moment, as we're going to have a brief little replay interval. No, we're not. That's just one. I'll explain graining then. Apologies. But
yes.
What was that?
It's Lessons with Mike Nass here.
Yes. That's, I like to inform the, for some, like I said, graining is maybe a term that you haven't heard if you're newer to racing, or maybe you have heard it, but you don't quite understand. It may be in concept, but not in practice. So the best way that I like to describe graining is think about an eraser and rubbing it on a piece of paper. You get all of those little rubber bits on that kind of ball up on the end of an eraser, right? And some of them fall off onto the paper, yes, but some of them, they ball up on the end, and it makes it so when you go to erase, it doesn't erase as well. You start to lose grip with your eraser. Tires work the exact same way pretty much. You start to ball up that rubber on it, you're now affecting that traction patch, and it makes it harder to stay on that surface and makes it more slippy and more difficult to drive. And as you lose rubber, of course, you get closer and closer to the metal, and then you're going to have a even more heck of a day. But that's through the blistering process, which is a whole nother thing, because with graining comes blistering, but without blister. Anyways, somebody's going to get mad at me for that. But yes, it's the graining is pretty simple in that way, and that, like I say, just think of an eraser.
I was able to work through my French baguette during that explanation, so thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Happy to provide the babbling on for it, and appreciate the kind words in chat as well. In the meantime,
Neil rocks with a little bit of an issue through the Dunlop curves as he gets it back righted. And children, one thing to learn today too as well. This isn't going to be as eloquent as the graining. Do not back up onto a live race circuit. You'll upset the race director. I don't think we're going to see anything from them on this, but yeah, it's just very frowned upon. Here's Rachel Connickley in the Prismatic Hypercar, running in third place. A lap down to the leaders, of course, with that pit stop. Taylor Mills Racing about 12 seconds behind Olympus Esports, with Clayson in the 21, DeBacker in the 41.
And continuing, let's see if they're going to keep that. So the gap hasn't come down is one thing. It's been that 12 seconds for a little bit now, and trying to pull up the lap times here to see what we're looking at. In terms of the Taylor Mills, we're checking out a 3:27 compared to a 3:26.6. Doesn't sound like much of a difference. It's not. But the key thing that I'm learning from that, Olympus Esports is faster right now. Taylor Mills, they got to get their head down and really kind of push that car a little bit more. 27s are good. They're very good. In fact, they're some of the best lap times out there, nearly into the 26s. But the 26s are where you need to be right now if you're trying to keep up with our leader. That's incredible pace for these night sessions. The track sitting at a measly 19 degrees Celsius or 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temp right around that as well, 1966. And the precipitation, that can't be right, at 76%.
Maybe I took that as humidity.
That's probably right. That makes a heck of a lot more sense.
I was going to say 76% precipitation. We got some sort of, excuse me, we have some sort of graphic there on the bottom right. So interesting. Nonetheless, 11 hours, 7 minutes left to go in this race. Your leaders look like this in each class in hypercars. Number 21, Olympus Esports Atlas Cadillac of Victor Clayson, and LMP2 Twin Turn Sim Racing by Lucas Moncla. In the number 23, there's your hypercar leader. There's your LMP2 leader in the Twin Turn Sim Racing, Delara. And of course, leading all in GT3 is the number 64 Satellite Racing Solar with Niels Core behind the wheel. They've pretty much flat out dominated this race so far.
Yeah, it has really, like I say, it's been a trivial one, to be honest, which it's still a long ways to go. You mentioned for this team, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does, and it might not even be your fault. That's endurance racing. That's going to be, that's multi-class racing at its finest. But again, the caliber of drivers that are behind the wheel of this GT3 car. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from the drivers behind, but if I can, I will in a moment. It's going to take me a minute here, so I'll have to keep babbling on. I'll bring it up back in a minute. But I'm curious what the average I rating is here for these drivers in the lobby. I know we have a very mixed bag of I rating, probably all the way down from the rookie level all the way up to, I'm guessing, the 8,000s. I'm sure there's a couple in there in the 8,000s. So let's let me find that out. I'll check.
And while he's doing that, let me remind you that nonetheless, it's interesting to see the amount, what we're going to come up with. So we'll let Mike look for that as we do see your race leading GT3 come into the pits. Makes sense, 13 laps in. So this will be their 5th pit stop, the Satellite Racing Solar McLaren. We'll see if Niels Core stays in. He's been in for a couple of stints, but I have a feeling that he will hand off to another driver. So the McLaren will come down onto its pit marks right about there. Go onto its air jacks. Will it disappear for a new driver? Yes, it will. So Niels Core is out of that Satellite Racing Solar McLaren, and Christian Menez is, I should say. It's late for me. Is back into the car once again. So he's back in after a double stint race in the rest, I should say, in the number 64. So we'll see if he can gain upon that 2-lap believe. Something to also keep in mind while we're talking about GT3 real quick, and I'll pass it off to you, Mike, because I think you've got the average. There could be a three-car battle for second place here in GT3 between Hodgkinson and the number 87 Doug Henson Racing Yellow Mustang, the number 13 Full Tilt V Motorsports of Paris, and the 220 Wiskins Racing Intoxicated by iTelemetry of Neil Rocks. Those three are close. I would say within, to do my math here, 14 seconds of each other. There's your stinky cam too.
Yes, chat has been, I don't want to say rioting, but they've certainly been close to rioting without the without the stinky cam. So definitely need to keep up to date on that. And of course we will throughout this entirety. And for some reason, my ATVO is not letting me tell the iRating. So whatever, it's fine. I guess nobody gets to know. I'm sure I have to just do a quick restart, but I don't want to do that because then I'd lose my data. So we're just going to not have that. I got everyone excited for no reason. But then, yes, Manessa is behind the wheel now of the lead team for the GT3 category. We saw them out earlier. Again, another driver that I'm assuming is going to just kind of be that rock pace for them when it comes to just pure, complete, and utter consistency. Each one of these drivers has been an anchor, and not in the sense of dragging it down, in the sense of just being solid as can be and not going anywhere with their lap time. So the Satellite Racing Solar team, they got a long ways to go, but they're certainly looking quite good. And we look back at the team behind, it's going to be the Doug Henson Racing Yellow, currently running in second, and they are, well, 2 laps down right now. So that's a long, long fight. This is the third place runner who is, give or take, only 17 seconds actually off the back of Doug Henson. I think you just mentioned that now that I am listening. I was reading chat, sorry. So that is going to bring that battle into fruition very soon. But here is Paris. Oh no, that is that's an awkward one, and you really hate to see it.
Good news, we have reached our goal with more than 11 hours left. The last one, I think it was the one that broke it, was 3 CBB with 25 euros, giving us 5,011 euros.
Absolutely incredible. Thank everybody. Thanks everyone so much for being a part of this. Again, whether you're just tuning in, whether you're donating, or whether you're hitting that like button here on the RaceSpotTV, we thank you all so much for being here. This is truly an incredible cause that we're supporting here. The Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland is what we are going out for here tonight, and that is 5,000 euros that's going to be heading to an extremely good cause. And that's, again, thanks to everybody that's in chat right now, everybody watching at home, and everyone that has tuned in and currently isn't. The drivers as well, of course. We wouldn't be here without the drivers, so a massive shout out to them. What an incredible event.
And looking at the live chat as well, we have an iRating on one of our mascots that is Stinky. Georgie McKay says 8.3 thousand.
Wow. Better than me, no doubt.
Much better than me, yes. Ruben Eilertson with a black flag in the number 22. Although their appeal was successful, they were causing a collision. Race Control notes that this is a third of this exact type now. So they're saying, fix your ways or we'll slap you on the knuckles with a ruler.
Fair.
Yeah, fair.
I think definitely keeping the drivers in line. Our race stewards have been absolutely on it. I don't think there's anything that anyone has gotten away with yet. So that is positive to see. You want the drivers to be on their best behavior, because if you don't punish them, they're not going to be on their best behavior. Trust me. We've seen it before, and we'll see it again, but not in this race tonight because, well, our stewards are just that good. Love the comment from TSXW. How much for 10 minutes of Stinky Cam? Now, I don't think we legally can put a price on it, but if somebody, 10 minutes is a bit much. That's all I'm saying. If you were to just let us know, then we'll see. We can get, I know the folks at home want the Stinky Cam. We can arrange something. Again, I'm not going to put a dollar sign on anything because no donation goal. Like I said, I'm not in charge of that, but if somebody listening that is in charge of that wants that, I think that would be cool.
I've got to say, Mike, I'm assuming you've worked in motorsports, correct? Or are working in motorsports?
Motorsports, e-motorsports, you know.
Okay.
It's a shaky, shaky world, though.
Yes, I agree. But you know that everybody and everything has a price. So maybe a donation, a good, sizable donation for 10 minutes of Stinky Cam might do, towards the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, maybe? I'm not saying I'm using my Chicago tactics to bribe people, because bribery is a bad word. But, grease the wheel a little bit.
I couldn't agree with you more, Jeremy. I think that is an idea that somebody has had and might work if somebody watching is, like I say, we don't got that power, so I don't want to do something I get in trouble for. But if we get the okay, I'm okay with it. So yes, we can arrange some peanut butter. Georgie's actually trying to just spoil the chat right now. You're too kind. You're too kind.
Yeah,
but
Georgie,
also, we need to arrange that.
Yeah, Georgie, Naj Kali says you can lure people to donate. And I think that's a good idea, because we know that Stinky will get peanut butter, but we want the people to help donate so Stinky can get peanut butter.
Again, maybe. as I don't know if we can say this, so I'm sure it's okay. I just don't want to get in trouble, like I say. So we will either way probably still get you a Stinky peanut butter cam, because if that is something that we can get and Georgie is all right with that, let's do that. I'm totally for it. Is this a battle? No, this is 2 categories. Is this a battle? Hold up.
Let's see here.
No, it is not a battle. That is just 2 categories.
Yeah, two out-of-class races. Right now we're on watching Doug Henson racing yellow in the number 87. Hodgkinson still behind the wheel. He's 9 laps in, so probably another couple laps we'll see that Mustang come into the pits. And he's opened up a bigger gap. Now remember, Mike, when I was talking about earlier between the 220 and the 13, well, the 220 of Neil Rocks has gotten around Paris over there in the 13. But that gap now between second and third is 20.2 seconds.
Yeah, that's climbed a lot. Wow. Certainly looks like it's playing in the favor there of the others, but we'll see. Obviously, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does often say that, and will continue to. The other gaps to pay mind to, we also have that screen to speed battle with the Beta Frost 22. They're still not too far away from each other, only 8.5 seconds, so that could come back into play, though I think Sophie might have the pace. Again, they're kind of switching back and forth. Right now, we're in that awkward phase of the drivers, they make mistakes, right? So one lap time might look like one thing, and then another lap time just looks completely different. Or they're pitting, like Tyler Brook here. And that is also going to be putting another monkey wrench into the equation. And through the lane he will go, and returning more than likely back out into 14th as well.
I love that name, Cautionary Tale Motorsports. So that's just so cool for that Cadillac. And really, it looks mean in that black and purple as well. The number 560 back out on course. So the Book is going to stay in for a stint.
That hasn't. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No. Okay, I was gonna change the subject completely, because you mentioned liveries, and we haven't talked too much about liveries yet. We have a couple times earlier in the broadcast, but not between us. There's some good ones out there tonight, some very inclusive liveries, as well as some very bright and flashy liveries. And there was the Corvette. I cannot remember the number. Was it the Lead Paw Corvette? Was the Lead Paw in a Corvette? It might have been the Cookie Monster Motorsports, actually. That livery was great. Unfortunately, they are no longer with us, as a hypercar used them as a ramp at one point during the race, and that put an end to their day. Definitely go back and check that one out. I'm sure that one's on the socials. And holy Stinky Cam, he's a little out of frame right now. There's George McKay's dog, Stinky, and we get the cam of it. He's licking his lips. He heard the peanut butter, and he wants it. There's no doubt. Oh, hold that thought. Oh, it's off camera though. We got to get lower. Oh, we got to adjust the camera. Chat's getting teased right now. No, the peanut butter, it's being consumed. Stinky is having a wonderful time, but we cannot see the act. There he is. Look at that. He is munching.
Oh, there we go. That's what we give the people what they want. Georgie McKay doing the best to give us the goods here on the Stinky Camp. Oh, probably the cutest moment I've had in my 15 years as a commentator. But I'm taking a look. So we have access actually to the Race for a Cause Discord, and I'm looking through here. And yeah, I've got to say, the Rainbow Racing Helios cars, they look absolutely fantastic. You also have the number 40 in Hypercar that looks splendid. It's amazing what the innovations in paint schemes, not just here in the sim, but in real life, with all the cats that you can come up with and the photoshops and everything to make these. And I've got to say this, in the past 10 years, I think we've had more iconic paint schemes across motorsport than we've seen in the history of motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one of the big ones to, of course, talk about there is the AO Racing team with Rexy and now with Roxy as well, of course. And is there a third one as well? I can't remember. But there's adding, of course,
Rexy, Roxy, and Spike.
Spike, that's I was gonna say. I knew it had nothing to do with the with the rhyming, so that's I completely forgot. Yes, Rexy, Roxy, and Spike, the iconic trio there for the AO Racing team, and that kind of. I feel like that was one of the catalysts that kind of got people really into. I noticed around the AO Racing time in ACC was kind of when people were like, "Oh, okay, we can make some pretty cool liveries here," and then you start to see a lot of shark liveries and a lot of mouth liveries, which are I love to see those when you, especially using the grill of a car, because it's the shape. Look at that. Look at the hypercars. They look like they're going the whole time. It's awesome.
So what I like about it is PJ Hyatt, the team principal for AO Racing, he basically made Rexy for his kids. And PJ really has come on to his own in motorsport. So to not only come up through the ranks as quick as he has, and to just have such an iconic, not just one paint scheme, but 3 iconic paint schemes, it just speaks volumes. And how now it gets the younger generation involved in racing, which we always want to have that, because we don't want racing to end with our generation. That wouldn't be any fun. We got to give something for the kids to watch. Here's Joel Binsbergen in the number 58. Who wants a soda? LMP2 DeLaren. I'd like a soda, so next time you bring one in here to the commentary booth, please, and thank you.
I would like one too, but it's going to have to be after. Brad mentioned that he's going to have one after the broadcast. I probably will as well. Diet Dr. Pepper, that is in that case, or Diet Coke. Again, those are the two. Brad mentioned those are his 2 favorite sodas, and again, I cannot, me and him on just the same wavelength there. It's such a good answer. But the problem with soda in the mid-broadcast is it makes you burp, and nobody wants to hear that. So that's why I don't drink Dr. Pepper during broadcast, unfortunately, and that's why I have to go with non-caffeinated or non-carbonated caffeinated beverages.
Pro tip, that's what a mute button's for. That's why I have one of those here in my booth.
That's fair. That's fair. But then if you forget, oh boy.
I have actually done that on live radio before, where I've hit the mute button. I thought, oh, I'm on, I'm talking. Jeremy, you there? Nope. Oh, wait, I am there. I'm not there. Click. Hi there. So I've done it several times. It happened. It's a catalyst of pro announcing and pro commentating.
Always pretend like you're live, or always expect like you're live on air. Just anytime you're in for me, it's always act like you're live, just in case. You never know. You never know if the mics are coming through. But either way, that's a little behind the scene, breaking the 4th wall, you might say, of the production. We already broke the 4th wall earlier with showing off the Ramiro's awesome setup that makes me very jealous.
There's no doubt.
It's very dope. Hold that thought. It's off camera though. We got to get lower. We got to adjust the camera. Chat's getting teased right now. Ramiro, we can hear you. Sorry, I think we both, Jeremy and I, just got very confused.
We're hearing voices in our heads, so don't mind that.
I'm hearing my own voice in my own head, and I was wondering what the heck was happening there. Speaking of live TV and the joys of it.
Oh, yes. It's so fun. So fun. But this is the LMP2 number 58. Still we're watching on course, 9th in class, about 44 seconds behind Lilac Zier in the Blue Lantern Shark number 67. About almost a full lap ahead of the Dog Box Racing Alpha of Broody Silva in the number 06. One car in the pits, it's Kane Crawford in the number 6 Olympus Esports Proton. So while one Olympus Esports car is doing well, another one kind of middle of the pack, LMP2. Kane Crawford going to stay in the car for the time being. Also in the pits, the Oceanic Outlaws, powered by VOC. Remy Tallons behind the wheel of number 66. But there's a 5th place car in GT3, and it's yet another McLaren.
And continuing that charge on the Arctic Sim Racing Orange. That's I like it. I like it. But through the field, I wanted to update. We had a question in chat that was answered by somebody in chat, but I'll answer it anyways for anybody that maybe isn't watching the full chat room and just curious on what the lap times are in each category right now. So currently, the Olympus Esports Atlas car. Well, you know what? Hold that thought. Let's take a look at Chase West careening headfirst into a barrier. Trying to dive straight in, and unfortunately he did so in a little bit too much volition. The front bumper no longer attached to the hypercar, and that's not the first time Chase has come into strife. This is Francois Ramos going, and I think he hit the barrier, but I don't think it was that bad. It was aggressive smack. That's one of those ones that you look at and you see and you're like, okay, that could have either been 0 damage or that could have absolutely ruined the steering column of that car and pretty much put an end to their day. So I think it was the first one, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was either.
Yeah, I got to feel for Wes because he's been having nothing but problems. And someone mentioned that now we're getting into the time of the race where fatigue is really going to set in. So you're going to see more and more mistakes happening. Right now, Race Control is investigating an incident between the 161 Prismatic Motorsports Hecate and the 23 Twin Turn Sim Racing LMP2 leader. A decision has come down. There'll be a final warning for Twin Turn Sim Racing, reckless driving, overtaking outside the circuit. And that's not the first time that we've seen this overtaking outside the circuit, as this battle for 3rd place in LMP2 heats up between Constantine and Dove.
Yeah, Sarah behind the wheel now, the Screen to Speed Dream Team, and has Giannis to contend with. That's not what we're watching on our screen, I don't think, though, as I'm pretty sure that's a back marker that's involved as well here. Giannis is a little bit up the road from Sarah, but now Sarah behind the wheel. She's quite rapid here, expecting the 338s. Sophie had the 337s there locked down for a bit. She's now handed that car back over to Sarah, and then we'll see Esmeralda behind the wheel at some point as well. But it's getting late over there. I know for a fact that team for the Screen Speed Dream Team, they're all European drivers. I think Sarah Dove's European, I'm pretty sure. And so it's going to be a bit of a late night session here for the Dream Team.
So the Glahaj United Motorsports number 67 of Lilac Zier that behind Giannis Constantine as we're on board with Sarah Dove. And you just get that sense of speed at night as she's getting ready to go into the Daytona chicane. By the way, I am a huge fan of Le Mans naming this chicane Daytona and Daytona naming the bus stop Le Mans. And I will die on that, of course, that it will always be the bus stop for me. I will still call it the Le Mans bus stop.
No, I couldn't agree more. I actually think it was a great little trade, a great little tipping of the hat, you might say, in both directions. So just a tribute to each circuit, to each great circuit as well. Daytona being a true, I will say, you're 100% right. It's really hard for me to call it the Le Mans chicane. Not because I don't want to, but just because we're commentators and we've said the name, the bus stop, 500 million times, and it sticks, it turns out, when you say it that many times. It just is what it is. It's sort of like Monza, for example, the Rettifilio, as well as, of course, Parabolica. I'm not calling it called Curb de Paul Fries, right? That's what they call it now, I think? Or am I thinking of... Am I thinking of Spa? I might be thinking of Spa, actually, now that I think about that, with no name. Is that Curb de Paul Fries? I don't know. One of them is Curb de Paul Fries, but I don't call it that, so...
All right, so Diesel in the YouTube chat says, quick fun fact about Dogbox. Each team member has their own dog breed. He's a Doberman, Brew is a Caramello, David is a Lemon Shiba Inu, and Paige is a Golden Retriever. Also, the Greyhound was originally a livery for only used for endurance events on multiple cars, as it represented the world's best race dog, kind of like an idol to follow to protect us during races. We're on board with Scout Lawrence now. if you're going to read backwards, he loves Stinky.
I am so incredibly dyslexic that my brain actually broke when I saw that. I tried so hard to read that. Oh, yes. We have changed camera views, folks, and it has gotten better. There's your Stinky cam. And I love the little tribute to Stinky as well. Man, we've come up with something brilliant here tonight, haven't we?
So maybe Scout should turn that around for you if Scout's listening. But yeah, nonetheless, that's pretty cool.
A little ode to Stinky, you might say. That's also a Beethoven song, in case you were curious. But moving on, it's all right. It wasn't that funny. Let's be real. It sounded much better in my head. The Twin Turn Sim Racing, I want to say, still leading the LMP2 category. Their lead has come down a little bit, I feel. The Taylor Mills Racing has closed it down to about 2 minutes, so they're more or less than a lap now behind. But also, it's taken me this long to process it. It's Taylor Mills second in both categories right now. That must be fairly frustrating, but also pretty cool simultaneously.
Well, here's the thing. You've got two cars provisionally on the podium, so that's great. But Taylor, if you're still awake, why? Go to sleep. Let your cars do their thing. We would love to see you up in the lead, but don't beat yourself up if your cars aren't in the lead. Something will happen. It's the late night hours at Le Mans. Okay, I'm done with that soft talk.
Well, speaking of, we have some another driver currently in the chat right now. Sophie Erwan is no longer behind the wheel, handed over to Sarah Dove, and she is in chat while she should also be in bed because it's 3 a.m. there in Central European time. 4 a.m. Is it 3 a.m. where you guys? They're 9 hours ahead of me. It's 6:30. So
okay, I'm
math.
looking at 8:23 right now here in the Central Time Zone. Give me a second.
It would be 7 hours ahead of you.
Yeah.
So whatever that is, it's 3:30. So I was right, man.
Yeah, 3:30 Paris time. Yeah.
Brutal. Nah, I'm back in the car in less than 2 hours. Sophie. Is Sarah European? Actually, you have a great time to answer this question now because I was wondering. Sarah's European, right? I'm pretty sure. So this is the Dream Team is an all European lineup, which is insane. Brutal install. Yeah, we have a lot of late nighters. It seems. What is sleep? A lot of drivers running on choose your energy drink and hope at this point.
Some broadcasters are like that during this time of day. Hey, we've got a bunch of hypercar pit stops right now, and Song Kim Fat with a spin through the Dunlop curves. No harm, no foul of the 253. And we got Jay Sean Lockwood in the number 11 hypercar. Also, looks like has some problems through the. Oh, that's a wheel that should be turning straight instead of not right. A couple cars in the safer barrier there through the Porsche curve. So the 11, the Pun Crew, that explains why. Oh no, Beta Frost 8. That explains why that they were only out for a lap with it. Oh, that's a hard contact coming out of the pits.
That is a heck of a contact, and the back end has departed the car, which is not quite how the showroom had that one intended. This is going to be Peter Alassienhagen once again. We're going to see a repeat of that incident, the same crash we just saw. Boom. There goes the rear wing and every bit of bodywork covering that mid-engined car. Back on your screen, the battle for third in LMP2 category. It's going to be the number 100 Turn 1 Racing versus the 211. The Screen to Speed Dream Team, which has made their way back to the podium after a very hard-fought effort with the 22.
Well, I've got to say this, and I know that some people in the chat will get a kick out of this. at least with Hagen's car, the front did not fall off.
I'm not sure what consolation the back falling off has in that statement, but...
Well, it wasn't made out of cardboard or cardboard derivatives, you know, or anything like that. But nonetheless, we'll still watch this battle for third in LMP2. I got to scroll down and see who's behind the wheel. Sarah Dove and Giannis Constantine, 2.6 seconds. We've seen this battle really rage on left and right throughout the stint. So we'll see if Constantine can get back ahead of Sarah Dove. But Dove getting the better of Constantine here not too long ago.
I actually think this is the first time we've seen these two come to a battle. It was the Beta Frost 22 that we saw have that incident that they were kind of seesawing back and forth between the Green to Speed Dream Team, and then finally after that spin they've sort of secured it, and now that they've secured the position and done all the hard work, they have to do it all again. It's now going to be the number 100 of the turn one, Giannis Constantine behind, and kind of charging at a rate of knots. Currently the, well, not really, actually. The last lap time was not quite representative of the overall. It was a 3:49 compared to a 3:41 of Sarah Dove, assuming that back markers played a bit of a role in that. And also, it is to be mentioned that Giannis is kind of out of phase here, and they have 7 laps complete compared to the Dream Team's 4 laps complete, so they're a little out of sequence right now. But there will, I guess, in theory, be a 3-way battle for P3. That is actually because the Beta Frost 22 is 3 laps out. They're not too far behind, only 16 seconds. So if the Dream Team with Sarah Dove and Giannis Constantine start to fight and they start wasting each other's time, well, then Christian is going to be right there to capitalize, and he'll be back on the, well, is he though? Because he still has to pit, doesn't he? With the damage, that is. Oh, Jeremy, you muted? Okay, hopefully we get back Jeremy. Jeremy, minor technical difficulties. He is allegedly disappeared for the time. He has been sucked under one of the cars, and that is the legend. Oh, he's back. He's been spit out.
I had some fluid release, so I had to run into the pits real quick, take care of that, and we're all good to go.
I didn't see your message, my bad. If you at me next time, I'll cover you. My bad.
All right. Anyway, yeah, so some interesting. Yeah, no, hey, you know what? It's my fault for not tagging you. You know, technology, isn't that sort of fun? Nonetheless, Zy Monaghan in the number. Wait, so we've got a Cadillac with a BMW team name. Am I reading that right?
Yes, you are. In fact, yes. Welcome to the club. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, the BMW M-Power team is not powered by a BMW M car. Yes. Oh no.
Whoa!
Oh no, that's our leader. That's the Olympus Esports Atlas, is it not?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is the number 21 spinning off of the Daytona chicane. Okay, we got this battle here for GT, and now what is the gap between the 21 and the 41? As the 21
seconds.
getting back. Oh, it's dropping.
9 seconds. It's closing. It's closing as we speak right now. Down to 9 seconds. 8 seconds potentially. The Taylor Mills can see the light at the end of the tunnel right now. Oh my goodness.
Let's see what happens here. Just high centering over that the curbs there. You don't want to do that.
Who was that made it through? Was that one of the BMW M-Power teams? It looked like it. It might have been an LMP2. I couldn't quite tell the livery there. It kind of drove by pretty quick. But I think that was a very close call. I don't think you could fit a sheet of paper between the two of them. That was insane.
Well, that gap is actually holding steady about 8.5, 8.6 seconds right now. We'll see if that spin hurt Clayson's tires, but Tobacco are really trying to reel in the number 21. So this battle for Hypercar could heat up here shortly as, a rare off and spin by Clayson. He had to come in earlier for that pass-through with the contact. Here's Ashley Mim in the number 24 L1 Racing for their pit stop. As also you have the 926 Multi-Viewer Motorsports of Felipe Junqueira in. And Clayson actually just came out of the pits as well. So a bit of cold tires, along with high centering the curb, was the culprit there for the spin.
Just asking a little too much out of your car when it doesn't have the grip. It's a mistake that we've seen not once, not twice, not 3 times, but probably upwards of 100 throughout the entirety of these about 14 hours that we have elapsed thus far. And with 10 hours to go, there are more of those to come. Trust me. Also, folks, cannot forget to mention the rain. The elephant in the room. We are expecting the rain to not start around 4, but the chance of rain starting around 4. And by the time 6, 7 o'clock rolls around, there's about a 60% chance that we're going to start to see some weather hitting the Cirque de la Sarthe. And that, of course, we already know, we saw at the start, that can cause complete and utter chaos and calamity with just what tire drivers are going to end up picking and when. That was one of the determining factors early on that sort of put the Screen to Speed Dream Team out of the running, and they had to work their way back up just 2-1 mistake in picking the wrong lap to put a set of boots on.
All right, so if you're looking at the bottom part of your screen, you did see that the goal just got raised by the admin. We're now up to 5,500 euros for our new goal to raise for the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. We'll see how long it takes to get up there. I'm hoping by the time my stint ends that we will see that rise. Here's what's interesting. So the number 41 Taylor Mills Racing is closing on the 21. It's now a 6.3 second gap between first and second in Hypercar. It's going to be interesting to see if that shortens and when it does, because it's shortening even faster now.
Yeah, the spin maybe caused a bit more than we thought. Now, we had somebody in chat point out earlier that there is no flat spotting currently in iRacing. That's something I did not know, so I appreciate the information on that. So that's not going to be the issue for Niels de Bach, or excuse me, for Victor Clausen. It's something else, and it might just be pure pace related. His last lap was allegedly a 56-second lap. I don't buy that for a second. My timing tower is definitely lying to me on that one. Checking my other timing tower, it said a 56-second lap. Okay, don't fully understand that one, but whatever.
As you say, I saw that too, and I'm like, wait a second.
Not quite me. I don't know what that, but either way, however that happened, I don't think it was representative of the actual time. The Taylor Mills Racing, though, down to 4.7. What is going on? They almost... Is it back markers? Is it technical issues, or is it damage? Because that gap is coming down very fast. It's back up to 5 seconds now. But I think you're 100% right here. I think we're going to be seeing a battle very, very soon.
I have to wonder if the 21 got some floor damage. Ooh, that was close. Got some floor damage there in that spin, because like I said, you saw a little bit of high centering by the number 21.
Yeah, absolutely. And that could have, 100% played a role to the diffuser, one of the most important parts of the car to actually generate that crucial amount of downforce. So it very, very well may be playing part of the role. Now, a brief little intermission here, as we are going to have a nice little driver interview. It's been a while since we've heard from anyone. We're going to get to hear here from the Techno Burst Racing team, currently piloted by Seong Kimfat. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But we are going to hear from Kaito Nasa, one of the drivers in the 253 team. Let's get him down here into the comms box. And is Kaito, do we have a copy?
Hello.
Am I saying that correct? I want to confirm first. Kaito, awesome, perfect. Okay. So far, currently rocking down in that LMP category, you guys are sitting down in 15th in class. It's been a bit of a tough day so far, but I have to say, recently, it seems like you guys have quite decent lap times, and you've just been plugging them in. How's it been going in these past couple stints?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. The team's kind of changed focus. We started off pretty strong at the start of the race. I've been kind of the emotional support Catboy VTuber for the group. And so I've been kind of cheering them on since the start of the race. I have not slept the entire time. But I think, after the incidents we had a little earlier on, we kind of shifted our focus more so to just kind of finishing it out, bringing it home, which has helped, recenter the drivers in there right now. I know Song is a really good driver, really fast in terms of pace as well. So seeing him kind of rebound from those mistakes earlier on in a previous stint and put down those faster lap times is it's good news for me.
Now, the question I have, because a lot of teams are utilizing either regional talents or they're utilizing international talents. What does the driver lineup for Technoburst Racing look like right now?
We have one North American driver right now, one U.S. driver. Most of the drivers in Technoburst are more of your like East, Southeast Asian drivers, and then we have one driver in Europe right now. So that's the most of the lineup is like Southeast Asia, one European driver, and one U.S. driver.
Now, that sounds like a very well-rounded balance, all things considered. I know some of the teams are all European, and that's going to cause some issues. You mentioned also you haven't slept a lick so far. We're 14 hours into this race. Do you plan on going another 10 and a half hours without sleep?
I actually got myself some Coca-Cola from the store nearby, and I'm hoping that's enough caffeine for me to last the night. If not, I may catch me some sleep. I hope you do, for the sake of yourself. You're gonna have to drive at some point in time, and we have heard, of course, in the past with Le Mans, people falling asleep at the wheel. I don't want to see you being one of those. No, I'm the emotional support cat. I'm not driving, unfortunately. My PC would not be able to handle endurance racing. I wanted to. I will say I wanted to join in very badly for this event. It's for a good cause. It's for charity. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a good enough PC rig in time for the event, but I'm hoping next time for sure that I'll be on the driver lineup.
I'll be honest, I think that's even cooler, that you are just sitting back on the sidelines as a cheerleader and you've been with them the entire time. That, to me, goes to show that sim racing is more than just a race of people, that are coming together and just trying to win, right? At the end of the day, you guys, realistically speaking, the chance of winning is quite low, but you're out there probably grinning from ear to ear like a Cheshire cat and having a wonderful time the whole time. And I hope your guys' Discord is also, of course, having a nice bout of time. Is that fair to say?
Oh, it absolutely is. We've been joking around, talking about different things. I know one of the drivers is talking about watching WrestleMania right now, so we've been, talking back and forth. There's a little bit of strategy talking, but it's mostly just, good friends having a good time and trying to enjoy each other's company for 24 hours.
That's awesome. That's what sim racing's all about at the end of the day, and hearing that genuinely brings a nice little warm kind of twinkle to my heart. I don't know what that means, but it makes me feel good inside is all I'm saying. And Kaito, before we move on here and let you go back to your team, is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Psycho Kaiza. He's the team principal for Technoburst. Ban Greg, he's kind of the manager of the iRacing side. I'd like to thank our fellow racing VTuber teams with Mirai United and Queen's Design, Who Wants a Soda, which, to answer that question, I wanted a soda, so I went and got one. Dogbox, and everyone that's, taking part of this, this event wouldn't be possible without all of the teams that signed up.
Awesome. That's really awesome to hear. Kaito Nasa, everybody. Currently, not one of the drivers, but one of the cheerleaders, as we'll call him, for the Technoburst Racing 253 LMP2 car, currently rocking in 15th position in category, 30th overall. Best of luck to you guys for the rest of the night.
Take care.
And with that, folks, that's going to be a great little interview wrapped up. But let's talk leaders in category once more here, Jeremy, because it's coming down. It was 6 seconds. It's now down to 5.
Oh, this is going to be a blast between the 21 of Clayson and the 41 of DeBanker. Now we're getting to the point where you see that BMW. It's haunting the number 21. Couple of cars separate them on the course, but on paper, it's a 5.2 second gap between the two drivers. So now we're getting to the point where the 21 of Clayson needs to really focus down. They've been up, the lead between the two cars has been as much as 43, 45 seconds. Now we're down to 5.3 seconds, and the bulk of it was due to that mistake in the Daytona chicane.
On top of that, of course, mentioning the black flag that the Olympus Esports Atlas team had as well. Of course, they had to serve a drive-through in the pit lane. Then on top of that, they had the spin in the chicane. That's sort of been the detriment to them. The past 2 hours, realistically, they've driven almost perfectly up until that point. They had a minor backmarker incident earlier on, but nothing to really write home about. But the Taylor Mills Racing team, I think, is the one to even say more about, because they have not put a foot wrong. There's been no penalties for them that I know of just yet. Oh no, that's Giannis Constantine with, again, a near reenactment. That was in Arnage, I think, is where we were right there, but down to the inside, trying to get by a back marker and just having a bit of an incident.
Getting reports that there will be a drive-through for the number 95 Arctic Sim Racing Green for dangerous driving. There was an under investigation for an incident between them and the number 482 Taylor Mills Racing LMP2.
And this being Ometi on our screen. Oh no. That is a case of not checking your mirrors. You hate to see it. I'd like to, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I only saw the one camera angle, but from that one camera angle, the Porsche did not look that innocent. And that was a bit of a you reap what you sow. Holy smokes. What a save for Craig Benefil. That was insane.
And then now taking a look at Bruno da Silva in LMP2 down the Mulsanne straight into Mulsanne. Let's see what, we lost that one. I have something else going on with Giannis Constantine in the 100. Unless this is a higher view of that spin. I think that's exactly what it is. It's just a higher view of that spin. Oh, look at that GT3 just barely missing that LMP2 of Constantine. And Christopher Dahl is into the pits as we watch this battle for the lead start to boil over just a little bit. Ruben Geit with a black flag as well.
And that kind of near miss that we saw, that was very heads up driving from that GT3 driver. They really literally just took the slower line and said, well, I can see you're not making this corner and I'm just going to hold on to my line and drive right on by you. And that's perfect execution of a very dangerous, well, not perfect execution of the overtake, but a perfect execution of slower back markers dealing with faster back markers that are making not so ideal moves. Back to the leader battle. It's come down half a tenth, nearly, or not half a tenth, half a second. 5/10 is what it's come down. Niels de Bakker is gaining, but we are getting closer to the pit stop phase for them. So the Taylor Mills Racing squad, I don't know if Neil is going to stay behind the wheel after this, but I certainly hope they do, because the pace is electric. They're able to keep up, and they haven't put a foot wrong just yet. Now, knock on wood for that team. But the BMW of Taylor Mills, they're solid. I sense a change in the lead in the next hour or so.
Yeah, and they're running a little off strategy as well as Ohm with a contact there with a prototype. Not sure if that is a LMP2 or a hypercar, but I think that's a replay of that other contact that we saw earlier. But anyway, back to what we're talking about. I would not be surprised either, because this Taylor Mills Racing team has been nothing but strong. I mean, they've been down but not out, as we have one car in the pits. That's the second place running LMP2 of Connor Pearson. So that's the other Taylor Mills Racing prototype. We'll see if Pearson stays in the car or if they hand it off to someone else. Cars up on the jacks, and that car disappears. So we'll see who gets in the car after Pearson, as there will be a driver change for the number 42. It's Zach Mitchell who will take the reins of the second place LMP2.
And they're going to have a nice, comfortable cruise pretty much ahead of them, with no one in front, no one behind for, well, a good while, to be fair. It's a long, long ways to the Screen to Speed Dream Team. And it's a long ways up to the twin turn sim racing that's currently leading the category. So a bit of a not stop for them. I mean, it's a stop. They're still running in second, but there's the hopes and dreams right now are just really micro objectives for this 42 team. Just survive a lap to survive another lap, and eventually the race will come to you. There's still 10 hours and 20 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for drivers in front to make or for the driver in front to make a mistake, but anytime you make a mistake for yourself. So it's just about keeping your head calm, cool, and collected. Unlike this man, or this on our screen right now, Neil is going to be driving like a bat out of hell because he can see P1 and it's not far away, and I don't think this team has seen P1 at all yet. This would be the first time I think that we have a change in that category, and that would be, well, again, very welcome to this team.
And of course, the slower traffic kind of slowing up to Bacher there too. 5.6 seconds separates the two cars. So whatever happened to the Cadillac is finally dissipated. But yeah, that time's starting to fall once again as battle for the lead heating up with just shy of over 10 hours left to go in this 24-hour race. Yeah, my name's Jeremy Scott. Mike Naw is joining me here in the commentary booth. Mike, you're going to be getting out of here shortly, going to get some rest for yourself. But nonetheless, we've seen some great racing throughout the whole pack. It's not something we normally see in the nighttime hours at Sarthe.
Yeah, but also, I think I have another hour here, don't I? I think we both do, right?
I think, let me look, hold on. I might be shooting my mouth off, which is not unsurprising for me.
Just double, triple check that one right there. But yeah, I think we have another hour.
Give me 1 second.
Yes. So it's all good.
I will have a drink, sorry.
No worries. And yes, so Neil DeBacher, we're going to have a chance to see this, I think, come to fruition. We get to watch this battle continuing to draw on and end up kind of getting a little bit closer and closer, but it's gone down a bit. Now, 2/10 since we last checked in, so more stabilized, I think, than anything. And is that the Taylor Mills car maybe backing off a little bit, or is that the Olympus Esports Atlas car with a fire lit underneath their seat and pushing a little bit harder, or is it neither, and it's just backmarkers giving and backmarkers taking away? That's probably the realistic outcome.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, taking a look at the lap times, they're still running about the same lap time, so no surprise there. But I think it might be just the backmarkers, because now, whoa, there's one car that decided to take a trip through the kitty litter, and you know who wouldn't take a trip through the kitty litter there? Stinky.
True. I was wondering where you were going with this. That's fair. No, Stinky's got other priorities. He needs a nice, wide open backyard is what he needs.
Nothing wrong with that. But anyway, so we'll see who that was here shortly. There's Stinky. Aw, Stinky little sleepy.
Out.
Oh.
Schlumped. Also, we had some chatters here. First off, a big warm welcome to everyone joining us in chat. Actually, so we have quite a few people out there. So thank you to everyone that is joining us. We got Mia in chat as well, one of the drivers, of course, for the Queen's Design. Also qualified on pole position. We have Rene, one of the drivers out there, as well as a few other chatters, drivers, and fans alike, all being a part here. And one of the questions from Nikado is playing iRacing on a controller hard? And I'm going to answer this in maybe a bit more surprising way than expected, but the short answer is yes, but the long answer is no, not really. So racing in general is quite difficult. I mean, there's just no sandbagging. That doesn't matter what you're using. It's a tough sport. But with that being said, Brad Dalton earlier on, I'm sure he'll talk a little bit more about it when he does come into the booth after us, is the fact that he has driven the controller a little bit himself on iRacing. Anytime he's not feeling, getting the wheel set up or getting all dedicated, he just wants to drive some fun laps and have a good time. And if that's your goal, just to go out there, have some fun, be somewhat competitive, let's be real, you're probably not going to be up there in the esports pace with the controller, but also you might be. There was, I'm trying to blank on their name, but the F1 esports driver that drove in PSGL for a while, that drove with a controller for a very long time, and they were extremely good, world class, able to race against the likes of Jarno Ottmere and Freddie Rasmussen and all of the Ismail Fassis and Alvaro Caraton. So it's really down to, we're all human, right? And we can learn things at our own pace. And is it ideal? No. It's not ideal, it's not optimal, but will it work, and will you have an amazing time and hanging out with people? Absolutely. This is a netcode issue that we're seeing on our screens right now, and Chloe Lord with a black flag.
And to add to your point, it's a very good question by Nadeko. It really is. Because some of the iRacing blunders that you see online is, are they using a controller? Because you can tell by the herky-jerkiness, but that's what you practice for. You know, you can use, if you use a controller, just go into like your own little private session or whatnot. You can do that on iRacing and learn how to use a controller. Will it be as smooth as a steering wheel? No, but you can still get by, and yes, it will be difficult. So it's a very convoluted answer, to say the least. But no, great question, Nadeko. Let's see here. Namers also said on the YouTube chat that they have a buddy who only drives controllers, like a 2,000-3,000 driver, and pretty consistent. Oh, there's my problem. I need to use a controller.
Yeah, and to be fair, I started on a controller as well, right? So it's kind of one of those, we often call it the bug of sim racing, is what I think a lot of people describe it as, and it's very true, because it's sort of, for me, I relate to this in that I started back in F1 2018 on a controller. It was in 2020 is when I started, because it was on sale. I got that game. And it was fun, you know, I enjoyed it. I was on a controller. I got pretty decent with a controller, started understanding what a racing line was, started understanding how to trail brake even with a controller slightly, and then eventually it kind of makes you want that itch of saying, well, if I can do this on a controller, then I can do this on a wheel and pedals. And then you switch over and you get yourself a nice little basic, you know, in a sort of beginner setup. I know we saw a couple drivers even in this race tonight rocking some G920s as well as some 923s. You know, like I said, the more quote-unquote entry-level equipment that you see out there, it works great. I had it for years, literally, and I drove the heck out of it and enjoyed every single second of it. So it doesn't matter if you have the full-on, you know, podium DD with load cell pedals and all the likes and all the buttons on your wheel. You don't need that. At the end of the day, you just need something that's lost that I don't think we mentioned yet, but should. This is about fun. We're out here racing for fun. We're not professionals. That's something I think people, they often get on their high horse and try to be a little better than they actually are. We're not professionals. We're amateurs. At the end of the day, if you're not getting paid to drive, you're an amateur. Sorry. It just is what it is. And you should enjoy that. Represent that. It's not a bad thing to say that you're an am.
Blue Jay, thank you for the €10 donation. So up to 5,021 euros. And I'm going to date myself a little bit. I actually started doing sim racing, quote unquote, NASCAR Racing 2003 for Windows. So it can be done with a keyboard. Is it difficult? Yes. And you know, as much as I love playing iRacing, I still break out F1 2013 for my PSP as well. So yeah, I'm feeling just a wee bit old. So,
but do you have fun when you play it?
Of course I do, because you know what?
Exactly.
I play as Jimmy Broadbent because I just don't care, and you know, I just want ice cream at the end of the day.
Wow, that was a heck of a finish impression, right? Wait, yeah. Wow.
We'll get there.
The Kimi Räikkönen was finished for a second. That was the other thing. You know, you gotta love late night streams, but we continue on into the barrier. That's one of the Camaros, I think, that ended up going a bit too deep. One of the prototype cars off and into what I assume there was Indy. Were they in Indianapolis there?
Had to have been. And right now, though, we're still watching this battle for the lead really heat up, as it's a 1.2 second gap between Clayson and DeBacher.
A back marker separating them right now, and not much more. That gap last time we checked in was 5.7 seconds. Now 1 second behind. This is when the gloves start to come off. And if you're Neil DeBacher, I'm curious, do we have, and this will be on to our producer to see exactly, Ramiro, if we are going to have it. Do we have any cameras for either one of these drivers? Because if we do, I want to see the face of them, because right now they're going to be locked in, both of them. It's going to be quite the show here coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially when they really start getting up there as they're going through the Porsche curves and into the Ford chicane. We see slower traffic that might impede the number 41 Taylor Mills Racing. Yeah, flashing the lights. You got to do that when you're coming up on traffic. Oh, lost a couple of tenths of a second approaching that slower traffic. And there's more slow traffic up ahead as well that may affect things through the Dunlop curves.
It very well may. And behind that, Niels de Bakker has nobody to worry about, really. So this could be good. If he catches these back markers on the Mulsanne, this is the perfect chance to pounce and get by. Then your opponent has to deal with the slower cars. You catch him at the right times. This is the saying, back markers, they give it, then they take it away. And right now, Taylor Mills Racing is hoping that they give them the absolute world. It's giving them P1. After, what is this, 14 hours that Olympus Esports Atlas has led. They started the race in first, and they've continued that trend all the way from the word go. And as we approach the 10th hour remaining, I suspect that we're going to have a new leader on our hands.
Well, here's the thing. We're just about 11 laps into the stint for Taylor Mills Racing, so would not be surprised if we have some sort of pit cycle here for the number 41. Well, while we've got this battle for the lead, we have a driver waiting in the wings as well to talk to. Another driver. It is the number 56 of Queen's Design of Mia Rose. Let's see if we can bring Mia Rose into the equation. Hi, Mia. Welcome to the program.
Hello.
Well, great to have you on board number 56 Queen's Design LMP2. Let's talk about your guys' race so far, because so far, it's, as we said, all but 2 cars are out of the race, so it's got to feel good being this far into the race.
Yeah, it does at the moment, but for me, I went to bed with the car in the lead, somewhat truncated lead that was there before I gave it away to our second driver, and then I come back, and the shock of seeing the car second last, I think 8 laps down at the time, wasn't great. Reminding myself this is for charity, and then every time I looked at Ruby's stream, the car was off the track every time I looked at it. So at this point, me and Ruby are here just to see the happy hour and try and do a 36, and then we'll see what happens from there, essentially.
That's fair. It was a great qualifying. Let's go back in time here 14 hours ago when you set the pole position lap. And absolutely, you were the fastest driver heading into the race. But as you had that start, quite solid, it was the drive-through penalty out of all things that sort of led up to this kind of culmination of, I don't want to call it mistakes, I don't want to call it, but just unlucky tribulations, I suppose, that you guys have fallen into.
Yeah, so I saw that we got a drive-through for killing the DHR car, which every Jimmy Broadbent viewer here at the moment is probably angry at that, which, you know, I can see why, but also I'm very sorry. I'm apologising for our actions. Our actions were detrimental against your team, so we're very sorry for that. And then I saw we got another drive-through for an unsafe rejoin, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up, and I think, like, in reality, I think 2 of our drivers, 2 of our drivers are, like, this is their first endurance race overall, and I think for one of them it's their first race on a tarmac circuit. So, you know, it's essentially me and Ruby, and then Asa, she's got some experience, and then Haley and Kat are both very, very new to this, so it was gonna fall apart is an apt word to use, but it wasn't going to go great in terms of staying up the front. So I think for us, the only accomplishment we can take out of this is we still have 2 fast repairs left, so that's great. But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Oh, that was a GT3 in the barriers. And I've got to say something that caught my ear. You said that there are a couple of your teammates. This is their first tarmac race?
Yeah, so for Haley, she's most of her experience so far in sim racing has been doing so EAWRC. She's quick in that, and this is essentially her first time properly doing a tarmac race. So what an apt place to do it. This location, this car, for 24 hours. If there was a deeper pool to throw someone into, it's probably this. So it's interesting to say the least, but we've survived. The car's still running, bit of damage here and there, still got 2 fast repairs left, we've still got happy hour to come, which is what I'm looking forward to, and we'll see where we are when the sun rises, and then as they say, we will buy our ticket at the last hour when we can.
I love to hear it. You got a long ways to go in this race, man. Before you do go, is there anyone that you would like to thank?
I would like to thank Ruby, first of all, for getting all of this together. She was sort of the main organizer, the one who's on the most practice laps, I think, for this race. So I just sort of jumped in the week before. I knew I was doing this a month out, but I jumped in a week before to do laps. Haley as well. She was actually very sick before the weekend, but she got better and did a stint and a half. So I'm happy that she got in and did some laps for experience. Kat as well. She's had a few oopsies in her last double stint, but that's okay. She still kept the car mostly on track, and same thing for Asa. Only me and her have done a triple stint so far in the race, so we've still got most of our stints left to go. And for her as well, she's done amazingly, bar from killing the DHR car, but that's whatever. And then also as well, Honor, I think she was going to be my wife. Honor, she was going to be in this race, but she's sadly quote unquote away with one of her partners at the moment, so she couldn't join us. But thankful that she let us all join in this car. The car looks amazing thanks to myself, and also I think a big thanks as well to ST Racing Esports for letting me and Ruby do this. The logo is on the car on the front quarter. The race hasn't gone as good as we want to, but this is good practice for whatever comes up later this year at least. So thank you to everyone. And also thank you to Prismatic as well for hosting this for a second year in a row. They've blown their donation goal out the water. Really, the next goal should be 6,900 to 69.42. That should be the next donation goal. But I'm very biased, and I think that's really all I need to thank. And have you guys gone crazy in the commentary box yet? I haven't heard a Le Mons yet. So you're not there yet. I think you need to get more deranged in the commentary box to really fit the personality of this race.
To fit the personality of that night time.
Yeah.
You know what, Mia? Your wife sounds like mine, where it's like, hey, I'll do this. On second thought, I'm going to go out and do something else. Mia, thanks for joining us, and hopefully you all have a little bit better luck the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Apparently, my bird facts are not crazy enough for Mia Rose, is what it turns out. I guess I need to bring some, I don't know, freaking possum facts, as it's a night race. What do I need to do to make Mia happy on this one? My goodness, the stand. No, I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. Whoa. Big shout out to. Oh, my goodness.
So that's why that GT3 spun out right by the 56. That makes a lot more sense. Here comes Vermeulen. And is it going to be a strange rejoin? Is that why we saw the spin and close to contact? Nope. Vermeulen able to get back on. Here's another replay from the eyes of the GT3 car. And just a hypercar spinning and nowhere to go, and just involved. Getting reports of a new, this is a heavy penalty. The 253 Technoburst Racing with a stop and go for 10 seconds for causing a collision and repetitive behavior. So that's,
we kind of got
that. Go ahead.
we kind of got that vibe from, and there's the 253 there making one spin, and I'm assuming that not the best rejoin. No, that's definitely not the best rejoin. Thankfully, no one was around, but it got done okay. Yeah, we were kind of hearing that from the earlier team, from them, and they're just saying that the Techno Burst, of course, there's a lot of newer drivers out there, and so seeing that type of penalty, you can't be upset about it. If you are, you expected it coming in, right? You weren't going to drive perfect. You're trying just not to ruin other people's race, and just get to the checkered flag. Again, that's a victory in everyone's books. At least it should be a victory in everyone's books if you just cross the line in general. It doesn't matter what position you're in, just crossing the line is a victory, and especially in these 24-hour races.
That's the Paul Tracy Award for doing a flick around to get back going. I've seen him do it a couple times in person. It's kind of fun to do, as that spin has given now a 1 minute 40-second gap with Victor Clayson leading the number 41. You're looking at your LMP2 leader, Lucas Moncla, has almost a lap gap. I'd say 3/4 of a lap gap. And there's your overall leader, Victor Clayson. He should be coming into the pits here shortly, as you're also seeing your GT3 leader up there as well on the screen. Would not be surprised if we saw Clayson come into the pits here in the next lap or so.
Yeah, and should be in, which will close that gap back down, because remember, folks, that lead gap was a second and a half. Now, we watched the 41 smash into the wall, so that gap is no longer going to be that. But it will still be somewhat close. I'll be honest, it's going to be quite sizable. It's going to be a while, I think, before we see the Taylor Mills racing car catching up to the Olympus Esports, and I'm almost wondering if that was a bit of tail wagging the dog, maybe getting a bit too excited in the case of Joe Mugford and just kind of pushing the car beyond what it was capable of, mainly just chasing that bone, and, well, it unfortunately bit back.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to see that throughout these next couple of hours. When these drivers, you know, they're going to make mistakes, and whether or not it's because coming off of cold tires, running longer stints, it's just going to happen. It is the nature of this race. So we're going to see some odd incidents here in the next couple of hours. We're just under 10 hours left to go in this race. 9 hours, 57 minutes to be precise. As, yeah, again, we're waiting to see if Clayson comes into the pits. Other pit stops expected are Felipe Junqueira in the number 926. Here's Joju Lee in the number 40. And yep, that's just a spin. Spin near contact into the wall. Let's see, where is the 40 in class? In the pits right now. So, yeah, the Juju Lee with a long stint. 12 laps. As we see Sean Lockwood into the pits as well. Kind of getting to that unofficial phase of drivers coming in. Everyone's kind of on a separate strategy, but also kind of not really. It's a bit spread out right now for that. I wanted to point out here, as this is a question that I don't think I've seen. You don't see it often as a commentator. An Ironclad Relic, first off, how are you doing? Appreciate you doing it. I'm not sure if you were asking chat how we were feeling, if you're asking how we are feeling up in the booth. But either way, I like that you're asking the chat how they're feeling. We see that we've got the Lithium Fox out there, who has done a bunch of power naps, but the longest sleep they've had is 45 minutes. Again, we have some nuts that are absolutely crazy in the coconut out there, and it is, well, some of them are going to need therapy by the end. You know what, though? To love endurance racing, you have to have a few screws loose. I'm just going to come out and say it. I mean, because here's the thing. So, case in point, my wife and I, we went to the Rolex last year, and we decided that next time we go, we're going to watch a start, go back to wherever we're staying, sleep it off a little bit, come back just in time for the sunset and stay till the sunrise, go back, sleep, and then watch the finish. Because I'm not going to lie, as the leaders into the pits, there's something special about watching race cars at 2 in the morning.
Go on.
Oh, it's just romantic. Because you don't normally see race cars at that time. If you think about it, most race starts are either between noon and 6 p.m. You don't get a chance to see race cars at 2 a.m. especially stateside. You've got a bunch of 24-hour races over in Europe and in Asia. Andreas Nordenhoff is getting into the hypercar and overall leading Cadillac. So seeing a race car at 2 a.m., it awakens the senses. And I tell people all the time, if you can, do it. That is probably the best time to do it. Now, where we did it, we sat in the grandstands. I think next time I'd go all around the track and watch it from different vantage points, because it is just, it's so awesome.
I haven't been there personally. I've been down to Sonoma. That's one of the tracks that I've been down to, and it's an experience walking around. You know, again, Sonoma, not quite the massive wonder that is Le Mans. It's Le Mans, by the way, for anyone curious, it goes through multiple towns. They're public roads. It goes through literally multiple towns, and there's a city in the center of it. I mean, it is not a small feat of a racetrack. Sonoma is a small feat of a racetrack, let's be completely honest. But the point being, getting trackside, it's so much fun to go around the circuit and be able to go places that you're not. Let's just put it that way. You know, as of course I had the pleasure of being down there on one of the show days, so I got to kind of go. One of the marshals was really cool, and he just let me by without the proper badging. Shout out to you, Marshall, that let me by without the proper badging. But you know, I got to go and check out some cool race cars up close and look at the track. It's really awesome. If you guys are down by any racetrack, see, for me, over on the west coast of the United States, we don't got much racing. You get Sonoma, you get Laguna Seca, and you mentioned the fact that you don't get to see race cars at 2 hours or over at 2 a.m. Well, over here on the West Coast, especially Laguna Seca, there's noise restrictions put on after certain times and at certain times. So yeah, because there was a housing development that was built after the freaking racetrack, the people in the housing developments complained that, oh, whoa, I moved next to a racetrack and it's all loud. Maybe it shouldn't be that. Come on, suck it up, Buttercup. It is what it is. You'd move next to a racetrack. That's like saying you move next to a golf course and you get golf balls in your window and you start complaining. Like, what'd you expect?
You know, and I've got to say this, because were you able to go out there for SRO a couple weeks ago?
No, I was not, unfortunately. I was invited, but I didn't have my flight. No, I didn't. I was down there during it, but I didn't get to go.
I will say this. I've watched races at Sonoma for years, you know, from TV. Having SRO with the grass green there at that track makes it look so much better, and I wish more series would do that. You know, maybe open up your season. All right, let's go to a driver that we mentioned who was in the front-running position. It's Nathaniel Michler, driver of the number 67. Nathaniel, it's been an interesting race for you. You were more up near the front of your class as we're watching a battle for 8th in hypercar, but great to have you with us this evening.
Yeah, main thing, I heard you talking about Daytona. I was there this year. And the overnight was shockingly cold. Were you there this year or last year?
Yeah, it really was, because because obviously I'm from the Midwest, so I'm used to colder races. I did not expect that much of a temperature drop, but is it me, or is that time just absolutely magical for racing?
Oh, it was so good. The problem was I had not slept in like almost 2 days at that point because I'm a weirdo. I was sleeping on the floor of the place we were staying. It was a mess, my own fault. But, I just being there was incredible. We did the whole through the night, all 24 hours, and trying to catch some sleep there was just not happening because of how cold it was. And but we powered through and made it to the morning, and then I fell asleep. Around the time the Corvette had the issue with the BMW.
Yep. Yep. I will say this, though. The Euro we went was the timing snafu. And, let's just say the next time I saw the race director, who I know personally, I asked him, I'm like, so do you guys remember how to count?
Yeah.
Anyway, Lilac Zaire right now in the car, 8th place. How you guys feeling so far?
Pretty good. We actually started, our first driver, he they started driving and they had no sound from the sim for their entire first stint. And they rely, pretty heavily on like shifting based on RPM noises. So we fell from like 3rd, I think we qualified, all the way down to like 10th. And then we've been just kind of like slowly climbing back up. And like, I'm the weak link of our team for sure. I'm definitely the slowest out of the 4 of us. And I've just been, I bring us back a little bit, like that spin I had earlier that everyone saw and you guys called me out on, fairly. But yeah, it's been fun. I love a good 24-hour race. I love Le Mans. I love the P2. It's just all of my favorite things in one place. And for a great cause,
No, absolutely. And, so far, you mentioned the kind of trials and tribulations you've had throughout, but I think at the end of the day, well, all things considered, your pace has been very, very solid. I mean, you guys have put a couple foots wrong here and there, but the beauty of 24-hour racing is you're not the only team that's done that, and other teams have come off significantly worse. I know you guys have had to avoid a couple contacts as well. I mean, all things considered, I think you guys have had a pretty bang-up race, and not literally, but throughout it. I mean, has there been any dramas in particular that have scared you throughout this one?
So we have taken one of our fast repairs. I think it was because we were coming out of Tetra Rouge and somebody was just kind of going slow and we just hit them like there was nothing, like couldn't see them unsighted sort of thing. So yeah, we ate a fast repair there like right before I got in the car. And I was like, ooh, this is like 4 hours into the race. Like, oh, this is too early to be burning one. But then we haven't used one since, so I mean, we're doing something right, I think. Like, we're all about protect the car, don't worry about overall pace or anything. We're very much a team that's like, if we just stay alive, we'll get in the top 10, we'll hold on to the good positions. Like, that's always been our kind of go-to.
Makes sense. Now, I have a question, and I've been meaning to ask this to really anybody, but I keep forgetting. Have you guys changed brakes yet, or do you guys change brakes at all?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't know we could change brakes. Didn't know that was a thing. I don't know if you can
either. So I don't come from iRacing, so that's where my weakness is I don't know.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm sure other people know more than I do. We're just having a little adventure, I think.
A little bit of maybe needing to change the brakes is what that one looked like.
Yeah, we're helping put more gravel traps on the track. I feel like there's not enough around here, so like we keep adding more. I mean, if you look on the outside of Mulsanne Corner, the gravel trap has actually extended into the grass now. The grass is now an additional gravel trap. So, we've all done that as a community. So I think we're doing great landscaping work for the people of Le Mans.
So our head steward, Olivia Hayward, says we cannot change brakes in fact. So that's an interesting tidbit of information.
Yeah, I would trust Olivia. She's big shout outs to our entire, moderation staff, like from the stewards all the way down to like people who are just helping to moderate the Discord. Like there's been a lot of people, who need roles assigned and like all the troubles. Like I'm pretty good friends with Olivia and Roxy and Laura, like some of the stewards, and they're just great people and they're doing a great job. Like I don't envy them being awake for this long and having to decide whether someone punted someone else off the track intentionally or if it was just a braking mishap. Maybe they need to change brakes.
Yeah, less gravel you have out there, the better. But nonetheless, thanks for joining us, hopping on and kind of bringing some levity to this broadcast. Levity.
Yeah, no problem.
Who do you want to thank?
I mean, all of those people I mentioned earlier are the ones who told me about this race. I didn't know I was doing this a week ago. And like yesterday I was cleaning toilets and today I'm driving at Le Mans. So, life comes at you fast around here. So yeah, just, all the friends, the people we're running with, our little bum team, as we like to call it. And then, yeah, just everybody out here having a good time. I think most people are not taking this as serious as you would take like a 24 hours of Daytona in iRacing, and I think that's a good thing. I think we need more chill events where people are having a good time instead of, I have to be the best all the time.
No, I couldn't agree more. And somebody needs to clip that, by the way. That might be one of the best things that I've ever heard in an interview before. Is I was cleaning toilets yesterday and now I'm racing at Le Mans. That, out of context, just sounds so insane and I love it. Now, Nathan, before we move on here, is there anybody that you would like to thank?
I mean, that's what I was trying to do, but I got off topic a little bit. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, just everybody here. It's been great. You guys have been doing a great job over here. I've been really enjoying having your commentary up when I'm not in the car. When I'm in the car, I don't want to hear you telling me about how I just spun out again. I don't need to know that. I already know that. I'm there.
So before you go, when I started actually announcing it, decides to go down. Anyway, when I started announcing, I did a regional sports car series. And one Spec Me Out racer came to me. He goes, I gotta say, I have you on in my car radio because, and I quote, I want to know where everybody else is at, and I want to hear what you're saying about me. So it's okay if you have us on.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you're saying I should put you on, except that lags out my computer a little bit because I don't have the best computers. So that's more of the issue. I can't even have a web browser open when I'm driving because VR is taxing. So.
All right. Well, I'm done.
I'll try my best to find the radio feed. You guys on what channel do I tune to? 98.3 or something?
If only one day.
Yeah. When you go to Road America and there's all the signs and they're like, tune your radio to 98 or 96.1 or whatever.
I actually have a Road America story too before you go. One more story.
Oh.
So my wife and I are camping out at Turn 14. And of course I've got experience announcing at Road America, so I know how the PA system works. Well, they had one of those movies after the race, and they didn't turn off the PA system. About 2 a.m., laying there, and we hear a thump, 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 thump. And then 5 minutes later, you hear somebody in the PA booth vacuuming the area. So at least I know when I walk into that PA booth for some race to do, it's going to be nice and
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Road America's the GOAT track to go to. I think I like Daytona this year, but Road America is like my home track basically, so I love going there any chance I get. It's like just low budget enough, Like it feels more hometown racetrack than something like Daytona.
I like that. I like that.
Folks.
And on that bombshell, I think we'll go ahead and end it right there. Nathaniel, hopefully I'll see you at the track sometime soon this year. We'll go from there.
Yeah. Have a good one. Try to, get some sleep, you guys. You need sleep too, not just have a good one.
I will say we're on a great rotation. I got to give some credit to RaceSpotTV here. We'll go break the fourth wall just a little bit, and also a big thank you to Nathan here, running currently down in the number 67 in the LMP2 category and rocking in 8th place in class. Back on screen, Mia Rose, the pole-sitting driver at one time. It's definitely a little less bright in her room as we speak than last time we checked in. She is fresh out of bed, and it looks like it's still quite early on in the morning. So gonna have to be tackling a bit of a challenge early on. One of the things that I also, when I was talking with, I mentioned earlier, Mikhail Stechenko, I asked him about what that's like as well when it comes to being fresh behind the wheel, and he mentioned that being fresh in the stint, when you first get behind the car, you have that adrenaline pumping, you have the blood flowing, you're excited, you're ready to roll. By the time you get to this halfway point and when you go to bed, you wake up, all of that adrenaline has crashed and you're almost kind of tired at this stage because you've been buzzing for so long, and yeah, you got sleep, but your brain is just still awake the entire time because you know that your car is out on track driving and you have no control of it.
Zach Mitchell's out in the number 42 Taylor Mills Racing. LMP2 still second in class. And here's what's interesting too, in one of our chats, Remy Talon says, fun fact, it's 4:22 a.m. and I haven't slept yet, and I'm about to hop in for another triple. That is, I've done overnight. I used to be overnight traffic for one of the big news talks, Mark. It is brutal.
No, it absolutely. One thing that people don't often, I think is, while I mentioned the kind of, fact that production has a hard job, the racers, they obviously have a hard job. Comms, I say it's easy, but you're absolutely right. I don't think I give enough credit. We're using our voice box for a long while, and I could imagine that, talking late at night, I don't like talking past 10 o'clock for the most part, and so, I couldn't imagine going 2 a.m. commentary, but also, you watch some of the Le Mans stuff already, and, well, everybody knows how derailed it can get around that time when the commentators' heads start floating in directions that are tarry at times.
So another fun fact, too. Y'all learn a lot about me. I actually called a 12-hour IRL race with 10 cars solo.
Oh, no.
Yes, it is as bad as you think.
That I hope you were compensated handsomely for that, because that sounds brutal.
It was the last race of the season, so that's exactly how it was compensated.
Woof. That's a tough one. I can see that we have a potential interview on the line as well here once again from the BMW 557 team. We'll have to track them here in a minute once we get the A-OK from production, of course, but they're rocking as it stands. Chen Chen is behind the wheel in the 557 in the P6, rocking in 6th overall. So far, it's been quite the stints for them, but you can see they've even placed the M Plower cars pretty much right next to each other. 40 seconds separating the two. They got Pun Crew not too far behind either, about 28 seconds back. So all things considered, they have a bit of prospects on the horizon here. Now, the question is, are they going to be prospecting for gold, or are they going to turn up empty-handed like most? Let's find out, shall we? As we have Lars Wiley. We're going to find out very, very soon. Let's pull him on in. We bring in Lars here. Lars, do we have a copy?
Good morning. It's like 4 a.m. I just got out of bed and I wanted to chat a bit.
You don't sound like you just got out of bed, Lars. First off, can we get a pronunciation on your last name real quick?
It's Wiele. It's German, so yeah, it's a bit rough to say.
That's not bad at all. Awesome. Lars Wiele in the 557 BMW M Plower car. Now, we need to address the elephant in the room real quick before we move on. The BMW M Plower team, and you guys are not driving a BMW. What is going on?
That is the entire joke behind it. It started 5 years ago, actually, at Nords. The team's been going since 5 years, yes.
So you guys have been the M Plower team for 5 years, but you've never driven in the BMW?
We have driven BMWs before, but whenever we drive BMWs, we usually paint them as something else instead. Maybe Audi, maybe Porsche, but everything that isn't a BMW becomes the BMW.
I absolutely love this concept, I have to say. And now you're running line and stern with your teammates. You got the sister car about 40 seconds up the road. You got a competitor about 28 seconds behind. Now the prospects looking forward, it's going to be a while before Chen here has an opportunity, I think, to find a fight. But we saw earlier Chen putting in some consistent laps, and also we have the face cam for Chen Wing-Cheng. He was pretty locked in, all things considered, throughout this race.
Yeah, he's been doing great. He is also, I think, the only one of us who hasn't binned the car in some way, shape, or form, or at least lost control, which is pretty good. He has been a very reliable teammate. And we are actually P4 on pit cycle, so it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes the rest of the race.
And of course, you mentioned the pit cycles. We see that Chloe Lord has done 10 laps on this most recent pit cycle. Both cars right now with 8. Of course, Chen Wing-Cheng, the most recent driver in and out of the pits, running 1 lap. Is this the kind of to space the 2 cars out, or what's the reasoning for the separate pits?
Now we just actually crashed and had to use another fast repair. George dropped it in the first chicane. I think you caught it on the broadcast.
Okay. It's of course the late night hour, so we might be a little delirious, slap happy nonetheless. Well, let's talk about the team itself, running near the front so far. This has got to feel good as well, being in the top half of the hypercar club.
Yeah, it feels really good and just affirms that we have been doing everything correctly over these last couple of years, considering both George and Cheng are rather new additions to the team. Both have only joined sometime last year. Despite that, we had amazing success over the last year and a half. We've won multiple special events now, and we even got a triple podium at Sebring for the 12th hour in the official special event this year.
And you mentioned working with new teammates. You know, for a 24-hour late race like this, you've got to gel and just be all in one. What is that like, having new additions in and kind of molding them into the team?
It all comes down to how well one can. It's a bit difficult to describe. You just really, it comes down to what kind of person you are, and thankfully so far every single of my teammates has been able to hold it out with me, despite me apparently being annoying and loud and angry all the time and salty. So yeah, we've always just run on the good vibes and just trying to have fun. No super competitive. Just try and have fun, and the good results came from themselves, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, but isn't that part of being men? I mean, come on.
Of course, trying to win is part of racing, but for the most part, we just love driving a race car. We would love to do this IRL, obviously. Everyone would do, frankly, who does sim racing, but our main goal is to have fun. It would be stupid to try and push for something that no one in the team wants, which is trying to be hyper competitive. We tried being hyper competitive once and it nearly shattered the team a couple of years back, and I'm glad that didn't happen.
Well, how can't be hyper competitive without being hypercar? All right, enough of Lars, thanks for joining us here. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank all my teammates from Emplow, obviously, and I also want to give a shout out to my friends from L1 Racing who are still hanging in there. Go Ashley, go Dustin, go Envy, go everyone. I love you all, and I hope you're gonna have a good time despite everything that happened so far.
Lars Vila, the driver, the number 557, joining us. Thank you so much, and good luck the rest of the race.
Thank you. Have a nice night as well. Goodbye.
You know, some very positive mindsets there that we get to hear, and that is what it's all about. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and quite frankly, it doesn't really matter where you finish when all is said and done. It's about making that checkered flag and feeling good while doing so. Now, we had a question brought up in chat, and a great one at that. First off, Ray Smith, hello to you as well. What is this cause that we're racing for 24 hours? And that is an excellent question. Let me tell you a little more about it. So we are currently doing a charity event and have raised upwards of 5,000 euros already. 5,021.69 has been raised for the Belonging to LGBTQ plus youth in Ireland. Now, what this community is, of course, or what this charity is for, is aiding LGBTQ plus young people aged 14 to 23, and it's creating safe spaces and places for the LGBTQ plus community, empowering others through education and support, including teachers, including parents, including everybody that needs to be, again, more informed on this sort of topic, and ensuring that LGBTQ plus young people have the opportunity to have their voices heard. That's really what this is all about, getting the word out and being an advocate for the LGBTQ plus young community and the entire community as a whole. And, you know, it takes brands like Prismatic Motorsports, Init Sports, and all of that to kind of come together and show that this is all possible. And with these communities, they're growing more and more and more. And talking about last year's Race for Causes that we had as well, of course, they raised $1,700 or euros last year. Oh, just over that, which is amazing, might I add. It's incredible. But this year, we have absolutely blown it out of the water, and that's all thanks to you folks at home. Everybody that's contributed here tonight, whether it's been a driver, whether you've donated your hard-earned money to this incredible cause, or you're just sitting back at home watching and enjoying this live stream, we appreciate you. And if you guys are enjoying, also hitting that like button, that subscribe button over on RaceSpot, it goes a long way. We put on a lot of races here, more, of course, than just the 24 hours. So a massive shout out to everybody involved. And as we, talk more about the track here and rejoin the conversation, we're currently watching a lot of dominoes tumbling over.
Yeah, of course, pit stops are part of that problem as well, as we see, Remy Talon's getting involved with a GT3 car. They had a lot of issues in the Dunlop curves here as the race has gone on. And taking a look at the number 11 of Sean Lockwood. Sets in 6th place, but right behind them is Chloe Lord, just fresh off a pit stop. So we'll see if Chloe can get those tires up to bat. Once again, we're giving the people what they want. There's your stinky cam.
Look at that ear. Flopped up. He's listening. Stinky, no, anything you say right now can and will be used against you in the court of Stinky, and he knows it. Now, of course, back to the action here. We're rejoining at a great little time here. The Doug Henson Racing Yellow team with the Whiskins Racing Intoxicated by iTelemetry. Battle for second. Now, this here is a team that Jimmy Broadbent himself is going to be participating in, the number 87. So at some point, we'll be seeing the legend behind the wheel. But right now, it is currently piloted by the Doug Henson Motorsports team. Is Drew Davis is currently the one piloting it, and Harry Fox is approaching at a rate of knots and looking to get by rather quick.
We've seen the number 87 involved in battle most of the race with at least some other car, whether it is the McLaren or the Mercedes.
And with that slipstream here coming into play, the Doug Henson Racing Yellow team also going 3 wide briefly, causing a bit of danger and chaos. But as we get down to the braking zone, Harry Fox makes that one look like taking candy from a baby. Up into second for the McLaren team, and now gaining, well, potentially losing one more as we go into it here, potentially. Let's see, into the braking zone. There's cars everywhere in all different categories, but it's Ford versus Ferrari right now. Heck, at Le Mans, I feel like you could maybe make a movie about that. Wait, no, that's a McLaren. Again, I couldn't quite tell. They look way too similar in this sim. But yes, okay. Pun doesn't hit as hard, but still, the battle rages on right now. Doug Henson Racing Yellow not giving up by any stretch of the imagination, with the slipstream on the run down towards the namesake Mulsanne corner, down the hill towards Arnage and through Indy. We also, on the bottom of our screen, get to see the onboard camera. This is what it looks like. The best seat in the house right now. Drew Davis trying to find any which way to go as they enter into the slowest part of the track on the way through Indianapolis. Get the car turned left down towards Arnage now. Again, this is where that speed sort of blinds you. You've been going over 180 miles an hour, and you have to go down to 50 miles an hour now, which feels like a turtle's pace. Back on the accelerator on the way down towards the Porsche curves. High commitment, high speed, and requiring an expert level of precision. You got a bit of time before you get there, a bit of a second to breathe, but once you do arrive, hold your breath because you don't even get a moment to think. Hard right-hander, and as you come up to the next left-hander, nearly flat out in a GT3 car. In these LMP cars, it's easy flat. Holding on to it, though, the barrier's getting ever closer, everything tightening in. Don't dip a tire onto the grass or you're going to go flying in a way that you don't want to find. Get ready to approach the Ford chicane now. This is where you can make or break a lap. You can lose it all, you can gain it all. And it's down into the braking zone. Drew Davis is really falling off the back, though, unfortunately, and it looks like that battle for second is going to come to a brief pause. Nice and tidy through the chicane, hit the curb on the left, hit the curb on the right, and back on the accelerator. Fourth, fifth gear, and, well, in the hypercars, second, third gear in these GT3 cars. And that is going to be another lap of the Cirque de la Sarthe for a GT3 car. And unfortunately, not the lap that Drew Davis wants to find himself at. It was a bit slower than he would have predicted, but he is still going to be in the contention. Here's an update for the number 66, Remy Talons, down with a black flag. We'll have to update you on what caused that here, as we're just trying to take a look here. In the thing is, it's under investigation. We also have had a resulting one for the Screen to Speed Dream Team as well. So a couple investigations being thrown the way of our stewards. Great job to Florian Wagner, as well as Roxy Gibson, and all of the other stewards, Laura McCobb, that are taking care of this racing and trying to keep these drivers on their best behavior. And again, what is happening? Everywhere you look, there's a battle, and, well, the pun crew is going for a little bit of a punt off the circuit, and I'd imagine that the M Plower is going to be coming by in a rate of knots and is not going to be looking back.
Yeah, no, you definitely want to keep an eye on that one because we've seen how good the punt crew has been. I know we had at least one penalty during this broadcast for them, but yeah, the 558 really. Well, I did see one penalty as well being doled out. That was the 211 for avoidable contact, so that is a warning, but another pass-through might be being point.
That will be the goal there for the pun crew. 0.6 is the gap onto the back straight right now. The BMW M Plower is going to be getting a bit frustrated, all things considered, as, well, of course, they're switching back and forth right now. It's just going to be down to, well, hurry up and wait, realistically speaking, for them. Here we go, side by side again, though, down into the braking zone for the first chicane. You got to be careful, you got to be tight and precise, and he nearly, my goodness, that was nearly that number 11 car having their nose taken off. Now coming back through that corner, about 100 miles an hour mid-corner speed, by the way. Get to the left or right-hand side of the track to avoid the crest in the road. And now get ready on the run down towards the second chicane. You really don't want to be making an overtake here, but when you got no other option, you grab it by both hands and you try to make it stick side by side into the second chicane. Somebody has to give, and it's going to be the pun crew once more.
And you're at the stage of the race, too, where you have to really make sure that you pass wherever you can so far. And again, the pun crew doing all they can to get back into position. Son straighten into Mulsanne, I should say. That's going to be an interesting pass right there if anything happens, but no. Still half second this time, separates 6th and 7th place.
And they don't need to pit. Well, the pun crew does need to pit here in a couple laps. So realistically speaking, they want to get by quick, and they don't want to waste time right now because they are quicker. There's no arguing that. You look at the lap times. Well, I actually can't because apparently they didn't set a valid lap last time around. The gap looked open there briefly, but as Ayrton Senna said, if gap, you take it. Thankfully, the pun crew didn't get that memo because that would have been a punt crew at the finest times right there, and would have sent the M Plower car into the stratosphere. Nearly like they did to themselves right there through Arnage, went straight towards the wall, but somehow managed to skim by.
As we see Joe Mugford back out onto the track. And the number 41 Taylor Mills Racing hypercar. So got those tragic letters there, but We've seen Mugford in and out of the pits the past couple times, so double stinting there as the battle for 6 kind of simmers off a little bit as Chloe Lord holding off Sean Lockwood for position, but Lockwood still staying lockstep there through the Porsche curves. Let's see if Lockwood comes into the pit. He did.
That battle for 6th
Robert
in
Northway.
hypercar.
Sorry, I should say Robert Northway in pits from 12th spot in that number 65 Satellite Racing Galaxy.
And the battle for 6th has kind of come to a pause for the time being. I think the M Plower car has gotten their plower, well, firmly planted. I don't know. We got to work on that one. Chloe Lord has found the pace in short, and Jay Sean Lockwood not really able to contend, and then they still need to make their pit stop on the next lap. I think this battle is firmly concluded, but as one battle ends, other battles start to open up. And one thing I'm noticing in the GT3 category is the TSR with VR Racing, currently piloted by, is it Jordi, I hope? Jordi Vernalen? Apologies on the mispronunciation, but the Broken Eggs Cooking Team, maybe one of the best names of the teams out there, going to be under pressure within a few laps, it looks like. The lap times are about a second difference. So we'll update you on that shortly. But for right now, the charge will continue on. Broken Eggs Cooking also 13 laps complete on their stint. That is quite a few for a GT3.
I was going to say for GT3, that's near the end of the stint for those Michelin tires. So we'll see if they come into the pits here momentarily. But yeah, we're starting to get to the age where our leaders are going to come in here as well.
And the leaders, yes, you're absolutely right. They will be coming in very shortly. 10 laps complete for the Olympus Esports Atlas team. That will give that gap back down to the Taylor Mills Racing cars. They're 2 minutes now off of the lead. Now that is going to obviously come back down. They just made their pit stop. But it's not going to be that 1.5 seconds that we saw. The Taylor Mills Racing team, I think, who was it in chat that made, was it Taylor? I can't remember, but somebody in chat made the comment that they will not be leaving, they won't be going to bed until their team leads the race. I feel like that's extended a little bit in both categories as of now.
That was Taylor Mills who made that comment as both their cars sitting P2 in class. Hey, real quick, Skylar Ward with a question, which is kind of interesting, and I'll let you, because my path is a little stranger than yours. What would be your number one tip to give to someone looking to start comms?
You know, that's a really good question, and for it, I'd highly, highly recommend finding a community. Ideally, one that if you already race in a community, if they want to start commentating races, or if you want to reach out to that community manager, say, hey, I want to get involved with your commentary. See, myself, that's how I started. It was back with Trackalicious, Eric Kakasian, of course, being the man that let me get my first shot behind the comms box. And yeah, I sucked. It was what it was. But you do it once and, okay, you're not that good. You do it twice, and all of a sudden people start to kind of like it. And by the time you hit your 5th or 6th or 7th, then you're like, wow, why am I even driving? I'm better at talking than I am at controlling a car. And that was my journey into commentary, is gave up the dream of being a professional race car driver and said, I guess I'll just talk about racing instead. But like I say, get involved with the community. That is the best way to do so. There are plenty of great communities out there that commentate their races, and they're all looking for commentators. I'll just throw it out. I'll mention it. Grid Finder is a great way to kind of get a part of that for a lot of different sims. They have a commentator, like kind of a profile that you can build and then kind of reach out, and they have a Discord that you can find it. There's a lot of ways to get involved here with the esports sphere and start to kind of dip your toe into that water. It's a very fun sphere to be in, trust me. I was working construction for 4 years, and well, for longer than that, but project managing for 4 years, and so eventually kind of got into sim racing, then got into commentary, and realized that I don't want to work a real job anymore, and I'd rather just talk about glorified circle driving and people like this on screen. Mia Rose.
How do I say this in the kindest terms possible? It's tough. I'll say that. you got to have a thick skin to do this. I've done motorsports in some way, shape, or form for 15 years. I've been a track announcer at my local racetrack. I've been a series announcer for several touring series. I filled in regionally too with professional series that have come and said, hey, you know what, our regular race announcer is not able to do this. Can you come fill in? I am the voice of the Elkhart Indiana Grand Prix. We race through the streets, so I am the PA announcer. You got to learn, you got to know to say yes as well. Every opportunity will give you a bigger opportunity. But if you want to start off in sim racing, yes, start small. Find a sim community that is looking for somebody, and yes, learn. Yes, you are going to suck, and it's going to happen. That's just how it is. And of course, the past 10 years, I've also been a traffic reporter, so maybe I've been blessed, cursed, I don't know. But regardless, you got to start somewhere. And obviously finding a sim community is probably the best. Georgie McKay saying, Grid Finder need to send me $15,000 to my bank account right now for the mention.
I was hesitant to bring it up.
I'm not. You know what? Everybody wants Wild for this part of the stint. Well, guess what? You're going to get it whether you like it or not, because we're almost out of here in about 10 minutes. But yeah, look, it's a matter of just, being persistent and willing to do the job. Find things, one thing that helped me is not only did I watch a lot of racing, but I also seeked input from my peers. I still seek input from my peers to this day. Some of them might be watching and going, no, don't say my name. I'm not going to name drop, because Dave Coulier always said never to name drop. At least that's what Bob Saget told me. May he rest in peace.
I love it. It's interesting because, one of my bigger motivators as well, or biggest motivators as well, is a fellow David, not that David, but, good old David Christie. One that kind of, pushes me along. Paul Jeffrey as well, two of the kind of powerhouses in my kind of realm that, that is one thing you're going to find in the commentary sphere when you do get into it is it's a close-knit community between us. Everybody knows everybody, and it's nice. I love to see that. And, even having the pleasure of working with this, believe it or not, is the first time Jeremy Scott and I have ever worked together. And I've had a great time so far. I'm not sure. I hope the feeling's mutual with Jeremy, but, it's been fun. It's a very fun community to be a part of, and it's just a bunch of people that love, again, talking about cars, driving in glorified circles. And the best way to get started is by doing it. Get involved with the community. You'll find if you like it or not. And if you do like it, for example, for me, kind of my pathway, so I started to get a little better at it, and that's when I realized that, there are a lot more principles to talking and to announcing than you realize. There's a lot of tonality, bringing excited, calm, just monotone. There's a lot of various kind of keys, and your voice is an instrument. I know it sounds cheesy, it sounds corny, but it is, and it's tunable, and you can really work that, and that's where taking vocal lessons helps. And I took an improv class. That was probably the biggest thing that actually helped me, believe it or not. Because it kind of goes to show you that improv is the whole principle of improv is your goal is to set the other person up for success. And if everybody thinks like that, then everybody is going to be successful, because you're just trying to set your other person up whilst they set you up, and everybody is just having a great conversation that everyone's entertained with. And that's kind of the goal. Obviously, no plan survives first contact, but it's a very fun job. And again, when people ask me, I hesitate to call it a job, but it is. You never work a day in your life if you do what you love.
And, you always have to be an encyclopedia, a walkie-talkie encyclopedia, which is always fun for me, because I sit there sometimes and I learn these obscure racing references. And, you just have to be on your toes. You always got to know when something's going to change. And I think, just try it. That's the best you can do, Skylar. So hopefully it works out for you. Hopefully you don't take our jobs. That's one thing we don't really want. All right, let's move on to an interview before we get out of here. It's a driver of the number 7 Secura LMP2 right now, sitting 11th in class with James Whitehead behind the wheel. But it's Hamish Eisner in the commentary booth with us. Hey, Hamish, how's it going?
Hi. I think all things considered, we're doing quite well. started 12th. Obviously had that quite egregious punt at the end of Mulsanne in the first couple of laps, and then I think over the course of before the sunset, we had a little bit of oopsies here and there. I think I spun on basically every outlap until I got properly bedded in, but the triple stint I just did, really happy with the pace. Managed to get 39 dead and was doing quite a few 39s, basically staying glued to the back end of one of the cars that should be lapping us, so that made me quite happy.
I've got to say, I've interviewed everybody from the driver, from like 5-year-old kids in kid carts to, you name a North American sports car star, or even, Scott Dixon. I've never heard a driver say, well, I made an oopsie, so congratulations. You're the first to do that. I got a chuckle out of that.
That's great. Yeah, no, I'm more than happy to admit mistakes when doing the racing. It's regardless of how long you stay in the sport, you still got mistakes here and there that pop up. I mean, a lot of F1 drivers are a great example of that. They're literally at the top of the sport and they still cock up sometimes. No, I mean, they are mistakes that I think could have been avoided, but considering the setup that we had was quite rushed, because one of our drivers couldn't adjust to the previous one, I think we've done quite well, and especially the last triple stint. I think that was about 2 seconds quicker on average than the previous stints I was doing. So yeah, suddenly found something in the night.
It definitely seems that way, and you're finding into the 339s for right now for James, and keeping that pace up because of a bit of a bubble to the front and to the back. A position is going to be a little bit of a ways away. But the one thing I really wanted to ask, and we've seen obviously a lot of dramas so far with it, but you guys are obviously in the LMP2 category, which means that you're sort of the middle child. You're the slower than the fastest cars, but you're faster than the slow cars, which means you're doing a lot of lapping and you're doing a lot of getting lapped. How has that played a role this far into this race, nearly 15 hours in?
Because of the braking differences between both the prototypes, it actually ends up being quite close through the corners, and then the hypercars just fly away with it. So as long as hypercars end up overtaking safely, it's been all right. There's been some really good advantageous and honestly lucky. There's luck of the draw with multi-class of having GT3s and other cars just at the right spot when we're trying to either unlap ourselves or not get lapped again. We're in a bit of a weird spot. It's kind of no man's land, really. I don't think, unless something really bad happens at the front, but you never know, getting a top 10 is, I don't know if it's doable, but I'm kind of hopeful for that. But if not, we've got quite a solid P11. But yeah, this is my first multi-class race that I've been in the middle pack, because we did Race Records 24 last year in the hypercar class, and I'm very comfortable with being the fastest car. It's a little weird when you're suddenly having to deal with people suddenly coming up at ridiculous speeds through some of the corners. It is challenging, but I think there's been decent amount of respect through most of the field, so it's been relatively smooth sailing.
Makes sense. And with that, of course, we've seen, like you mentioned, the kind of the smooth sailing bit in the most recent parts, and that's all you can do. You know, the race at this point has to come to you, and that's really, we know that traffic giveth, traffic taketh away at the best of times, and especially at night in Le Mans, that is not the best of times at all, and you've done a great job so far, so I'd say a P10 certainly not out of the cards. There are issues with competitors potentially in the future, and, well, hopefully none with yourselves. Now, before we do move on, though, is there anybody, Hamish, that you would like to thank for just being a part of this?
Honestly, the team that we've got, we ran the 24 together last year. Doing it again this year. Considering how hectic things have been in our lives collectively, to manage to come together and actually get going and being pretty consistent. Regardless of the incidents, it's good that we're actually here and still going. So yeah, thanking the team, and obviously, especially with how things are at the moment in the political climate, it's nice to be able to try and give back and support to the queer community.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Hamish, and thank you very much for taking part in this race with your team. Good luck for the next 9 hours, 5 minutes, and 10 seconds to go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, folks, I think it's a...
All right.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
We got a little bit of time left, but do want to say that, you know, yes, while this race is going on, we're still helping raise money for a fantastic cause. This is benefiting the LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Dan Samodi with 50 euros donated brings our total to 5,071 euros, with a goal now of 5,500 euros so far.
I cannot believe how much we have raised. You guys are so kind out there in the community. And like I said, just a reminder in general of what exactly this is. If you are just joining us and curious what the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth in Ireland is representing, it's a community that supports young people ages 14 to 23 that exists, of course, in the LGBTQ plus community. It's generating a safe space for LGBTQ plus, empowering others through education and support as well. That's one of the most important elements of this cause, in my opinion, informing everybody what exactly is going on, informing the parents, informing teachers, informing the people that need to know the issues, of course, that is going through when it comes to transitioning for some of these folks. And with that, of course, there's going to be leads in policy as well as practice in that developing basically better models to reflect a better living experience, and just spreading the word, being an advocate for the LGBTQ plus community and for the young people to be the champion of change in the future. So it's a really excellent cause that we're supporting out here. They've been around since 2003 as well. So continuing that support with nearly just about 25 years of experience. So just getting to that marker. It's awesome, folks. And the fact that everybody, again, I've said it once, I'll say it again, thanks everybody in chat, whether you've donated or not, even if you've just tuned into this stream and kept it up on your monitor, we thank you very, very much for being a part of this cause, because you are still supporting it. It's a great one to be a part of, and we thank everybody. And of course, thanks to the fine folks as well behind the scenes over at Prismatic Motorsports for hosting this 2 years in a row, and for RaceSpot and all the people behind the scenes to put these productions on. So we got, of course, Hugo, Ramon, and everybody Ramiro, that makes all of these possible. And gotta say, Jeremy, it's been an absolute pleasure these past 4 hours.
It has, and they have literally flown by. And before we go, in about 2.5 minutes, let's see if Brad and Ron are ready to do a little bit of crosstalk. Hi, gents. How are you today?
Hello. Doing pretty all right.
All right. So we have gotten the request from a couple of people to, because we're in the late hour, and of course the four of us are here in the States, to go a little bit delirious. So the later we've gone into this 4-hour stint since you left us, we've tried to get a little bit more delirious. So just a heads up to give the fans more of what they want.
Also, don't forget about Stinky Cam.
That is
Stinky Cam.
Can't forget.
The Stinky Cam was fantastic back when Brad and I were still in the booth a couple hours ago. So if we get more Stinky Cam, I saw the clip of Stinky eating the peanut butter, and I gotta say, in my entire time doing broadcast with RaceSpot, just doing iRacing broadcasting, period, that may be the best clip I've ever seen, point blank, period, gentlemen.
I'm a simple man.
agree.
I'm a simple man. I see dog, I pet dog, I love dog. That's how that has to work.
Thank you. And I've got to say this, as a professional broadcaster myself, obviously I have set myself personal certain standards. However, when a dog eats peanut butter, that is absolute cinema.
I'm just disappointed that we didn't get to see the cleanup effort afterwards, because I saw that there was some peanut butter that got on Stinky's nose, and that took some time. That took some time to get rid of, and I'm sad we didn't get to catch that on camera. But folks, I think though, Jeremy, that was our time to segue on out. We're down to 9 hours left in this race. We've gone past the halfway point and down into the sort of closing sectors. And well, daylight isn't too far away. It's 4:33 a.m. in game right now. And it's been an absolute pleasure, Jeremy. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before myself, Mike Noss, and Jeremy Scott, we head off for the night?
You know, I've got to say this, night racing is a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of more interesting events we normally see during nighttime at Le Mans. But Mike, it's been an honor, pleasure. Hope to do it again sometime soon. And Mom. Yeah, I'm done. I've had it.
Anyways, folks, Ron Mons and Brad Dalton to take you through this next bit. Have a good one, gents.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jeremy. And I gotta say, that was absolutely fantastic, Jeremy. Thank you so much for that. It's been a pleasure being a part of this show. I was on it earlier on, along with my colleague, Mr. Brad Dalton, here in the commentary booth. We're back again for the night shift. You're gonna hear me for the next hour, and Brad, you're going to be on this show for the next couple. You're gonna be on all the way up until 2 a.m. East Coast time, if my memory serves me correctly.
That is correct. It's so wonderful to be back, and again, we've now hit the slap happy cake hours. I've busted out the energy drink. I'm ready to party. I'm ready to see what this Le Mans race can turn into, because we've hit the point where I think the gloves are coming off. The one thing that I've noticed, and I've talked about it, Olympus Esports Atlas, I remember them having a 2+ minute lead earlier on in Hypercar. And I don't know if you noticed this, but that lead is under a minute. So clearly things are working out for Taylor Mills Racing in their favor.
Yeah, it's working good for the number 41, slowly but surely whittling that gap between themselves and the number 21 Olympus team, who have been in the lead in that hypercar category. But as you said, Brad, that gap is slowly but surely going down. And hey, we've still got about 9 hours left to go in this race. There's still plenty of time left for those two drivers to maybe close up in the not too far off future. Looking at the other classes, the 23 team still leading in LMP3. The number 64, who were our leaders earlier on in GT3, continue to lead by 2 laps in front of the 220 team that are slotted in second at the present moment. So that's how your leaders are looking, with 8 hours and 58 minutes on the clock. The driver's still running into some difficulty, so that is a spin for the 211, and that is Sophie Eronvin. I apologize for the very likely butchered name pronunciation. That driver spinning, coming out of the first chicane. That team currently slotted 3rd in LMP2, but has not been a smooth road to get there. Here's a moment for Bobby Blowers.
Yeah, and here comes Bobby Blowers. And what happened with Bobby? Well, looks like Bobby just not having the best time in general. Was there? Then it wasn't. Houdini called and wanted the car back. This is another moment for the number 211. And what happened to the 211 again here? Well, this is through Dunlop Curve and through the Dunlop chicanes. And, well, the rear end of the car became the front end of the car. Adam Coupe here. What happened to the 041 driving that number 5 GT3 Coupe? Well, Adam Coupe just cooped it into the wall. I think the McLaren was hungry for a tire barrier for a good 4th meal. Typically, I prefer a beefy 5-layer from Taco Bell. Joe Mugford here, Ron, another big moment. And I'm guessing, yeah, just the car gets snappy and then loses grip. Good little pirouette, and Joe is able to save it.
Oh, and in the live action, there was an incident involving a couple of prototypes. I think this may have actually been it. Here's Paul Kai. And, oh, there you can see that was the contact being made. And I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, that involved your hypercar leader, the number 21, currently being driven by Andreas Nodenhorf. So that's not going to help out that team at all. We said that the gap was down under a minute. Well, now it's teetering around 45 seconds. So clearly, things not working well for the Olympus team in the night shift. They still have a lot of time left to go to try and dust themselves off. That's a moment for Siver Evstok Senvik in the number 8 car. If I got that name pronunciation correct, you consider it a Christmas miracle here in April. But that was a lot of drama going on in the span just a couple of moments.
Yeah, this is where things are going to start getting super interesting. We're late night hours. Fatigue is setting in. The drivers are running on caffeine, whether it be coffee, tea, the energy drink of their choice, or the soda of their choice. They're running on just pure willpower and trying to get through this night, which is sometimes easier said than done. This is where races can be made. This is where races can be lost. And again, I keep going back to what Taylor Mills said earlier. This is where their race is going to be made, they feel. So we'll just have to kind of keep our eyes on things and how they go. It's going to be a really fun battle to watch through for the next hour for you and 3 hours for me, as we're under 9 hours to go, and we are approaching really that point where the gloves come off, the challenges start, and things just start to get real exciting. The cake gets eaten and somebody is going to cement their race.
And, you know, as we are pulling the night shift at the moment, both Brad and I are on the East Coast of the U.S. It's currently 11:10 for the both of us at the present moment. Oh, that's coming out of the second chicane onto the Mulsanne straightaway. That's not going to help out for the BMW M Plower car plowing off into the wall. That was Chloe Lord behind the wheel of the 558 Cadillac, having a big moment coming out of the second chicane. Yet again, the tough conditions in the night. Track conditions quite a lot cooler than they were in the earlier stages, even with some of the wet weather that we had at the drop of the green flag. These are probably some of the most challenging conditions that these drivers have had to face for quite some time, and based off the fact the Cadillac lost to coming out of the chicane, that just about proves it.
Yeah, I mean, that is just, it's so interesting because you look at these track conditions right now and you would think it's almost perfect for the drivers. 65-degree Fahrenheit air temp, 19C and 19C track temp. You would think this is almost picture perfect weather for a car, but the issue is the tires are really going to be struggling to stay in temp, to stay together. And it's, you know, as much as the weather is, you know, perfect to just kind of lay outside and relax, it's the tires that are really actually going to be a problem.
Yeah, those tires are going to be in for a world of trouble. I mean, just tuning into real life endurance races with those hypercars or GTPs, we're not going to make that same difference here in our second stint on the show. Actually, my second stint, your third on this broadcast, Brad. Really putting in a shift here for the race for a cause here in 2025. This 24-hour-long race benefiting belong to LGBTQ plus youth in Ireland. We'd like to thank all the people who have donated thus far. We had a goal earlier on to break past 5,000, and while it took about an hour later than we originally had the goal for, we have now officially broken past 5,000 euros. Currently at 5,071 euros and 69 cents. Again, nice.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see that goal finally get broken. Again, that goal, my personal goal was to see 5,000 broken by the time we hit the halfway point. It did take a little bit longer, but hey, no harm, no foul there. And we just continue to watch things go through, watch the battles continue, and I mean, just enjoy this race around Le Mans. It's the dead of night here in Le Mans, and this is where things get spooky. I talked about the nighttime at Le Mans during our last stint together, Ron, and I kind of said that night was where things go different. Well, if you're Amy Niogi, the nighttime through chicanes down the Mulsanne, that is where the car gets spooky and spins. Omet Ohm here, well, I don't know how much closer you can get to a wall, and well, I think we get shown how much closer you can get a car to a wall. Beautiful save from that number 86, not touching a barrier.
Yeah, that would certainly get some 10 out of 10s from some of the judges as a result of that close call. These drivers racking up those close calls at this race, that is for certain. You brought up a good point talking about the sense of, I'm a little bit tired here, so the words are escaping me. The sense of fatigue. There we go. Quite fitting that I could not think of the word there, but the fatigue setting in for some of these drivers just having to run in a race like this. I mean, think of how long we've had in terms of racing action up to this point. We're a long way into this race. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to be joining our producer, Mr. Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, and say I've got Piastri for the World Driver Championship this year.
Nobody's gonna like my answer, but it's not McLaren's year. It's Verstappen again. So I am very hard biased though, and that is all I'm gonna say on that one. So this is Verstappen's year again. I think that's where I'm at with it. And please, nobody yell at me.
I mean, if you came on this show and said that as a rookie, Gabriel Bortoleto was going to win the championship, I would certainly have some questions. I don't even doubt that call either from you, Brad. I mean, that spoiler alert, that pole lap that he did for Suzuka a couple of weeks ago and Saudi Arabia for this upcoming race, which is set to begin, I believe, in about 15 hours. I think it's going to be starting 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, at least here on the East Coast. So about 15 hours, give or take. I'm trying to do the math in my head. I think the math actually checks out there.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you your math is correct, but again, we're in the commentator stage of I'm not good at math. So, Ron,
say that to me.
Yeah, I was about to say I can't say for sure on that one. I'm not going to say I'm good at math, but just saying.
Yeah, so 15 hours until that Saudi Arabian Grand Prix at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, a track that I still have my questions about personally, but hey, it seems to be a fan favorite nowadays. It's grown on the general F1 fan base. It's rather that'll be a whole other discussion talking about the street circuits that have been added onto Formula One, because believe me, I could take up the rest of the time that'll be on the show here from the Race for a Cause 2025 running of this 24-hour-long event. I haven't said the 24 in 2024. I've yet to do that. Keyword being yet. I probably just jinxed it and will be happening in the not too far off future, but yeah, I think Max may have a pretty good shot to win it at the end of this season. I mean, based off the speed that he's been showing in that Red Bull, which frankly is a tin can on wheels, he has been putting in some performances that are way too better than that car really deserves. But hey, it's still very early doors into the season. Lots of races left to go. Who knows? Could end up seeing Haas steal the deal. Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon battling for the championship once they hit the next round of the championship and somehow find about 7 seconds.
If you really want to mix things up and make things controversial, you know who you really bet money on, right? Ferrari. That's really where you throw things at if you just want to make someone upset. Because, well, I mean, Forza Ferrari. I don't know how else to say it. I'm just saying, if you really want to upset people, you tell them that Ferrari's going to win this year, and it's not McLaren's year or Max's year. That seems to get the juices flowing.
Here is a very loaded question that I've got for you, Brad. Across all of the world of motorsports, could be F1, could be IndyCar, NASCAR, IMSA, the World Endurance Championship, whatever you may have it, what is your biggest, boldest prediction to come out of the year of 2025 racing-wise?
My biggest, boldest prediction of the year to come out racing-wise? I think Verstappen quits F1. I think Verstappen quits F1 and goes to IMSA, and I think Lewis Hamilton can pull things back together in Ferrari to challenge for the Drivers' Championship this year. Those are my two big ones, if you're looking for big ones.
Yeah, I was going to say that mine would probably be that Joseph Newgarden wins a third Indy 500 in a row. That would be a feat unto itself. I believe Okay, this is going to be rather embarrassing for me because before I got started with this commentary stuff, I basically yapped people's ears off on the internet about IndyCar history. So don't quote me on this. I have been up for the past 17 hours. I'm not too sure. I am definitely running out of gas here at the present moment. I believe no one has ever won 3 straight Indy 500s. They have won 2. I mean, Joseph's won 2 in a row now. Elio won 2 in a row back in 2001 and 2002. Albeit, depending on who you ask, he didn't win in 2002. Instead, it was Paul Tracy winning that year. So it has been done in the past. Bill Vukovic did it, and in the process of that, scored 2 F1 wins. Because, fun fact for all of you, back in the 1950s and 1960, the Indy 500 was a part of the F1 calendar, and that is always a nice little statistical gremlin that really annoys historians, both in IndyCar and Formula One. But hey, it's racing in the 1950s. It was always rather bizarre. I will say, though, maybe potentially breaking up the discussion of history, which, believe me, I can go on for a while. But we actually have Georgie McKay waiting in the commentary booth, so we can maybe have a chat with her about where Stinky went and how that 161 car in GT3 is faring. Brad, I'll let it off to you.
Yeah, let's bring Georgie in here and say good evening or good morning. I guess it depends on where you're at here. What's funny is I was in the booth earlier when that happened, Georgie, and I remember that happening and absolutely terrifying me. And I forgot that was going to happen again. So I'm going to ask the first question because the viewers, of course, are not here for motorsport, and they do not mind about motorsport. Where is Stinky?
Stinky he has gone to bed properly for a few hours, as I am going to do after this interview as well. We will be back. We'll probably be back at Stinky Camp about 8 a.m. UK. It's only going to be away for like 3.5 hours or so. I just decided that I really wanted some sleep before I drove again.
That's probably a good decision, considering that sleep is kind of required to keep things going. So I do support the idea of getting some sleep. How is your team faring in that term with Prismatic there in the 161? How's everybody feeling? How's the energy levels?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Honestly, I have been absolutely wired the whole time because having been part of the organisation for this event, as you'll probably understand, it's been a very long, very stressful time since last year putting this together, and just to see it come together the way that it has, it's been incredible. So I personally, I'm probably going to try and sleep and still not sleep anyway. So. We'll see, but inside the car, yeah, we're feeling pretty good. We've had a few incidents here and there, but honestly, after getting ourselves qualifying banned in our own race, and starting last as a result of that, we've dragged the car forward quite a bit. We're in, I think, P10 right now. So honestly, can't really complain from starting last to coming at the moment in the top 10, especially after the amount of incidents that we've came through. Yeah, we're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and when you think about that, having that moment, having to start last, and pretty much anything up is a positive. Where do you set the goal for the race? I mean, we're down 8 hours, 43 minutes to go. I mean, what realistically was the team goal coming in? And, once that moment happened, where did you readjust? And how are things going compared to where you wanted to be?
Originally, I would have said that we probably had pace for to be hitting around the top 5, P5, P6, that kind of area. Now, I think it would be amazing if we could end up in like P8, but to be honest, I'm happy with where we're at. We're happy with where we're at. It's not the sweatiest race, as they've said. As I've already said, I'm just absolutely bowled over with how much money that we've raised for the charity, and even if I get in the car and wreck it 3 times, I'm still going to be very happy with what we've done here today. So.
It has been amazing to watch. Now, Georgie, you did say that you were part of the organization behind the scenes for everything that's happened here. I'm going to ask the $1 million question. Do you want to go into anything behind the scenes about the effort, the people that have kind of helped organize things? Of course, the things you learned from last year to this year. Kind of give a peek behind the curtain, if you will, for everyone that might be awake watching at 11:30 Eastern time, which is like 4:30 a.m. UK time.
Yeah, you're almost right now. 4:23 right now. So I didn't take much part in the organization of the event itself. I was largely in the background of the pre-organization, if that makes sense. As part of the board of Prismatic, I'm generally responsible for looking for money for things, and that was very much the same when it came to this event, and obviously paying for the broadcast for to have you wonderful people come and cover our event. So largely I did a lot of emailing, a lot of talking to potential event partners and things like that. Me and Jess were the main parts on that. But other than that, I can't speak higher of the stewards and the race directing team. Everyone's doing a fantastic job in race, and even from the side I've belonged to, every contact we've had from them has been incredibly useful to put the event together. All of the graphics they've given us, all of the interview that we have, the video with Saoirse that was played at the start, and everybody that's put their hand to this event has given a little bit of something to it, and that I would say extends not just to the race control, the stewards, etc., and the organisers, but to all of the drivers here as well. We're all doing something here for charity, and it's just fantastic to see.
It has been absolutely amazing to watch here. But Georgie, the $1 million question on the night that I have to ask. What is going to be the go-to when you wake up? What's going to keep you awake? What's going to be the plan here? Other than Stinky, of course, and giving us all the love for Stinky, what are we thinking to power your way through the final 24 hours as the 253 just absolutely bended on my screen?
Right. Well, to be honest, I was going to say Stinky will keep me up, because the second I open my eyes when my alarm goes off, he'll be straight in my face begging me to feed him, and I'll have to get up and I'll have to go and feed him, and that will keep me awake because I won't be able to fall asleep again. But I've got some iced coffee in the fridge that'll be doing the job, I think.
Awesome. That'll be great to hear. So, Georgie, anyone you want to thank or shout out before we let you go back with your team and we get this super late night broadcast going?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jess, the team principal, Roxy, the head steward, the race director, Olivia, the head steward, Florian, one of the other stewards, Lara McCabe, one of the other stewards. I'd like to thank Mother Teresa. I'd like to thank the concept of happiness and just having a good time. I'd like to thank especially Stinky, just because I don't know what I'd do without him. But yeah, we're all good. For any of you that got that Mother Teresa reference there.
I got it.
I got it, yeah. So that was a great one. Georgie, take it easy. Good luck for the remaining 8 hours, 38 minutes to you and the Prismatic team, and we'll catch up with you later, possibly.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, that's the reference that I've been waiting for someone to airdrop in. Oh my goodness, that was absolutely brilliant. I will also say, as we got that interview in our rearview mirror now, it was another swapperoo. We're welcoming back our old pal Hugo Louise here in the broadcasting booth in the production truck, working on all the cameras and the graphics, and giving a big thanks and shouts out to Ramir Augustine Cisneros, who's been our producer for the past couple of hours here. So this is going to be some fun. Moving into the late shift right now. Maybe it's just my brain being a little bit frazzled, but that was one of the funniest moments I've had on the air. I wasn't, part of me was expecting someone to do it at some point, but another part of me was thinking, is anyone actually going to do it today? And there we go.
Man, this race is so much fun. I think that's the one thing that's kind of caught me off guard, Ron, is just how much fun this race is. And of course, it is a charity race, going through. And again, we've kind of hit, I know especially, you know, for you and me, possibly the slap happy stages, but thinking of all of those racing in the UK, in Europe, which is a large majority of these drivers because of the fact that we are supporting belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. You know, a lot of these drivers are really in the slap happy stages, and it's very hard to flip your sleep schedule in a way to be prepared for this. And that's something that, you know, some teams may have done days in advance, as Bailey Thompson, Om Nom Nom, the Porsche wanted the barrier for dinner, or early morning breakfast, I guess, depending on what that team is planning on, and gets the taste of the barrier there through the Porsche curves, ironically enough.
And you know, on the subject of some drivers putting in some rather insane shifts to compete in this event and just have a heck of a lot of fun, shout out where shout out is due to the man who will be replacing me in the broadcast booth in the not too far off future. Ewan O'Leary, broadcasting from the UK. It's gonna be what, like 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 a.m., something insane like that, and he will be in this commentary booth. Maybe I'm just a bit of a princess when it comes to my sleep schedule. I could not do something like that. I could, but chances are I would sound even more delirious than I usually do when I am perfectly slept in, have all of my hours of sleep running right behind. I used to take such good pride in my sleep schedule, and now that I've become an adult, it has gone to hell in a handbasket. Here's a side-by-side fight, maybe a flare-up involving some LMP2s. Look at that going either side of the GT3 car down that Mulsanne straightaway off into the second chicane in a couple of moments. These drivers continuing to fight. Do want to raise, though, talking about the hypercar battle. The number 21 Olympus team has extended that gap yet again at the front of the field. It's now 1 minute and 57 seconds between the 21 and the 41. So as much as they ran into some difficulties, Andreas Nordenhoff has been able to shake that number 41 car and that number 41 team. They've been able to shake them off like a bad case of the fleas, at least for now.
It's the pit stop difference, though. That's the thing, is when they're staging their pit stops, because Olympus Esports Atlas in the lead in number 21 is only on 9 pit stops, and Taylor Mills Racing 41 has had 10 pit stops, and a pit stop around here cost you 1:15 in the lane. So that gap, it's a little deceptive where it's at, and if you take off 1:15 from 2 minutes, 45 seconds, and what happens when that gap starts to come down? I mean, all it takes is just, you've got 8.5 hours to get it done. I said it earlier, and I'm going to continue to say it. Le Mans is the opposite of the patience and endurance racing rule. It's get the passes when you can get the passes. Zach Mitchell in the 42 there. Oh, that's a hard hit, and that is not ideal for Zach Mitchell. Cameron Keeley here going through the 13. Turn right to go left. Doc Hudson would be proud. Your teammates maybe not as excited there for your Mercedes, but going through and around, back to the topic of the leaders, I still think Taylor Mills Racing is in a good position, and if they just chop that down little by little, if they play the patience game that I keep saying is not the best idea, I think they're going to be in a just fine position near the end to challenge in those hypercars. If I had a radio button to rewind 7 seconds, I would, but to challenge in those hypercars for the potential win. I think they've set themselves in an offset pit stop cycle, and plus, Ron, I do want to point out the forecast I had before the race predicts some late race weather to mix things up.
Yeah, I have a feeling these drivers are going to be enjoying these conditions while we still have them, and then when that rain comes, they are going to be getting some flashbacks to about 24 hours beforehand when we had this rather hectic start in the rain. Talk about a fun event, though, overall, raising money for a good cause, and that ticker is still continuing to grow. We've now raised 5,196 euros and 69 cents. I will say it again, nice. So this is going to be pretty good at the present moment. And to organize such an event like this, we have got some fantastic people working behind the scenes at the moment for Zoll and the Technoburst Racing 253 LMP2. That was coming out of turn number 7. No harm, no foul there. But to have an event like this, you have to have some pretty fantastic people behind the scenes. And one of them has been our head race control of Roxy Gibson, who I'm going to drag into the booth here in a couple of moments' time. As someone someone who used to do race control for a pretty big road racing endurance series here on the iRacing platform, I know that race control is usually a thankless job. Roxy, welcome into the booth. And first off, as I was saying, as I dragged you in, I used to do race control for a series, so I will say I don't envy race control's blood pressure ever since it got out.
Yeah, it's not been great. To be fair, they've played really well today. It's not been too bad. I think it was about as bad last year, and to be fair, by the standards of iRacing, it's been pretty good. There's been some really good clean racing, but I think as you get further into the night, it gets a bit more hectic. You get the early beginning of the race, which is chaos. It lulled down, we got really bored, and by the time night came down, we were really hoping to be bored again, which didn't happen for a long time.
Yeah, guys, I kind of relate to that in a certain way. Back when I was doing race control, there would always be different waves in the race. You have the start chaos, and then it starts to settle down into the groove. Then you get towards the end, it's like, okay, is this going to settle down? Or I was always so hesitant to start going off on some random spiel about racing history. I may have done that enough in my time on this broadcast, but I was always hesitant to do something like that when I was in race control, just because that would usually be the exact moment that there was a 15-car pileup heading through the S's at Watkins Glen or something like that. I would always somehow find a way to jinx it, but it has been a very clean race. The drivers all throughout this field, despite getting involved in some incidents here and there, it's been a little bit more spread out around this rather big racetrack. Would you say that Le Mans is a track that isn't really conducive to having a whole lot of incidents, or would you say just because it is so spread out, it actually creates a bit of an opposite effect?
I think if you're all racing Laguna Seca, it might be a little different, especially with the 24 hours. I think that with the long straights, you get these long periods with a lot of cars spread out, and it's only really once you get these inter-class crossovers in some of the more tighter technical sections, like the Porsche curves, and we've had some in Dunlop as well, a few in the Ford chicanes, where you really get the hot spots. Some in the Mulsanne, but at this point I'm just listing every corner. But yeah, I think the Porsche curves have been a really tricky spot, especially in the dark. But if this was another track, it'd probably be a lot more incidents. It really is a track where it's just kind of perfect for the multi-class racing that we're doing here today.
Yeah, and thankfully we are running out of Le Mans instead of running on a track like the Slinger Figure 8. If I was in a race control for a Figure 8 race, I feel like I would probably end up packing ship midway through the formation lap. But Roxy, I want to ask you, as I have done with some of the other people I've gotten a chance to interview thus far during this show, what does being a part of an event like this mean to you?
For me personally, I think it's kind of the culmination of a lot of months of hard work, as I think every other member of the organization team has said. I think I was here listening to Georgie before me as well, and I think it's a very similar feeling of just, this is what we had hoped it would be and even more, and to see all that hard work really pay off is just fantastic. And to see the good it will do in the future, and the good it is doing now on a community level, but the good it will do with the money raised, it's just fantastic. Plus, it's been a really fun day. So yeah, it's really hard to sum up, because I think it'll all come to me at the end of this right now. I think the issue with it is we've been a bit too busy in the race control booth to have too many thoughts that aren't, okay, what's this protest and what are we going to do next? So yeah, sitting down with it now as I'm kind of out of my shift and being forced to go to sleep, it'll probably hit me soon. Just a level of just happiness that how well this event has gone, and yeah, it's too much to describe right now.
It's totally understandable. I gotta say, from my perspective as a commentator, it has been absolute joy, a privilege, and honor to be a part of an event like this. And I'm really looking forward to possibly returning, maybe in 2026. We'll just have to wait and see. But Roxy, thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth. Nice to get your perspective about this wonderful event. And we'll let you go and have some shut-eye now. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
And that right there was Roxy Gibson, the head race controller here from the Race for a Cause 24 here in 2025, raising money for the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland charity. Have already raised €5,169.69. There's the moment for David De Silva. As much as that ticker may be going up, De Silva is causing his 06 team on the iRacing ticker to drop down, and he was joined by Juju Lee, who had a bigger moment heading off to that exact same section of the racetrack, hitting the barrier in the process in that hypercar entry.
Yeah, it's late night hours. It's lost focus, and I mean, you can hear it from everyone: race control, drivers we talk to. I mean, even ourselves a little bit here, Ron, even though, you know, we're trying to jazz it up and keep it going. I can imagine Hugo in the background and Ramiro in the background, how they were feeling and are feeling. You know, 24 hours, it can be grueling. And as much as, you know, the drivers want to sleep, the race control stewards want to sleep as much as we want to sleep, it's so easy to get so invested in the racing. And even though, you know, somebody somewhere, I can hear it in my head, is saying, well, it's just virtual racing, just go to sleep. You invest a lot of time, a lot of effort. There's been 6 practice sessions before this 24-hour race where the drivers can get in and get comfortable on track, practice with the people they are racing with, practice team swaps, practice driver swaps, practice stints, and do all the things they need to do before this event itself. So, I mean, there's been weeks, months of effort put in, and you want to see it come out perfectly. And so it's very hard for a lot of people to, you know, sleep when they're that jazzed up about things here. Broken X Cooking, number 99 GT3 into the pits here. And I mean, we kind of heard it earlier. You're not going to sleep at all. You know, if you're a driver, you might get a couple hours here and there, but really you're going to be more concerned about where your team's at, checking in with your team, making sure your teammates are together and stuff. You're not really that worried about getting sleep. And ultimately, I mean, you'll have the adrenaline at the end, but it can get interesting at times.
And, you know, even from my perspective, as someone who hasn't done an iRacing endurance event yet, keyword being yet, I would love to do one day, but just drawing some experience from some of the endurance karting events I did, and just also from my perspective, tuning in to endurance races, even as a viewer of like the Daytona 24 or something of the sorts, or I'll just draw an apples to apples comparison in the form of the real life Le Mans 24 this past summer in 2024. I'm a poet and I don't know it. I was tuning into that race after being up in the Pocono Mountains earlier on, like a 2-hour drive home, was watching some racing up there, got home, was watching that, and despite being completely sunburnt, I mean, whenever I go out, holy God, I need to apply SPF 250 sunscreen. Otherwise, if anyone's near me, it sounds and smells like someone's cooking bacon. So I sunburn very easily. I was not feeling to my fullest when I came home, tuned on the Le Mans 24, and I could not shut the TV off, even just from a spectator's perspective. It's so hard trying to ditch a race. You want to just stay there until your brain just like, no, and then you pass out right on the spot. If I were to ever compete in an endurance race, I feel like the only way that I would be able to take some rest midway through it would probably be in the form of a rag soaked with chloroform.
Well, that's a way to phrase that. It is hard, I will tell you. Again, you know, I always talk about my experience at the Rolex 24, and I'm already working on booking up my calendar for some more endurance events later this year, next year, and getting to see more events both in the States and internationally, money allowing, budget allowing, and of course, wife allowing. That's the most important part, I think. But, you know, it is very hard. I remember when I went to the Rolex, it took my wife just straight up looking at me and going, I am tired. I am not sleeping in these stands. We are going home. And I looked at my watch and it's like 1 a.m. And I was like, oh yeah, we've been here for like 20 hours now. Whoops. My bad. And that was what it took to get me to go home and go to the Airbnb we were staying at. And even then, I still turned on the TV and then woke up at about 7 o'clock Sunday morning and turned the TV right back on and was like, okay, where's everything at? What I missed during the 3 to 4 hours I slept. So it is very hard to tune your brain out, especially when you have an investment in spectator, especially, driver. If you are part of the team that has put this together, it is very hard to turn your brain off other than pure exhaustion, or, well, I guess in Ron's case, exhaustion just isn't enough.
Yeah, oh boy, that's, a very odd way of putting it, but I guess it does kind of work for me potentially. It would work for me. I don't have experience with anyone doing that to me or doing that to myself. I'm just going to completely switch the conversation. One of the big things when it comes to endurance racing is staying in a good frame of mind for an event like this. I raised this story earlier on in my time on the show, talking about some of the experience I've had competing in some endurance kart racing events. And remember one time, it was the Lehigh Valley 500 at this place, Lehigh Valley Grand Prix up in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And it was a 500 lap long indoor kart race the same day as the Daytona 500, and we had to do kart swaps during it, and we ended up swapping into a kart. Well, I ended up swapping into a kart that did not have adjustable pedals or an adjustable seat, so having to cram all 5'11" of me into that cart for a lengthy period of time, where it basically felt like my knees were scraping up against my helmet for the rest of that stint, was such a painful experience. I couldn't really walk properly the next day, but being in such a strong amount of discomfort just eventually led to my lap times dropping off a cliff. If you find yourself feeling a bit of discomfort, either physically, mentally, or otherwise, you're just going to be a basket case, having to be in that race car, set quick lap after quick lap, doubly so in conditions like this, where if you're a hypercar, you are constantly running in some sort of traffic, running in some sort of trouble, and you're always going to have something running in the back of your head during something like this.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to sort of get things going and switch things through and go around. And I think as a driver, especially if you're in the car right now and you are very tired, I think what would be great for them is to focus on the car ahead. And I said this earlier during our last stint, that we were hitting that point where it was just focus the car ahead. And I think we're very much in that point still. I think once we hit probably the 7-hour mark is really where I think the focus is going to switch from the car ahead to, okay, where do I want to finish this race? How do I find my finishing position? And how do I get myself where I want to be in the end? Whether that is, some teams like Spec 7 Racing that we had talked to several times throughout this broadcast have talked about, they're just looking for a top 10, currently running in P9. Okay, what do I do to, conserve my top 10, hold my top 10? If you are looking at Olympus Esports Atlas, how do I hold on to this win? Taylor Mills Racing, how do I get to the win? Prismatic Motorsports Athena, what can I do to get that lap back and get to the win? Where is it realistic for me to try to go for that? Or is this a conserve my P3 and don't let Beta Frost 8 pass me? What is your ultimate goal is the $1 million question. And I think that is where, when it's 7 hours to go hits, that's where you have to start shifting. But right now, every driver in the seat just needs to think about, get to the car ahead, hit my marks, hit my lap times, run my fuel load, do not bend the car.
And looking through in the YouTube chat, Mirage2 in the YouTube chat says, irritations wear you down like sandpaper in enduro. That is a very good way to describe it. In that endurance race that I was talking about, I had a GoPro on for the entire time on my helmet, and despite it being an indoor kart track with these loud gas-powered karts, you could still hear everything going on. So we see a moment for Zach Mitchell in the number 42 car. That's a rather abrupt off-track excursion. They're going to have to rejoin the track, a very long trip off into the gravel trap, heading down into the Porsche curves. But the point I was going to raise was I was held up behind a cart for, I think, about 2.5 laps, give or take. Now, I am a rather level-headed person at the end of the day. I don't really snap. I have a very low temper, and based off the fact I can only grow a little bit of peach fuzz after not shaving for a while, probably don't have the aggression in me to do much, if I'm being completely honest. But after being stuck behind this cart, being in an intense amount of leg pain, I remember uttering at the top of my lungs as I drove past this guy, bleeping pinhead, which I think was the first time anyone has ever called someone a pinhead in the history of that event. I guess I got that from the SpongeBob episode, Who You Calling Pinhead? I don't know where my brain went all those 3 years ago when this happened, but I would quite like to know what my brain was thinking of at that exact point in time, mainly just because I think it would be rather funny.
I don't know if I want to know what was in your brain at that point, because the fact that you called someone a pinhead is kind of interesting. So I'm very...
It's something, right?
Yeah, for sure. I can't say a lot, though, because I've done several endurance races throughout my time in sim racing. I've never done a 24, but I've done several 6 and 8 hour team races, and the frustrations can definitely build up and be there. And, you know, if you're stuck behind someone lap after 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 lap, when you finally get past them, I mean, it's euphoria because, man, I finally got that pass, and it's severe frustration because it's, holy crap, why did that take me so long? That was ridiculous, especially when you're behind someone and you know you're faster. And for those of you at home, even if you've never done an endurance race, you've never done competitive sim racing, if you've ever driven a go-kart against a family member at one of those fun little like indoor go-kart tracks, just, you know, I know local to me is Gatlinburg, Tennessee, Pigeon Forge, and they have those little gimmicky go-kart tracks that you could pay $20 and run like a 10-minute race. I will tell you right now, passing my sister and brother-in-law is the most euphoric and frustrating thing because they are so slow and I'm so much faster than them. But it was so good to pass them, but it made me so mad at the same time because it took me way too long to pass them. So if you've ever done that, you know the exact feeling I'm talking about right now.
Oh, here's a nice little wholesome note for you as we see Omed Ohm in the number 86 car have a moment heading down into the first chicane, very slow on corner entry. This was good insight into how I was right at the start of me karting. First time I ever got into a go-kart quicker than an old racer kart that my dad got me back in 2010 was at this indoor go-kart track, Speed Raceway, just outside the city of Philadelphia back in 2012. I think it was November 16th of 2012. That day is still etched into my head. It unlocked a part of my brain that I didn't really know was there about me being a big racer, and, you know, a couple of years down the line, here we are. So this, I think, happened a little bit later on. I think it was in 2013. At that point in time, I was the highest ranked kid racer at that track and was a little bit cocky, for lack of a better term. In fact, I was racing against my dad that day, and I walked up to him right before we got in the cart, and I said, "I'll see you in the loser lane." So, yeah, that's kind of child that I was. I am surprised he did not smack me right across the center of my head after a moment like that. Some side-by-side racing going on involving some hypercars down into Indianapolis. There's a good little insight for you into how much of a little crap 7/8-year-old me was.
See, and there's a reason I've never been able to competitive race. One is money, and two is because I would absolutely be wild in that, and I can only imagine the stories that I'd have because my family grew up dirt car racing, so spending Saturday nights at a short dirt track was a regular thing for me. So, and I'll tell you right now that if I had started racing when I wanted to race at a younger age, I can only imagine the the stories that would have came out of that and the amount of wild stuff that I would do on Saturday nights at dirt tracks. But instead, it is 11:52 p.m. We're 8 minutes from switching to the part 3 of this stream, and here I am commentating Le Mans, trying to not make a Le Mans 2024 reference and trying to just drink the most disgusting energy drink I've ever gotten because I thought it was a different flavor than it is, and now that I've opened it, I've started drinking it and I can't stop. So this is what's getting me through the night.
I dare to ask, any idea what the flavor is, roughly, give or take? What's the flavor profile of this energy drink? I believe you said it was going to be a rain energy. Is that still correct?
It is. It's an orange dreamsicle, and I totally thought I grabbed the one beside it, which was like a fruit punch flavor. And no, I grabbed orange dreamsicle on accident and didn't look at it when I opened it up and just took a drink of it. And the face I made was absolutely appalling. So if you like orange dreamsicle, I apologize for severely offending you. Orange dreamsicle, it tastes 1-to-1 like orange dreamsicle. I will give it that. It tastes identical. I don't like orange dreamsicle is the problem.
And I also gotta say, taking a sip of something that you think is going to be fruit punch and it ends up being an orange dreamsicle would be about as big of a mind game as could ever be played on a person. I kind of experienced that on my own a couple of days ago. I got these vanilla wafers, little like wafer bar things that they have in a grocery store. There were vanilla ones and key lime ones, both very tasty. I grabbed one of them thinking it was a vanilla, but it was actually a lime. If you bite into something thinking it's going to taste like vanilla and instead it tastes of citrus, that will throw you for a loop if ever you've been thrown for a loop. So I can imagine I wouldn't say pain that you're going through at the present moment here, Brad, but yeah, that does not sound like a very pleasant experience, taking a sip of something that you thought was fruit punch and you end up getting orange and a little bit of like buttercreamy sort of taste.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is at least it wasn't. They have like a white gummy bear flavor, which I'm not a big fan of either. I'm also not a big fan of the 125 going into the Porsche curves and slamming the wall, but that is what we just saw on screen. I think drivers are really starting to lose their fast repairs here. The nighttime, I know I always say traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, but as we can see for that 125, I think fast repairs are being taken away faster than traffic can do anything because the 125 hitting the wall, and I'd be curious to know the stats on who's used what in their fast repair bank and has made it through so far. So we see that 125 finally just having to give up the ghost stop and tow.
As we continue to see this drama brew up, a reminder that we will be switching to part 3 of the stream for the Race for a Cause 24 here in 2025 in a couple of minutes time. In fact, about 5 minutes to be a bit more precise. So stay tuned here onto the RaceSpot YouTube channel so you never miss out on any of the racing action. We also have some drivers potentially having a chat with us here in a couple of moments time. I think, Brad, I will pass it off to you to have a chat with Gorder Vermeulen. He is a very quick driver and has some experience commentating on in the past. He is part of the TSR VR Racing 023 entry, and he's up there in the waiting room. You want to have a chat with him?
Yeah, let's grab Vermeulen here. Good evening, good morning. I gotta ask, how's that number 023 going along there, the TSR with VR Racing entry?
It is chugging along just fine. We had a little incident, as you may have seen, with one of the BMW hypercars, I think about 2 hours ago now. But apart from that, we're chugging along like a diesel train. It's going exceptionally well, actually. Usually we have some incidents and some bits and bobs during a 24-hour race, but knock on wood, it's been largely incident-free for us.
I have 2 questions I'm going to ask about your car specifically, because I see the back of your car has now caught my attention, and I love fun bumper stickers on cars. I see a student driver sticker for starters. Is anyone in your team truly a student driver in sim or endurance racing?
No, so no one's actually a student driver, but we were like, we're doing this event for fun. We were like, how about we make it a bit of a meme car? So we got some bumper stickers on, which are funny. Also, if you look on top of the rear wing, we've got Tommy Milner with his flipping the bird antics on the rear wing. And, so we've got some memes stickered all over the car to make it stand out a little bit.
So I think question 1 just answered question 2. I see flash for brake check. Have we brake checked anyone?
Not on purpose. we might have accidentally, but we did definitely during the beginning of the night time have a lot of people flash us, even like other GTs. So it was pretty fun to see people interact with that. It kept our night very entertaining, which was needed at some point. But yeah, it's been good. It's been fun.
So let's talk about how your team is doing here in the race. So currently you're running P7 and GT3. You've got Ivan Chambers in the car right now. He is 37 seconds back from Broken Eggs Cooking. Not looking too far off. You all are similar to stints, maybe a couple laps different. First part of this question, what is the goal for the team in terms of where you want to finish?
The goal for now is just to keep going as we're going. It's with the gaps in the GT3 field at the moment, it's pretty unlikely that we'll get any farther than P6, unless of course other people run into issues. But then we don't know how many fast repairs other people have in the bag at this moment. So just looking at our car, getting into a bit of a skirmish there. But yeah, it's just keep going as we're going, and see where we end up when the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, and then I gotta ask, what's kind of going to be the plan for the team for splitting stints? Of course, it's just you and 2 other drivers, and a lot of teams are running 4 or 5 drivers, and there's just 3 people in your car. So how have you all split the driving responsibility, the keeping each other awake responsibility? How has that went for everyone?
So we're now taking turns on getting some rest. I completed my stint, or completed my second driving stint, and then I went to sleep. Now Chris is getting some well-deserved rest. He should be back in a bit, and then Ivan's gonna get some rest. But yeah, basically what we're doing is myself, I'm running triple stints, and Ivan and Chris are running doubles. So yeah, we just plan to keep on doing that until we hit the checkered flag. Obviously there is chance of some rain possibly coming in the morning, so that might switch things up a little bit. But we'll have to see what happens and when it falls and how much it will be. It's all a bit unknown for now.
Oh, you're speaking my language with some rain coming in the rear end of a 24-hour race and just mixing things up. Is that going to give your all's car an advantage? How do you all feel in the rain? Do you feel good, or is it going to make things a lot more difficult for you?
We feel good in the rain. The Force is a good car in the rain. Also, at the start of the race, because of the wet weather, we were able to take the lead for a little bit. So we're confident of our pace. But it's also all going to depend on how much rain there's going to be. If it's going to be a complete downpour and it's going to soak the track, then every lap's going to be different. Definitely, with it being such a long track, and it could rain at one end of the track, be dry at the other end. So we're going to have to see how much and where, and so many different factors coming into play. It's going to be really difficult to predict what it's going to do for our car. But the Porsche is a good car for the rain, so it should work.
I think it's going to be awesome to kind of watch and see how your team handles, how it mixes everything up when the rain comes in. Before we let you go back and keep your team awake and keep things going and alternate things and get to the end of these remaining 8 hours, 2/3 of the race down, 1/3 to go, anyone you want to thank or shout out?
A big shout out to Ivan and Chris for being amazing teammates. Who else do I want to shout out? Shout out to my dog, who is peacefully sleeping downstairs, wondering why wondering why I'm yelling all night at a PC. Yeah.
Do we have a dog cam or photo that you can share for the broadcast? The broadcast has become a big fan of dogs.
I have a picture that I could send into the commentary waiting room that you guys could share, yeah? If that's all right, I'll send it over there in a little bit, if that's okay.
Fantastic. I'm not one to speak for what the production team will do, but we all are a big fan of dogs and pets around here. So if we can get that picture, we'll see if it'll make it to the broadcast later. I promise nothing, but just know that I will enjoy at least.
Yeah, that's all right. You guys, good luck with the last 8 hours of the broadcast.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
And that right there was Georgie Vermeulen. Always nice to have a chat with him. He's a pretty fun guy to have a talk with, and I like the idea of having the Tommy Milner middle finger moments from the Rolex 24 earlier on this year on that race car. That was an absolute gem when that happened in real life. A reminder to all of you tuning into this broadcast on RaceSpotTV. I believe we are soon to make the switch over to part 3 of this stream for the Race for Cause 24 here on the iRacing platform for the 2025 running of this event, raising money for the Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland charity organization. Have already raised a whole lot of money thus far, and I think it's going to be some fun.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing to see. That third part, the final 8 hours here, is going to be where I think everything is made or broken here. I have a feeling that once the Europeans start to rise out of bed here, of course, one Mr. Ewan O'Leary about to rise out of bed here in about a minute and a half and join me in the booth. That is really going to be where I think we start to see the big run of donations come in near the end. I think it's going to be where we start to see the big run of battles come in on track. And I think it's going to be where we see the big heartbreak show up on track as well. Still seeing that gap go down between the 21 and the 41 in hypercar, and still seeing how things shape up. Still plenty to race for, still plenty of moments, still incident limits that can be hit, and it's all to play for in the end. And well, in endurance racing, there's one big rule: it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, it is not going to be over until that checkered flag falls and these drivers finally see the end of this race. It has been a brilliant day/night of racing action. I gotta say one thing as well, Brad. Happy Easter. It is now officially Easter Sunday here in the U.S. And what a fantastic event to be a part of up to this point. 5,196 euros and 69 cents raised thus far. Rapidly approaching upon that 5,500 euro goal. And to all of you who have donated thus far, we appreciate your support ever so much. Raising money for a fantastic cause, putting on some absolutely brilliant racing, and having a heck of a lot of fun in the process. From my perspective, this has been a brilliant event to be a part of. Happy to be a part of this broadcast, and you're all going to be in good hands for the rest of this show. To all of you tuning into this broadcast here on RaceSpotTV, we're going to switch over to part 3, but for myself, Ron Mullins, it's a farewell from the Race for a Cause 24.